Hello guys, today we will be talking about what if Naruto was in Highschool DXD Part 4 finale. If you enjoy this video, please like and subscribe. Now let's begin. Mentors. Those who guide others. Those who show the way. Those who have tread on the path before you and decided to help others get along the way. A mentor is one aspect of your life that you can never not have. In your childhood, your parents were your mentors. In your school and in college, your teachers and professors guide you in the matters of the subject, and your friends guide you in your decisions, and your lover guides you in the matters of the heart, showing you a whole new world. But frankly, who cares about that now? All you guys want is the story. But that's the catch, you see. Whatever I have said until now relates to the story in some way or the other. But once again, you are not bothered, are you? Well, you want the story, you get one. Though let me refresh you first. It's good seeing you again, Naruto. I thought you forgot all about me, said a woman who had a smiling face. Naruto gave a wry laugh and responded, it's good seeing you too, Yasaka, though I would like to ask you a question. Yasaka asked with the smile that still hasn't left its place. Yes. Naruto then said, how long are you going to make me kneel on the floor? She sighed and then added, but there is a way to make up for it. Plus Naruto looked at her in the eye and asked, say whatever you want. I'll do whatever I can to make it possible. Yasaka then said, let's go out together. He sighed and said, what do you want, Konako? Konako then said, Rias asked you to come to the club. Naruto asked, now? Konako nodded her head, now. No matter what you guys are going to say, the answer is still going to be no. Rias asked, but why? Naruto sighed and then said, that is because you guys have already learned everything you needed to learn from me. I have nothing else to teach you. Besides, you guys already have someone to guide you from here on, don't they, Azazel? The hectic atmosphere didn't get over as Azazel then made another announcement, and yeah. But you will need someone to supervise you, therefore Naruto will serve that role. Naruto asked, what do you think, Kurama? The nine-tailed beast replied, it seems that these guys still don't trust you, yet. Asking you to live there is also a way for them to monitor your actions. Naruto snorted, you figured, huh? Regardless, I say agree. Naruto sighed, there isn't any other option, is there? If I need the devil's cooperation, I need to play by their rules. Kurama smirked and said, but that doesn't mean that you can't have conditions of your own. Like I said before, Kurama, I'm not going to take advantage of her when her mind's clouded. Kurama asked, are you sure it was clouded? She seemed to speak all right to me. Enough. Whatever it is. It's done. Besides, I don't think she has any kind of feelings for me anyway. Kurama then asked, I'm not too sure, kid. Naruto replied, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Kurama snorted and said, figure it out yourself. And here we are, back to business, I would say. Kyoto, Naruto was busying himself in the next morning after all the hustle and bustle the night before. Kuoh had come and woke him up early for a walk before she moves on to school. Naruto could only agree. Kyoto was as beautiful as always. It wasn't called the cleanest city in the world for nothing. The cold morning breeze brushed his face and the smell of fresh air still reminiscent in his nose. Naruto and Kuoh bonded for a while before returning back home for breakfast. He saw that Yasaka had gotten up. He quickly said with an awkward voice and looked away, gee, good morning. Gee, good morning. Yasaka blushed under his gaze and gave him an equally awkward good morning. Naruto thought with a wry smile, so she remembers her actions, huh? I had hoped she forgot about it. Kurama snorted and told, she was horny, not drunk. Of course she remembers. Naruto shook his head. He then looked at her and she was sitting there normally. He then added, fortunately she seems better now. Her heat must have gotten over. I doubt if it was her heat that caused the whole drama. Naruto scowled and said, knock it off already. I already thought I told you last night. Meanwhile in Yasaka's mind, the scene from the previous night was still running fresh in her brain. She thought, damn it, Yasaka. Why didn't you wait until the date was over? Turns out that Kurama was not wrong. Yasaka was overcome by her heat, but she was still in control. She had learned to control her behavior during heat, just like any other female Kyuubi. But her basal urges started bubbling up when she was alone with Naruto in the middle of the night. You just couldn't wait. Now there you have it. Busting up that chance with Naruto, just because you got a little jealous. Now he can't look you in the eye. And neither can you. Well, it was true. Naruto had been getting a lot of attention with the ladies. He was popular even among her maids. However, they were not her competition. The one true competition was Tsubasa. She then remembered what Tsubasa said to her when she first came back after she met Naruto. Flashback: Yasaka was doing her duties in her office when she was suddenly heard a voice whisper in her ear, "Miss me." Yasaka was startled by the voice and elicited a short cry before turning back to find who it was. Kya. Damn it, Tsubasa. How many times have I told you not to do that? Too many times to count, replied Tsubasa while showing off a victorious smirk on her face. Yasaka looked annoyed and said, "Then start counting. Not getting paid enough to do that." Yasaka then asked, seriously, "So, are you willing to tell me what you found now? What happened with that errand I sent you on?" Tsubasa, still having a smile on her face, then said, "Why should I tell you?" Yasaka looked at her with a glare that said that she was not in the mood for games. Tsubasa sighed and then said, all right, I get it. Geez. You take away all the fun out of it. You really need to loosen up sometimes." However, Yasaka didn't waver from her stance and then said, "Start talking. I am really busy right now. I would like to know fast. Why have you returned?" Tsubasa replied seriously and then said, "Starting from the beginning, including everything I have already informed you in the missives I sent you, I found him like you asked me to. He came back around. And like that." Tsubasa mentioned all the details of Naruto's return from the dimensional gap, his helping with Rias, her meeting, and eventually her departure. Yasaka soaked in all the details her crush had done in the past month. He had been here like a sponge. She then said, "Good work. I'll call you when I need anything from you." Tsubasa bowed down like a professional and said, "As you wish, milady." Yasaka then proceeded to leave the office as she had some other duties to tend to before Tsubasa stopped her and said, "There is one other I would like to talk about." Yasaka stopped and looked at her. She then asked in a concerned manner, looking at Tsubasa's face, "What is it, Tsubasa? Is something the matter?" Tsubasa looked solemn. She then sighed and said, "I have decided to move on and found myself interested in somebody. He doesn't feel the same way about me yet, but I want to pursue him." Yasaka, who heard that, shouted excitedly, "Why are you making such a face for that? That's terrific news. I'm happy for you." Tsubasa, who heard that, smiled a little and then said, "Thanks, I thought that you wouldn't approve and felt a little nervous." Yasaka laughed and then replied while gushing over Tsubasa, "What? Why were you nervous? I always said that you should move on with your life. I give you my full blessing to follow this man and make him yours." Tsubasa, the naughty Nikomata she is, wanted to use this opportunity to prank on her beloved friend. She smirked and then asked, "Thanks. It means a lot. I thought you would object against me forming a relationship with Naruto. It means so much to me that you agreed, Yasaka. Thank you so much." Yasaka, who was in cloud nine for her friend for a while, that she didn't understand what Tsubasa said for a moment. She said, Yes. You and Naruto It was then she came back to earth from the heavens before looking at her smiling friend and asking, "Naruto?" Tsubasa replied, "Yep." Yasaka asked once again, "Naruto Uzumaki?" "Yep." "The one with the blonde hair? The one who I asked you to find?" Tsubasa replied, "Yeah. The one and only. I fell in love with him as soon as I started being with him. He's so kind, and gallant and friendly. You don't object me being with him, do you?" Tsubasa then looked at Yasaka, who had a blank expression. Yasaka took a moment to compute the situation before uttering, "No." Tsubasa asked, "What?" Yasaka then said to her, "I completely object. Get away from him, you thieving cat." What followed next was a wrestling match between a nine-tailed fox and Nekosha yokai that shook Kyoto. Flashback over. "I'm not going to let that stupid thieving cat take Naruto away from me. He's mine," shouted Yasaka within herself. She and Tsubasa have shared a lot of things over the years as friends, as confidants, but a husband was not one of them. Obviously she remembered the fight between her and Tsubasa. But that incident wasn't the end, as Yasaka came to know of Tsubasa's shared kiss with Naruto along with the promise of a date when the latter had bragged it to her during her last visit in Kyoto. Oh, how she hated that woman. If Tsubasa had kept going on, then she would have lost it and raised the entire city. Their relationship did not become strained because of this mess, but they became bitter rivals whenever the subject Naruto turned up. However, they compromised later on that they would keep their feelings towards each other to a minimum, as Kyoto cannot experience another sudden typhoon due to these two. This incidents all combined together and had made her act in haste. Her resolute will to bed Naruto the night before had made her blew her chance before she knew it. Once Kuno came over, the shtick was over. Thus she could only pretend to fall asleep. Never mind. I still have the date tonight, I still have an opportunity to strike. But still, amidst all the loss, there was one thing she gained: he carried me in his arms and tucked me in bed. And also, the way he blushed when I moaned was so cute. Two things was gained, I guess. But that's not important, I guess, as poor Naruto didn't know all these details and just thought that her heat was what that caused it. His loss, apparently. The two adults were awkward for a while until everything returned to normalcy over breakfast. Kuno straightened the rough curve the two had developed from last night, making them talk like they did before. Once breakfast was over, Kuno hurriedly headed to school, leaving the two alone, once again. The awkward atmosphere between them from before had once again risen. But Yasaka wouldn't have it that way for long. I think I already mentioned in the letter about the great ancestor wanting to meet you, Naruto. Naruto, who heard that, retained his serious attitude and replied curtly, yes. It's one of the reasons I'm here for. Yasaka replied, I see. Has Tsubasa informed as to who he is? Naruto answered her, not in great detail. She just said that he's a pretty important figure in your sphere. And that he was the first yokai to access and use senjutsu. Yasaka nodded her head gravely and said, yes. I'm afraid so. Naruto then asked, so, why does he want to meet me? Yasaka shook her head and said, that, I do not know. But whatever reason it may be, it's imperative that you meet him. I already informed him that you are here in Kyoto. He will be meeting you this afternoon. Naruto replied, very well then. Anything I should know before I meet him? Yasaka then thought of something and wryly smiled before asking, yeah. The great ancestor, well, he's kind of eccentric. So, try to be polite as much as you can. And yeah, how good are you with liquor? Naruto asked, eccentric? Okay, how eccentric? And yeah, I can hold my liquor pretty well, I guess. Why do you ask? Yasaka replied, you'll find out soon enough. Naruto thought with a wry smile, I got a bad feeling about his all of a sudden. Kurama snorted and didn't say anything. Kuoh. While things were moving on in Kyoto, it was rather slow in Kuoh. Naruto had woken up long back and was now at the table. He noticed that Issei and the girls coming up. He smiled and told, good morning. Rias replied, good morning. You seem in a good mood. Naruto laughed and said, after what I squeezed out of Surtsk's. You bet I'm in a good mood. Rias smiled awkwardly as she doesn't know the inner details to Naruto's deal with Surtsk's. But the way she saw Surtsk's coming after to her crying yesterday stating that Naruto was bullying him, made her question the juicy detail. Naruto then asked, so what's up with you and the rest of the band? Any plans for the summer? Issei replied, what summer plans? We still have to finish our final exams. And vacation still isn't happening until. Naruto then asked, oh. Is that right? Then try not to flunk the exams this time, kid. Issei started crying at that. Rias and Asia, who were sitting beside him, started the consoling, which Naruto couldn't care less about. Issei's mom then popped up and said, it's very lovely to have you here. We were worried that there would be no one to look after these kids if we had to go out, but you coming here as a tenant really gives me a sense of relief. I know, right? When I saw that the house had been converted into a 3-story building, I was confused. Then I remembered that Rias's father worked in construction and said that he was remodeling the house for us. I didn't even see it happening. It was done so fast. And then Naruto here showed up looking for a place to rent, which I'm very glad, by the way, because we couldn't use all the rooms here. Issei's mom then gushed over the kitchen and said, forget the rooms, did you look at the kitchen? The pool? The large dining hall? It's marvelous. Naruto and the others looked on with a wry smile at the clueless and easily mind-controlled parents of the Red Dragon Emperor, who was also looking at them in a wry manner. Naruto then felt his phone vibrate and saw who the caller was. He cut it off and then said, all right, you kids head on out to school. I'm gonna have to make a detour before I come over. Rias nodded her head and said, all right then, master. Take care. Naruto then went outside, few blocks away from Issei's house, to a bridge and went under it. He saw that Itaka was waiting for him over there. So what have you found? Itaki replied, I searched the underworld like you asked, just in case we missed something. No sightings of him anywhere. Naruto then said, so that only leaves the dimensional gap. Itaki nodded his head and said, or some other dimension. Naruto sighed and said, continue searching. Find me if you can get any clues to his whereabouts. Itaki nodded his head and then said, there is something else I found in the underworld though. Naruto asked, oh. Itaki then said, there are some devils who are dissatisfied with the current Lucifer and his colleagues. They wish to dethrone him. Naruto asked, are these, by chance, call themselves the old faction supporters? Itaki looked surprised and said, how do you know? Naruto sighed and then told him of the details that had happened at the three-faction meeting. Itaki listened in silently without having no change in his expression. Once Naruto was finished, he then asked, did the reanimations have no clue as to how they ended up where they were? Naruto replied, yeah. They said they forgot nearly all the details of what happened. But they do remember a person in a crow's mask being the one that reanimated them. Other than that, they were able to confirm some of my worst suspicions. Itaki asked, does it have anything to do with Kaguya? Naruto nodded his head and said, yes. Itaki then asked, what is it? Naruto asked, do you wonder why your Gramps fears Kaguya despite defeating her once before? Itaki replied, every single time. Naruto sighed and said, that's because the thing I am worried about is not Kaguya, but the one she sees as her threat. Itaki asked, the Otsutsuki? But haven't we repelled them already? Naruto shook his head and said, no. Not the Otsutsuki. They were a threat to us. Not to Kaguya. We all assumed that the White Zetsu army and the chakra she collected was for her to fight against the Otsutsuki, but we were wrong. Her true threat was something else, something greater. Itaki looked solemn and asked, what is it? Naruto replied, I don't know. Itaki asked, what? What do you mean, you don't know? Naruto sighed and then said, do you remember the time when we celebrated after defeating the Otsutsuki? Itaki nodded his head. Naruto then replied, the sage of the six paths came to me that night, to deliver message, no. It was a warning. Flashback, if you guys don't understand, I would get it. I mentioned this in an earlier chapter, chapter 16, might want to look that up. I've come here to deliver a message, said Hagoromo. Naruto asked, a message? Hagoromo replied in a solemn manner, yes, though I suppose it would be better to say it was a warning. Naruto asked, then speak. What is this warning, old geezer? Hagoromo replied, you may have repelled the Otsutsuki threat, but remember that your goal of achieving peace in the world is far from over. You need to be vigilant. Naruto looked at him and sighed, I know. The depravities of human beings will always lead to somehow destabilizing the peace we have built. Hagoromo nodded his head and said, it is good that you understand. Naruto then replied, but the situation isn't dire as it was before. The threats that this planet had faced has been stopped already. Hagoromo then said, yes. And that is also what fears me. Naruto asked, what do you mean? Hagoromo replied, without a threat, humanity will once again separate over petty differences. If not now, sometime, someday in the future. Naruto then asked Hagoromo, but this time, his voice had a slight trace of anger, so what are you saying? Do you think that they would need a constant threat to keep them united? That they should live under constant trouble? Hagoromo replied, no, a threat is not the only thing that can unite people. What they need is a guide, a mentor. A mentor who can show them the path. Naruto asked, and you want me to be that mentor? Hagoromo nodded his head and said, you have already been that mentor, Naruto. You have already shown that peace can be achieved if all can work together. But you don't realize something. There are far greater beings than the Otsutsuki. They don't exist here, not in this world, not in this universe, but somewhere else. You need to be careful about that. You need to be vigilant. Naruto now a little more serious when he heard that line. He then asked, what do you mean by greater beings? Hagoromo sighed and said, my mother was worried about the Otsutsuki, but she knew that she could have handled them herself. The one you faced was a weaker version of herself. Her true strength was enough to take care of the Otsutsuki by herself, though it would not be without cost, but the cost isn't as big. Naruto knew that. When Kaguya arrived, she had not come in her true body but possessed Madara's. But even then, She was a threat to be feared. Hagoromo replied, but, my mother feared another threat, other beings not from this universe. Her madness started to amplify when she realized that she wasn't as strong as them. Her accelerated madness caused me and my brother to stop her from damaging the world anymore as she had become too power-hungry. Her false notion of peace became a reason for her to obtain the power from the life force of all the beings on the planet. Naruto, who heard that, was stunned. He knew that Kaguya was a crazy chick but never really understood why she became like that in the first place. He then asked, what are these beings? The sage, who had been speaking until now, then suddenly turned solemn and shook his head. He said, I don't know. I learned of them from my mother by chance when I accidentally overheard her muttering about overcoming them, to absorb chakra from all living beings on the planet. Naruto understood what went on and nodded his head. The sage then looked at him and said, that's all I wish to say to you. Once again, stay vigilant. Flashback over, and that was it. I didn't see the sage's face never again or heard from him until you came along delivering the rest of the biju. A threat greater than the Otsutsuki. Said Gyuki, it's frightening to even imagine it. Said Madatabi, have you known about this before, Kurama? Asked Son Goku. Kurama became silent. He nodded his head and said, yes. I was awake the whole time. But I didn't speak, only listened. In the real world, Itachi was also in a daze listening to Naruto. He then asked, what did the second Tsuchikage Kisame Hoshigaki say to you? Naruto replied, during the three-faction meeting, Zetsu acted not because he wanted to ensue chaos but to extract some amount of the raw chaotic chakra of the biju. He baited me out and used me completely. When he was leaving, he then added that I already served my purpose. I didn't know the reason then, but I had an inkling that it had do something with this. I later confirmed what they were up to with the reanimations. Itachi asked, what are they up to? Naruto sighed and said, they are using the chakra as a medium to grow another god tree. They are cloning the god tree. The pair of them went into silence. Itachi asked, is that possible? Naruto replied, Kurama says that it is. Madatabi, the two tails, holds a part of the Juubi's chakra. The Juubi, inherently, is mostly made up of Senjutsu chakra. If they are able to collect and concentrate a huge source of nature chakra, then it's possible. Itachi asked, but how will they do that? Naruto shook his head and said, I don't know. Itachi then sighed and said, then we are just sitting ducks right now. The enemy knows our position and our numbers, but we don't know anything about them. This is the most disadvantageous position for us. Naruto nodded his head and said, I agree. That is why, we need to make allies real quick. We need to find them as soon as we can before they start to make their plan in motion. Itachi nodded his head, right. Naruto asked, all right, share me the details of what you found about the dissatisfied devils. I'll send them over to Surtsk. It will help us strengthen our relationship with the three factions. Meanwhile, find out if there are any unusual movements within any of the other pantheons and report them to me. Itachi nodded his head and said, all right. I'll do as you say. But I gotta ask grandfather, why are you living here? I was really surprised to find that out from the principal when I went to your dorm to check up on you. Naruto said, oh. It's nothing. Just part of a deal that I and Surtsk made. Oh, and that reminds me, I might need to tell you something. Itachi asked, what is it? Naruto replied, it seems that the three factions are conducting a conference to discuss an alliance to deal with the Chaos Brigade. It'll happen in 2 months. He then took out something from his pocket and threw it over to Itachi. It was a scroll. Itachi opened it and saw the contents. He asked, and what is this? Naruto replied, a list of all the people who will be attending the said meeting and their respective factions. Courtesy of Azazel. Itachi asked, how the hell did you manage to get this? Naruto said, it was lying on the table at his place and I took it. I figured that you would have more use for it than him. Itachi understood what Naruto was going to ask and said, you want me to prioritize my investigations for the ones on the list? Naruto replied, see if they can be trusted, and if they do, develop a good relationship with them. Itachi nodded, got it. He then disappeared in a flash, leaving Naruto alone in the street. It was then something struck on him and he looked at the time. He shouted, damn it. I'm late for work. In Kyoto afternoon, meanwhile, Naruto was on his way to visit the so-called great ancestor. Yasaka was leading him to the place where they were supposed to meet. Kurama said, we're close. How do you know that? I had sensed his presence ever since we entered the vicinity of the city. And you're telling me this now? Asked Naruto, a little annoyed that Kurama had been keeping this from him. I'm telling you now. Besides, he doesn't have any negative intent towards us, so I didn't see the need. Naruto grumbled and said, fair enough. Yasaka then took a right turn at a cross-section. Naruto did the same, but the scene that came to his sight was something he recognized. He finally realized where he was. Yasaka. Yes. Why are we at Pontocho? I told you, the ancestor is, well, a bit eccentric. Eccentric? Ha. She should just say that he's a plain old pervert. Visiting a red light district out in broad daylight, laughed Kurama. Maybe he thought that it would be a better place for us to meet, as the chances of eavesdropping here are pretty low. The red light district, while had a lot of brothels, still had a lot of restaurants and bars. Thus Naruto kept his fingers crossed on any assumptions about the character of this person. He saw that even if it was daytime, some of the shops, including the brothels, were still open and had girls waiting outside to reel in the customers. He would have been caught by one of these girls if it weren't for the fact that Yasaka had clung onto his arm the moment they entered the area and stayed close by with a straight face. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't enjoying the moment. The two then arrived at the designated spot. It was a hostess club called the Fox's Denmark. It seems my suspicion of him being a pervert turning out be true. The moment they entered, the proprietress, who had a big smile on her face, turned serious when she saw Yasaka. She bowed and then said, "Milady. It's an honor." Yasaka nodded her head and said, "So, is he here?" The proprietress revealed then said, "Yes. He's waiting for you inside. We have been keeping him entertained like you asked in a private room." Yasaka wryly smiled at that and said, "Lead the way." Meanwhile, Naruto whispered and asked, "You own a hostess club?" Yasaka sighed and nodded. "It is one of the side businesses we have." "A good source of information." Naruto curtly nodded his head, and then he heard a laugh from the inside. "Ha ha ha. Oh, you ladies are the best." He soon approached the owner of the voice and found him to be an old man seated freely on a tatami mat in front of a low wooden table. He had a square-jawed face with a trace of redness on it and had short black hair with strands of gray here and there, and eyes that matched the color of his black hair. He was wearing a gray yukata and wooden sandals. He looked like any common Japanese man, but the thing that was unique about him was the big horns he had on his forehead and the large bead necklace he wore. He had two adult women beside him, who looked like they were in their 20s and were wearing revealing obis. They were happily serving him drinks while kneeling and laughed along with him with closed mouths. Naruto asked, "He's an ONI?" Yasaka nodded her head and said, "Greetings to the ancestor." The ONI, who had been busy ogling at the girls beside his side, finally looked onto Yasaka and laughed. "Ah. There you are, Yasaka. Ha ha ha. I was wondering when you would show up. And you must be the Naruto guy she had been talking about a lot." "Hello. Sorry. Alright, Kurama. I agree with your evaluation. This guy is a bona fide pervert. A really drunk pervert by the smell of it." "Told you so." Yasaka then cut in and said, "Ancestor, I know that you are different in a lot of ways. But please remember the image you need to maintain. Especially in front of outsiders." The ONI laughed and said, "Oh, nonsense. You boy. Join me. Proprietress, send in a few girls for our young friend here. He and I are having some fun together for now. We can talk later." The ONI then took a swing at the sake bottle in front of him as the girls were called in. Naruto immediately felt a pinch on his shoulders as Yasaka shook her head as if saying to refuse. Naruto shook his head and smiled as if saying that he intended to refuse anyway. He then turned towards the drinking ONI and said, "I'm afraid I can't stay for long." The ancestor, who heard that, looked at the conflicted look on Yasaka. He smiled in understanding but then said, "Oh? Is that so? That's a shame. Girls. Can you leave me and my young friend for a while? He and I need to talk." "As you wish, milord," said one of the girls. One of the girls kissed him on the cheek. The ONI laughed at that and then spanked the said girl on the bottom as she left. The yokai who got spanked elicited moan and said, "Oh. Lord." The ONI said, "Leave. We can have fun again later, sweetheart." She then quickly left with the other girls. The ONI then laughed and said, "Well, what are you waiting for, boy? A written invitation? Come. Sit." Naruto then turned towards Yasaka, who nodded her head. Naruto then went and sat opposite to the ONI. The ONI then turned to Yasaka and said, "Alright then. You can leave us for now." Yasaka nodded her head and then left the room. Now all that was left was Naruto and the ONI. The ONI then handed a cup and said, "Mind drinking with this old man?" Naruto took the cup and said, "Why not?" The ONI laughed and then took a sake bottle. The drunk ONI then served himself and Naruto a cup and said, "I thank you for taking some time to meet this old man. I needed a drinking partner and had heard about your drinking capacity from your time with Azazel." Naruto looked surprised and said, "You know about me and Azazel being friends?" The ONI said, "This old man has a lot of friends and eyes everywhere, Mr. Uzumaki. I know a lot of things that goes on in this world. A lot more than you think I would know." Naruto turned serious. He drank from the cup and said, "Then you know about Dash." The ONI drank another cup of sake after pouring it from the bottle. He then started filling Naruto's cup and said, "The fact that the rebels were manipulated into overthrowing Yasaka? The fact that there is a bigger hand behind all the mess that is currently happening in this world. Zetsu, was it?" The ONI then turned and said, making Naruto cautious, "I also know the fact that you aren't from this world, Naruto Uzumaki, shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato." Naruto drank from the cup, finishing it. He then said with a grave tone in his voice, "You know a lot about me but I don't know a thing about you." The ONI laughed but didn't say anything. He then poured the sake into his cup and into Naruto's. He drank a cup of sake and said, "Well, I guess it is rude for me to not introduce myself." He said, "This old man is called Shutendaji. It is nice to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki. I'm too tired to do a monologue this time. So let me just refresh your memory a bit and move on. I think I already mentioned in the letter about the great ancestor wanting to meet you, Naruto." Naruto, who heard that, retained his serious attitude and replied curtly, "Yes. It's one of the reasons I'm here for. The great ancestor, well, he's kind of eccentric. So, try to be polite as much as you can. And yeah, how good are you with liquor?" Itachi then said, "There are some devils who are dissatisfied with the current Lucifer and his colleagues. They wish to dethrone him." Naruto asked, "Are these, by chance, call themselves the old faction supporters?" Naruto asked, "Do you wonder why your Gramps fears Kaguya despite defeating her once before?" Itachi replied, "Every single time." Naruto sighed and said, "That's because the thing I am worried about is not Kaguya, but the one she sees as her threat." Itachi asked, "The Otsutsuki? But haven't we repelled them already?" Naruto shook his head and said, "No. Not the Otsutsuki. They were a threat to us. Not to Kaguya. We all assumed that the White Zetsu army and the chakra she collected was for her to fight against the Otsutsuki, but we were wrong. Her true threat was something else, something greater." Itachi looked solemn and asked, "What is it?" Naruto replied, "I don't know." Itachi asked, "What are they up to?" Naruto sighed and said, "They are using the chakra as a medium to grow another god tree. They are cloning the god tree." The pair of them went into silence. Itachi asked, "Is that possible?" Naruto replied, "Kurama says that it is. Madatabi, the two tails, holds a part of the Juabi's chakra. The Juabi, inherently, is mostly made up of Senjutsu chakra. If they are able to collect and concentrate a huge source of nature chakra, then it's possible." "Ha ha ha. Oh, you ladies are the best." Naruto asked, "He's an ONI?" Yasaka nodded her head and said, "Greetings to the ancestor." The ONI, who had been busy ogling at the girls beside his side, finally looked onto Yasaka and laughed. The ONI then handed a cup and said, "Mind drinking with this old man?" Naruto took the cup and said, "Why not?" The ONI laughed and then took a sake bottle. The drunk ONI then served himself and Naruto a cup and said, "I thank you for taking some time to meet this old man. I needed a drinking partner and had heard about your drinking capacity from your time with Azazel." Naruto looked surprised and said, "You know about me and Azazel being friends?" The ONI said, "This old man has a lot of friends and eyes everywhere, Mr. Uzumaki. I know a lot of things that goes on in this world. A lot more than you think I would know." Naruto turned serious. He drank from the cup and said, "Then you know about Dash." The ONI drank another cup of sake after pouring it from the bottle. He then started filling Naruto's cup and said, "The fact that the rebels were manipulated into overthrowing Yasaka? The fact that there is a bigger hand behind all the mess that is currently happening in this world. Zetsu, was it?" The ONI then turned and said, making Naruto cautious, I also know the fact that you aren't from this world, Naruto Uzumaki, shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto drank from the cup, finishing it. He then said with a grave tone in his voice, "You know a lot about me but I don't know a thing about you." The ONI laughed but didn't say anything. He then poured the sake into his cup and into Naruto's. He drank a cup of sake and said, "Well, I guess it is rude for me to not introduce myself." He said, "I am called Shutendaji. It is nice to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki, that leads us to where we are." Naruto looked at the old man and asked, "You're Shutendaji?" The old man laughed and asked with delight, "What were you expecting? A huge man with red skin with a baleful aura." Naruto scratched his head and said, "Well, that description is much better than what I had in mind. I was actually expecting a loli with horns wearing an open purple yukata." The old man laughed boisterously and said, "Ha ha ha ha. That's a new one. It's the one from the Fate series, right? Ha ha ha, I am telling you, the human race have always had a wonderful imagination. And boy are they gullible enough to believe anything. Man-eating ogre. Bah. That was just deer blood on my shirt. But boy oh boy. I loved the look on their faces when I said that." Naruto was surprised and curiosity bugged him as he asked, "But why did you do that?" Shutendaji, still laughing his guts out, then added, "To scare the shit out of them, of course. And for the laughs. Man, those were the years. And of course the look of relief when they heard that I died by Minato Rakusho. Minamoshi Rimuru, Mina Kanamori, nah, that's the AV actress, and boy was she a good ride. But what was his name again? Mina Kudo? No, again that's a porn star." Naruto finally understood what kind of character Shutendaji is. He thought, "He's a troll, a big troll. Just like you." Replied Kurama, "What? I'm not a troll." "Really? Then what about the time you were lazy and gave all your piled up work to Shikamaru, acting as though you were busy doing something else but just sitting in the next room and reading Ika Ika?" asked Kurama. "Hey. The work was cutting into my Ika Ika time. What do you think I should have done?" "Alright, then what about the time you ate a Biranxian just to paint your in-law's compound full of pink with rainbows decorated as farts from a white horse's ass? That was a fashion choice. Those guys never wear anything but white and Himawari loved it when she saw that. Okay, then what about the time you actually convinced your fat friend got syphilis by having an infected snack? He needed a healthier diet. Even I stopped having ramen all the time. Heck, that was a group effort. Even Sakura and Karui weighed in on it and it did work. Besides, it worked. He laid off of snacks for about 3 days, which was a record never made in the entire Akimichi clan line," said Naruto. "Then what about the time you had convinced Sasuke to streak across the entire village naked at his bachelor's party? That was a bet. As an aside, it was funny and you know it," replied Naruto. Kurama didn't argue any further and just shut his mouth, as he knew that Naruto would just one excuse or another to denounce his accusation. However, he muttered, "Still can't believe that the Akimichi brat believed in your lie. I know, right? He really needs to look into some books sometime." Naruto then came back to his conversation with Shutendaji, who was still thinking of the name, trying to remember it. "Minha. Anyway, not important. It was some name I had come up with that coincidentally belonged to this other dude. I made some stories that he came along and busted my ass and they believed it just like that. Later on, I went and sneaked into their houses and scared the shit out of them, but making them believe it was all just a dream. And man, that incident spread like wildfire. Next thing I know, I came up with all these wild tales on the life I had led until then, and right now I have an origin story for each region in Japan in Wikipedia. Can you believe that?" Naruto just smiled as the old man drank some more sake. The old man then added with the ever so present grin that didn't seem to fade away from his face, "Haha, so that's my point. Don't go judging the book by its cover. Besides, each of stories of mine were different for a reason. It did give me a certain mysterious effect to me, got me popular with the ladies, if you know what I mean, huh. Something I am sure you have used yourselves, given the number of eyes you turned today while walking along with Yasaka." Naruto retained his calm demeanor, but his face turned stern as he then spoke in a serious tone, "Well, but I am also aware of the fact that you are somewhat familiar with my past. Bullet, and then again, you wouldn't have called me here without knowing, which brings us to the point that we are having this discussion in the first place. Why did you wish to see me?" Shutendaji sighed and spoke with a touch of disappointment in his tone, Man, I thought you would be somewhat loose enough to drink sake with an old man, but what do you know? Naruto didn't waver and said while retaining his serious tone, while I do love to spend some time drinking sake some other time, Lord Daji, frankly I am not in the mood. So please tell me. Shuten Daji closed the half-empty sake bottle and kept it aside. He then drank a cup of sake and answered Naruto's question, I want to help. Naruto asked, what? Shuten Daji set his cup down as he further added, I said I want to help. I know that you have been making alliances left and right, starting with the Greeks and then the three factions to help you fight against this bigger hand in the dark. I want to be on the part of that team. Naruto further asked, why? Shuten Daji replied, for starters, this kind of threat is not something or someone to be underestimated. My faction had already proved its inability to handle themselves when faced with the rebellion. So, having myself offering a personal hand in the mess seemed to be the right choice. Besides, it would also be a good way to thank you for dealing with said rebellion. Naruto finally understood why the old man approached as he did. Naruto looked at the old man and scanned him further for any negative intentions. When sensed nothing of that sort, he sighed. He then said to the old man with a smile, then I thank you for cooperating with us. We could really use the help. Shuten Daji then said, all right. But before I start helping you out, I wanted to know something. Naruto quizzically raised an eyebrow and said, what is it? Shuten Daji still had a stern face as he asked, what is your opinion on breasts? Are you a boobs man or an ass man? Naruto sighed as he thought, why was I thinking that anything serious will come out when he was making a face like that? He then saw the old pervert opening the sake bottle once again while laughing. Naruto couldn't help but smile and think, but still, this is nice. It feels familiar. Somehow. Naruto stayed up till the evening drinking with the old man before he had to leave for his date with Yasaka. He gave his regards to the old man and left in a hurry as he didn't want to mess up the date, which was already somewhat of a make-up for his mess up earlier. Meanwhile the old man silently drank his sake, all alone. However, a presence entered the room and just stood there. Shuten Daji noticed who it was but still continued to drink his sake in silence. The person then spoke. You are happy that you saw him? The old man sighed and said, more than you know. Then why not reveal who you are? The old man said, there is no need. That life of mine is over. I am now Shuten Daji, of Mount Oi. The voice snorted and said, suit yourself. Shuten Daji then added, what? Are you going to just stand there all day? Come here and have a drink. Won't you, Shinigami-kun? Meanwhile in Kuoh, remind me, why am I doing this again? Asked a perplexed Naruto. He and one another person in what appeared to be an indoor basketball court. The place was huge and spacious enough to allow the movement of more than a dozen people to move freely. The person who he spoke to was a red-haired and golden-eyed beauty. She was wearing a green hoodie, tight black yoga pants, and a pair of slip-on sandals. However, she was in a dubious position, which when looked upon by another person would make him slash her wonder what these guys are doing in public. She was on top of him with her legs locked onto his neck. Flashback, Naruto was pruning some of the plants, as if waiting for someone when he saw Pira going down the corridor. He immediately called out to her, hey there. Pira noticed him and smiled, hello Mr. Uzumaki. How are you? Naruto replied with a grin as he said, doing just fine. But I see that your job is putting a hold on you. Pira smiled cordially as she said, no. The teaching is good. The female students are somewhat inactive but they don't protest much. The males, well you know what they say, boys will be boys. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. He then added, walk with me. Pira noted that Naruto wasn't there to make small talk. She curtly nodded her head and they left for the gardens. As soon as they came near, Naruto immediately asked, how has it been on your end? Any word from your father? Pira sighed and said, no. Not as of yet. Lord Zeus says that he has been having the fields of Tartarus scoured for the rest of the Titans, making sure that they stay in their place. Naruto then asked, and what about Pan? Pira frowned and shook her head, no signs of waking up. Lord Hermes is doing his best. Naruto sighed and said, no progress on any front then. Pira shook her head as she smiled a little and said, no, I didn't say that. The faction has stabilized now that Lord Zeus was able to track down the rest of the minor gods and ensured their loyalty. Those who have defected to the other side are being hunted down. Most of them are already down for the count. Captured or killed? Naruto looked surprised as his face turned less somber as he said, "That's good news." Pira then added, "Lord Zeus had also wanted to know your progress with the black man." Naruto replied back as he said, "I have a solid lead that I'm following up on now. Tell him that I'll be needing to meet him soon enough." Pira nodded her head as she noted Naruto's words. Naruto then said, "Now that the business talks are over, how about we talk about you?" Pira sighed as she wriggled her shoulders and said, "Yeah, things have been too stressful lately, hadn't had some time to catch a breath." Naruto replied, "Anything I can do to help you relax? I did promise your father to take care of you." Pira smiled and then thought for a while. She then said, "Well, there is one thing that you can do." Flashback over, "You said that you wanted to help me relax," said Pira. Naruto groaned as she got of him and released her lock. He got up and dusted himself and then said, "I said I wanted to help you relax, I didn't think you would choose sparring of all things. Most women don't do that." Pira said in a triumphant manner and said, "Well, I'm not most women." Naruto sighed in an exasperated manner and said, "Charming. You know that I could have beat you there flat if I didn't go easy on you, right?" Pira looked at him in a challenging manner and said, "Then why don't you show me, or are those words of yours just for show?" Naruto gave her a grin and immediately moved forward instantly and attacked her with a jab. She was able to narrowly evade it. She immediately took a few steps back to avoid his incoming flurry of attacks. Their footwork was so in match with each other that it looked like a dance. A dance among combat experts. However, Pira couldn't move back for long and was immediately cornered before long. One of Naruto's attacks connected, hitting her in the gut and in the chest, throwing her off balance. He immediately stopped and grinned. He then taunted her with a finger to come forward. She then took on his taunt and attacked him with a well-coordinated attacks involving all parts of her body. However, Naruto kept dodging easily and wasn't even breaking a sweat. To add fuel to the fire, he said, "What happened to the flames from earlier? Snuffed out already?" His taunts were working as her attacking became more serious. However, Naruto wanted to have his fair share of fun and added on, "Yawn, come on. I have work to do. Why don't you just admit that you are not a match for this amazing stud?" Pira's fuse was now lit as her attacks started to become aggressive. However, this aggression gave Naruto an advantage as he immediately grabbed an incoming kick and twisted her in the air, before making her fall to the ground. Once he did that, he immediately came out on top of her and held her body under submission. "Arg. Give up. You lost. Or do you want to experience more pain before you admit it?" said Naruto. Pira grumbled as she said, "Ugh. Fine. You win. Happy?" Naruto got up, releasing his hold on her as she got up too. He then said, "As a matter of fact, I am." Pira then stretched her body, relaxing her muscles before saying, "If you were so good, then why did you let me win before?" Naruto gave her a smile and said, "Oh, that was just a warm-up. I wanted to see how good you are, that's all." Pira then raised her eyebrow and asked, "Oh? And what is your assessment?" Naruto smiled and said, "Pretty good. But I wonder, how will you fare in a real combat situation?" Pira grinned as she loved the sound of a challenge. She then declared, "How about we find out?" The room was filled with light as her attire then changed into a bronze armor. Her face was covered with a bronze helmet that covered her face fully. In her hands, she had a spear and shield equipped, and was ready in combat position. Naruto grinned and once again proceeded to give her the same taunt, to which she took the bait and attacked him as the sun started to set in the background. In Kyoto, the Naruto in Kyoto was, for better or worse, was getting ready for his date with Yasaka. He knew that this was coming for a long time, and it was finally time for him to start confirming his feelings for her. Ever since Tsubasa had made her case, Naruto was conflicted about his feelings for Yasaka. This date would reveal all of it to him. He then stared at the mirror as he wore a black jacket and orange t-shirt. He had worn black jeans to go with his black jacket. He tried to comb his hair, but he should have known better as they never settled. He then thought as he entered the corridor as he moved towards Yasaka's room to get her, "All right. All good. Go get her. Yeah, go. Go and get her in your bed by tonight, Egdon Karama. Oh, shut the fuck up. I wonder if the old geezer gave those rabbit ears of yours knowing how a horny fuck you would turn out to be. Is that what I get for cheering you on? Cheering me on? You just wanted some material when you get bored," shouted Naruto, "and that is relevant how? I just get some benefits on the side by chance. With all the unresolved sexual tension I felt between the two of you, it would make one hell of a movie, added Kurama. No it isn't, and you aren't going to see, even if we are going to get freaky. I'll make sure you get to see none of it. Oh, we will see about that, said Kurama with a hint of a fire in his eyes. The rest of the tailed beasts who were watching the argument between man and fox then added together, are you sure that you two aren't the ones that have unresolved sexual tension between the two of you? The fuck was that? The fuck was that? But the conversation didn't matter as Naruto outside had heard a voice call out to him, Naruto. Naruto was pulled out of his mindscape as he looked at the floor. He looked around and saw that he had unconsciously made his way to Yasaka's room. His sight then looked at Yasaka's feet. It then slowly tuned upward as he saw her figure, gulping in on her appearance. Yasaka was not wearing her usual obi and formal clothing. She was wearing a set of casual clothes with an orange one-piece that went along with her hair. She was wearing high heels. It was unlike her, but it suited her very well. He could look at her all day long. However, the situation somehow felt familiar to him. Yasaka frowned and asked, what is it? Does it not look good? Naruto shook his head and smiled. He then took a deep breath and said, no. I always imagined how you would look wearing something other than your formal clothing, but guess I wasn't expecting to see this. You look more beautiful in real person. Yasaka looked bashful at the heartfelt compliment. She then gave a teasing grin as she then added, well, flattery will get you only so far. You need to perform properly to compensate all the grievances you caused me. Naruto returned her teasing grin and said, oh? Are you that eager for this date? Yasaka laughed mirthfully and said, I would be lying if I said I am not. Naruto then added, I would hate to disappoint then. Take my hand. Yasaka looked at Naruto dubiously before she grabbed onto Naruto's hand. She then immediately flashed out along with Naruto. Yasaka merely blinked before she found herself mesmerized at the appearance of one of the most beautiful sights she had ever seen. She looked out from one of the cliffs as she saw a line of waterfalls, flowing down to form a long stream. The moonlight was gracefully falling down on the green grass beneath her as fireflies seemed to illuminate the place completely. The place seemed to be brimming with life despite it being dark. Yasaka could feel the nature around her. It was pure, untainted by outside influences. She then in an astonished tone, where are we? Naruto smiled gently as he placed his hand on a Queen of the Night cluster which gave a good fragrance to the place. He then said, this was a place that I had discovered when I was marking hotspots of nature. It was not habituated, had it sealed off from the outside world so that I can maintain the sanctity. You are the first one other than me and the animals to enter this place. Yasaka took a deep breath and then said, it's beautiful. Naruto said, glad you liked it. He then took out a scroll and unsealed something. Immediately smoke filled the area as something puffed into existence. Yasaka then saw it was a set of kitchen tools and some ingredients, all prepped up and neatly packed in the bag. She then looked at Naruto setting up a fire. He then said, well, I know that it may not be what you expected, but I wanted to cook for you in this occasion. Yasaka laughed and asked, you know how to cook? Naruto pouted as he said, hey. I take offense to that. I know how to cook. Yasaka laughed and said, all right. What is it you are cooking? Naruto grinned and then had a weird glint in his eye. Yasaka saw the glint and expected what was to come next. He then made a gesture as if to reveal a grand secret. He said, it's something that is going to blow you away. Yasaka deadpanned and said, it's ramen, isn't it? Naruto gawked in surprise as he looked at a now grinning Yasaka. He shrugged his shoulders as he held his down, his hair covering his eyes and said, yes. Yasaka sighed as if she was expecting this from him but wasn't in the least bit disappointed. However, she then heard Naruto say, you got me there, but this isn't any ramen. Yasaka was now curious, not any ramen. Naruto replied, this is my super secret top of the line ramen, the recipe which I had never shared with anybody. Something I had created from the years of mastery over the art of ramen making. This is like the emperor of all ramen. It makes all other ramen look like a bowl of noodles and soup in comparison. Yasaka was drooling as she heard his description. She then gulped her saliva, her tails wagging in anticipation as she asked, what is it? Naruto's eyes which were covered then revealed out his bright blue orbs, as his face turned to reveal a large grin that reflected the moonlight as he said, not telling. Yasaka pouted but her tails still wagged in anticipation. Naruto chuckled and said, If I said it now then it would just lower your expectations, wouldn't it? Yasaka snorted and said, "Humph. It better be as good as you say or I am not letting you off easy." Naruto smiled and said, "It won't be." He then started cooking while Yasaka watched him then work at a very fast pace, one which she couldn't follow. The ingredients slowly stewing in the broth made a strong smell that entered her nose. She couldn't help but feel at ease when the smell entered her. Unusually it made her excited her and soothed her at the same time. She was liking it so far. However, what impressed her more was Naruto's culinary skills. She learned a lot of things from him just by watching, opening a new world of cooking. Once the noodles were made, it was filled with the broth in the cup. Naruto then took out some spices, and added it to the broth. Once all the preparations was done, the smell had become so strong that it seemed to encompass the entire cliff with the fragrance. Naruto performed a hand seal and immediately a wooden table and chair came to existence. He then said, "Get yourselves comfortable. Because dinner is served." Yasaka sat on the chair as Naruto then served her a bowl of ramen which was covered with a plate on top. She opened the plate and found to be an ordinary-looking ramen, but the smell coming off of it was not so ordinary, so she was not quick to judge. Naruto took out his bowl and gave his thanks to the gods before saying, "Let's eat." Yasaka broke her chopsticks and dug right in. Natural to say, she hadn't expected it to be good. The flavors that attacked her tongue had so much variety to them, however all of them blended so well that she couldn't help but feel satisfied at how it ended. It was magical. She then let out a moan of satisfaction. Naruto, who heard that, smiled as a chef who was complimented on his work. She didn't speak any word and just loudly slurped the ramen along with Naruto. One bowl was already over before they even knew it. When she finished the bowl, Yasaka immediately asked, "One more bow?" Naruto smiled and said, "Coming right up." She and Naruto then had 7 more bowls before Yasaka felt as if she was done for the night. The taste was still in her buds and she wished that they remained that way for the rest of her life. But she knew that all things good or bad must come to an end and thus didn't fight it. However, she who was so immersed in the moment felt a soft feeling touching her body. She opened her eyes to find a wide range of small animals by her side, at her feet. Naruto looked over and laughed, "Ha ha ha. Seems as if the smell has attracted them. Good thing I had some extra bowls on me." He then took a bunch of other cups and quickly added the soup and the noodles to it. He performed a hand seal and immediately, a bunch of vines came out grabbing onto the soup, before placing them gently at an equitable distance in front of all the animals. The animals didn't wait and started to dig in. They watched with mirth in their eyes, as Yasaka gushed over the cute young bunnies that were sipping in on the bowls. The pair then talked together for a long while about various things, as time never seemed to pass. The moon was high in the night shining on as the pair continued to speak while the animals that had their meals fell asleep together, huddled in groups near them. Yasaka gently caressed the soft brown fur of a rabbit as she said, "I had a wonderful night, Naruto, thank you." Naruto smiled. He then shook his head and said, "I enjoyed our evening too, Yasaka. I hoped you liked my cooking." Yasaka, who nodded vigorously, then asked, "What is in that ramen?" It looked so plain on the outside but it tasted so heavenly. Naruto laughed at the description and said, "Well, if I said what was inside it, it wouldn't make it so special, would it?" Yasaka pouted and said, "You wouldn't share it? Even with me?" Naruto grinned and said, "Nope. Not for sale." Yasaka then slowly approached him and then said, "Oh, are you sure you don't want to? I can be very persuasive." Naruto looked at the position that Yasaka was in. He was then pushed to the ground by her. She was on top of him giving a small chuckle. Naruto smiled and asked, "Oh? And how are you going to convince me?" She had a weird glint in her eyes, her sweet seductive eyes that can't seem to be broken from his gaze. He looked into her and slowly, their lips touched and their bodies enwrapped around them. They both melted into the kiss as Naruto and Yasaka closed her eyes, enjoying the moment. Naruto slowly started to move his hands around her body, within her obi when he realized what he was doing. He immediately stopped, which made Yasaka come back to her senses. Both of them got off each other. Naruto then curtly said, I am sorry for doing that, Yasaka. I have wronged you." Yasaka shook her head and said, "And no, you don't need to apologize. I was at fault for approaching you like that." They both fell into an awkward silence before Naruto said, "I think it's time we go back. We have stayed here long enough. Kunu must be worried." Yasaka didn't say anything as she looked at the ground. Naruto looked at it as her sign of approval. He then approached her and asked for her hand for them to teleport back using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. However, Naruto was suddenly pulled in by Yasaka, who gave him another kiss. However, this kiss was a short one. She moved way slowly before saying, "I love you." 3 words that put Naruto into a three-sided dilemma. On one side, he was happy, as the feelings that he had for Yasaka was being reciprocated, and on the other side, he had Tsubasa's feelings to consider, and finally the last one being the guilt of not being faithful to his dead wife. This complication showed on his face as he was about to speak out. But he was stopped with a finger on his lips. Yasaka had a smile on her face as she said, "I had these feelings for a long time now, ever since the time you were with me and Kuoh. You were a shoulder to lean on for us. A shoulder which I can lean on without a worry in the world. I never got the chance to tell you this before because I never confirmed them until you left. You were always on the back of my mind, Naruto. Always." Naruto was about to speak, but I hush. "Let me finish. I know that you have a hard time deciding now. I know about Tsubasa confessing to you. But know this. I can wait for you, as long as you want me to. So, confront these feelings of yours whenever you are ready and talk to me. I will be waiting until then." Naruto chose to remain silent and nodded. Yasaka gave a beautiful smile and hugged him, which he had unknowingly reciprocated. A few moments later, she separated from him and touched her chest before joking, "Boy. You don't know how tough it was confessing to you. Now I would love to see you suffer the same trials as I have done." "Yufu." Naruto teased and said, Well Yasaka, I didn't know that you had a sadistic streak. Aren't you a little naughty?" Yasaka blushed and then said, "You can find out how naughty I am after you give me an answer." Naruto smiled and then said, "And I will. But you are right. I can't decide now. However, I will give you an answer in the future. I promise." Yasaka replied, "You'd better." They both laughed at that. Once they were done, Yasaka grabbed his hand and asked, "Why don't we go home now?" Naruto smiled and then curtly nodded his head as the pair disappeared, leaving the place in a flash. In Kuoh the next day, Naruto was now in a certain clothes shop wondering something. Kurama. Yeah. Now that I think about it, this is a date, right? No. You are just overthinking this. A girl merely asked to do clothes shopping with you yesterday after you guys finished your spar. There is absolutely no resemblance between this and a date. Technically, I recommended her this place after she said that she had a hard time finding a good place to shop for clothes, and then she dragged me in the moment we arrived to help her select. It was at that very moment he was taken out to the real world by Pira, who asked, "What do you think of this?" She was wearing a white blouse and a white skirt to match the blouse, which had some embroidery work done on the edges. It suited her really well. Naruto replied, "Nice. It suits you very well." Pira smiled and then went back to change. Meanwhile, the tailed beasts within Naruto's mind were thinking, are they dumb or are they dumb? They do realize that they are on a date, right? Asked Madatabi. Kurama sighed and said, despite being sensitive to what he says, sometimes, Naruto is the classic example of a dense protagonist. The rest of the tailed beasts sighed as they all nodded their heads. Kurama then suggested, let's see how long he takes to figure it out. The tailed beasts nodded their head, and it was at the moment Naruto said, I figured it out, guys. This isn't a date. Because I casually suggested her this place and showed it to her, and she only wanted someone for helping her choose. So not a date, said Naruto. Every tailed beast within the room, especially Kurama, had the urge to bang their head against the wall. They all shouted, it's a date. However, Naruto didn't hear what they said as he continued to give fashion advice to Pira, who very quickly decided all her clothing. Once they were done, they exited the store and quickly found a quiet place to seal all their stuff into a sealing scroll. Pira then said, allow me to thank you for everything, Naruto. Naruto waved her off and said, don't mention it. It's not that big a deal anyway. Pira shook her head as she said, no, I insist. I want to thank you for all the time you spent with me, helping me with my training and with my shopping. How about I thank you by taking you out to dinner? Naruto, you see, was not dense, on most days at least. But today, he was not the sharpest tool in the tool shed. He thought, well, who am I to deny a free meal? Let's just go with it. He nodded his head and said, all right. I'll see you at 8 tonight. Pira nodded her head and said, it's a date then. Naruto smiled and said, "A date it is." Pira smiled and then left to be on her way. Naruto did the same as he too moved. However, their movements started to become unusual when each of them took the 10th step. A date, thought each for different reasons. However, the tailed beasts who heard that had only one reaction: finally. These two dumb fucks get it. Naruto looked at the old man and asked, "You're Shundaji?" The old man laughed and asked with delight, "What were you expecting?" A huge man with red skin with a baleful aura. Shundaji closed the half-empty sake bottle and kept it aside. He then drank a cup of sake and answered Naruto's question, "I want to help." Naruto asked, "What?" Shundaji set his cup down as he further added, "I said I want to help. I know that you have been making alliances left and right, starting with the Greeks and then the three factions to help you fight against this bigger hand in the dark. I want to be on the part of that team. You are happy that you saw him." The old man sighed and said, "More than you know." Shundaji then added, "What? Are you going to just stand there all day? Come here and have a drink. Won't you, Shinigami-kun? How has it been on your end? Any word from your father?" Pira sighed and said, "No. Not as of yet. Lord Zeus says that he has been having the fields of Tartarus scoured for the rest of the Titans, making sure that they stay in their place." Naruto then asked, "And what about Pan?" Pira frowned and shook her head, no signs of waking up. "Lord Hermes is doing his best." Naruto returned her teasing grin and said, "Oh? Are you that eager for this date?" Yasaka laughed mirthfully and said, "I would be lying if I said I am not." Naruto then added, "I would hate to disappoint then. Take my hand." Yasaka laughed and said, "All right. What is it you are cooking?" Naruto grinned and then had a weird glint in his eye. Yasaka saw the glint and expected what was to come next. He then made a gesture as if to reveal a grand secret. He said, "It's something that is going to blow you away." Yasaka deadpanned and said, "It's ramen, isn't it? I love you." 3 words that put Naruto into a three-sided dilemma. On one side, he was happy, as the feelings that he had for Yasaka was being reciprocated, and on the other side, he had Tsubasa's feelings to consider, and finally the last one being the guilt of not being faithful to his dead wife. This complication showed on his face as he was about to speak out. But he was stopped with a finger on his lips. Yasaka had a smile on her face as she said, "I had these feelings for a long time now, ever since the time you were with me in Kuoh. You were a shoulder to lean on for us. A shoulder which I can lean on without a worry in the world. I never got the chance to tell you this before because I never confirmed them until you left. You were always on the back of my mind, Naruto. Always. Why don't we go home now?" Naruto smiled and then curtly nodded his head as the pair disappeared, leaving the place in a flash. He nodded his head and said, "All right. I'll see you at 8 tonight." Pira nodded her head and said, "It's a date then." Naruto smiled and said, "A date it is." Pira smiled and then left to be on her way. Naruto did the same as he too moved. However, their movements started to become unusual when each of them took the 10th step. A date, thought each for different reasons. However, the tailed beasts who heard that had only one reaction: finally. These two dumb fucks get it. Now, here we are. In Kyoto, Naruto woke up in his room in Yasaka's palace the next morning. He got up and stretched his legs and let out loud yawn. He then rubbed his eyes and found a basin nearby to wash his face and do the rest of his morning rituals. Meanwhile, he was thinking about all the things that happened yesterday. Well, that date did go good. A snort was heard in his mind. Naruto recognized who it was and said, "Care to weigh in your thoughts, seeing as you have some opinion?" Kurama then said, "The vixen was expecting you to respond to her feelings, but you didn't reply." Naruto was silent and didn't respond to that. Kurama sighed and said, "Brat, I don't understand why you are still hesitating despite having feelings for her. Your wife is already long gone. If you think you are desecrating her memory by moving forward, then you are only fooling yourself." Naruto, who was silent the whole time, finally spoke, "Have you said enough, or do you have something else that you need to add?" Kurama snorted and said, "Uneasy hearts waver easily. Don't keep her waiting for long, or you may lose your chance." Naruto remained silent as he listened to Kurama's and cut off the connection between himself and Kurama for good. He then went to the dining room and saw that both Yasaka and Kuoh were waiting on him. He greeted them, "Good morning." "Good morning to you as well, Naruto," said Yasaka with a smile. Kuoh also have a smile and said, "Good morning." Naruto sat down and all three of them had their breakfast while talking about the day's plans, and it was then Kuoh asked, "So are you going back to Kuoh today?" Naruto was surprised at the unexpected question but didn't hesitate to answer, "Yeah. I am still needed back in Kuoh. I can't stay for long this time." Kuno's face darkened at that and said, "Oh." Naruto spoke in an uneasy manner said, "Kuoh." Kuoh replied with a smile, "It's alright Uncle Naruto. I know that you are very busy. I am already happy that you took some time to visit us after all these months." Naruto could discern the smile that Kuoh gave was a fake one and his heart felt guilty at the thought of leaving them. However, his mind was not changed on his decision. He needed to be at Kuoh. He then looked at Yasaka. Naruto could detect a trace of longing in her eyes, but also one that of understanding. She spoke, "We'll be seeing you again later then, Naruto." His will was wavering but he didn't hear any protest from Yasaka or Kuoh, thus he still remained set on leaving. Naruto thought, why is this never easy? But they didn't stay tense for long as Kuoh had steered the topic away to a more relaxed one, while they enjoyed their breakfast. It was in the afternoon. Naruto packed his stuff in a scroll and was ready to leave. He was not going to bother taking the long route and just use Highschool on the way back. So he was out the front door with Yasaka beside him saying their farewells. He turned towards her and said, "Thank you for letting me stay here, Yasaka." Yasaka shook her head and said, "You will always have a place here Naruto." Both of them then turned to silence as things became awkward like before. Naruto then said, "Yasaka. Last night, however Yasaka cut him off and said, "Don't worry. I already told you before. I can wait. As long as you want me to." Naruto still looked troubled with the way she answered that and then asked, "Do you want me to go?" Yasaka was surprised at the question as she didn't expect that. She fumbled as she said, "What are you talking about? Of course, you need to go. Didn't you say that you are need dash?" Naruto shook his head and then said, "I asked Yasaka, do you want me to go?" Yasaka calmed down. She caught the hem of her obi and gripped it hard. She bit her lip as she looked down and said, "No." She then looked at him in the eye with a gritty determination and said, "I don't want you to go. I want you to stay with me, with us." However, her face then morphed into one of understanding. She then smiled and said, "However, that doesn't mean you should stay with us. There are those who need you more than we do. I don't want to trouble you any further than I already have. You need to go." Naruto then smiled at her and hugged her. He then said, "Thanks for everything." Yasaka was surprised by the sudden hug but then soon returned it with a smile of her own, "You're welcome." He smiled and then broke from the hug and yelled, "All right. Sayonara." As soon as he said that, he disappeared in a yellow flash. Yasaka made a sad face once he left and then sighed. She then left back to her office, to once again do her mundane job. She walked down the hallway with a blank face, thinking about the time he would visit her next. As soon as he left, things began to look a little dull, once again. She entered her office once again and turned on the lights but immediately gave a cry of surprise, "Kia, wait. Naruto." Naruto was seated on her chair giving her a Cheshire Fox grin before he said, "Well, I kind of changed my mind at the last moment. Thing is, my clone is still in Kuoh and he hasn't given me anything major to worry about, so I decided I can still leave after a couple of weeks here." Yasaka, who heard that, gave him a dazzling smile and said, "You're always welcome here, Naruto." Naruto replied with a smile of his own, "Thank you, once again." Yasaka shook her head and said, "No, it's alright, now." Naruto got a bad feeling as he then saw her smile turn slightly colder but her expression didn't change one bit. She then spoke out, "When do you plan on moving out of my office, or do I need to kick you out personally?" In Kuoh, Issei was just about done with school and the club work. He had just finished another contract, but he couldn't get to make the dude who hired him sign a deal. After all, he was Mr. Nice Guy. Yeah, guess I'll be killing myself now for thinking that this fucking anyway. The pervert just finished another odd job for the club and was on his way home. The finals were coming up for the year and he wanted to perform good so that he doesn't get held back for remedial classes. Rias and Asia were helping him out at home, and ever since the others moved over, things have been pretty noisy. With between Asia and Rias being clingy, Akeno being feisty, Zenovia was also added into the mix ever she got turned, making things way worse. Well, hot. Dangerously hot. Cough. Cough. Issei thought, now that I think about it. I am already on the start of my quest for a harem, aren't I? However, that line of thought was cut off when he entered his once 2-floored house turned 6-floored mansion with a rooftop garden. Talk about overkill, sheesh. But I digress. Issei now entered his house and removed his shoes at the entrance like normal. Found out that no one was present on the ground floor, unusual but still normal. Then he climbed the stairs to his room, which is at the end of the common hallway, to find Rias, Asia, Akeno, and Zenovia with their bubbly behinds huddled together as they peeked into Naruto's room with the door nearly closed. Definitely not normal. Issei looked bewildered at the sight before him and asked, "Hey guys. What's going shhhhhhhhh?" All of the girls motioned a silencing gesture, prompting Issei to shut his mouth. He came forward to look at what the girls were peeking in on and found Naruto to be looking through a bunch of clothes. His confusion grew and thus he whispered, "What's going on?" Asia then said in a hushed squeal, "Naruto is going on a date." Zenovia then chided in and said, "We don't know that. All we know is that Mr. Naruto has been acting all weird ever since he came back home." Rias huffed and said, "He's trying out a bunch of clothes, did his hair, and tried out a bunch of colognes. If he's not out going for a date, then you tell me." Zenovia replied, "Maybe he's going to an interview." Rias asked with exasperation, "Where?" "A male strip club." Zenovia then said, "Maybe. Who knows? Maybe he found passion in showing his goods to a bunch of thirsty grandmas. Besides, I heard that it has good money." Asia turned red at that and said, "Zenovia, you shouldn't say things like that. Mr. Naruto is not that kind of person." Rias replied, "Well, what Asia said. Though I do wonder what it would be like if it were actually true." Issei, who heard that, then said with nausea, "Please don't." However, his wish was a failure as Akeno then started off, "Yufu. What wouldn't I give to see that piece of steak on stage, those tightly packed, dense muscles filled with sweat, that hot body with lumberjack shoulders and tight thighs, mama likey." Akeno then licked her lips as the rest of the girls were brought into her perverted fantasy. They blushed at the implications, but all of them couldn't help but want to see that image. However, one Issei was turning green and not red. Whether it was due to envy or due to nausea at the fact that he imagined a naked man, one could never know. A straight man never would want to imagine or even think about another man naked. Even if it were someone like Naruto. Sorry, especially if it were someone like Naruto. However, Issei was soon brought out from this image when he heard a voice, "I would like it if you guys try to at least respect another person's privacy." Issei and the gang recognized it to be Naruto's voice. They opened the door to find him dressed in a dark black blazer and an ordinary white t-shirt. His collars were raised, giving him a casual playboy look. He also wore pants to match said blazer. "So, how do I look?" Akeno was the one to reply first, dashing. "So? Who's the lucky lady?" Naruto gave a smile and said, "Thanks. And the answer to your question is none of your business." She pouted and said, "Ah, come on. At least give us a clue." Naruto gave a foxy smile and said, "Nope." He then looked at the clock on his wall and said, "Welp. I think it's time I go meet her. It will be a while before I return, so take care of the house while I'm gone. Ciao." He then vanished in a flash of yellow and then appeared in front of another house. He then thought, "Well, here goes." He was about to knock on the door but stopped. He hesitated. Kurama, who was within him, then said, "What's the matter, brat?" Naruto replied, "Well, it's just that what if I am wrong? What if I am dressed too much? Will she get the wrong idea?" Kurama sighed and then yelled, "We have been through this already, brat. From what I understand of the fashion sense of this world, what you are wearing is a semi-casual. Not too formal and not too informal. Just knock on the door, have your little date, and then see where it goes. Why the hell are you being nervous now?" Naruto, who heard Kurama's yelling, picked his ears. Ouch. Alright already. You didn't need to yell about it." He then knocked on the door and waited. He then heard a voice, "Naruto." Naruto replied, "Yeah." Naruto looked on as the door opened to find a neatly dressed Pira. She was wearing red lipstick and had a light makeup on her face, which mostly made up of just foundation. He then looked down to see that she was wearing a red blouse and a knee-long skirt with frills on the edges, going down to reveal her long, supple, and white legs, wearing a pair of high-heeled red slippers. If it were any other woman, Naruto may have judged that she is wearing enough red to throw her beauty away, but to Pira, the red made her beauty come out. It suited her. She asked, "How do I look?" Naruto gave a thumbs up and said, "If I were a scout for a modeling company, I would have hired you right away." Pyrrha found the dialogue to be corny, but she still appreciated the compliment and gave a heartfelt, "Thank you." Naruto then held out his hand and said, "Shall we go? I hope you are ready to pay, cause I haven't had lunch." Pyrrha laughed and then said, "All right. I have already made a reservation in a restaurant I know around here. It's a multi-cuisine restaurant and the food they make is really delicious." Naruto had a bad feeling about the restaurant but still decided it's alright to go out there. He and Pyrrha walked for a while before they finally made it to the place. As he saw the neighborhood they were entering, his bad feeling in the gut intensified, and finally that bad feeling became realized when he saw the front of the restaurant that Pyrrha had talked about. Oh shit. This is the place that idiot Azazel suggested. Meanwhile the tailed beasts laughed as they shouted, "Ha ha ha ha. This is the place that you and that cat girl of yours went to, right? I still can't forget your last visit over here. Ha ha ha." Naruto looked annoyed but he ignored them as he said to Pyrrha, "Hey, do you think it's okay for you to cancel the reservation over here? I don't think I can eat here." Naruto looked like he didn't want to stay there any longer than he needed to, which made Pyrrha confused. She didn't understand what had gone wrong and then asked the obvious, "What happened? Is something wrong?" Naruto laughed, "Is that all? Don't worry. A few bottles won't hurt you. And I promise you, even if you get drunk, I'll take you back to your home, safe and sound." Pyrrha, who heard that, smiled and said, "Thank you." Naruto replied, "No problem." While they waited, Naruto and Pyrrha passed the time with small talk while drinking a few cups of sake. They talked about their past but not into great detail, just the small, funny, and memorable instances that lit up their dark world. The food was now ready as the chef then gave their orders. Both of them held their hands in a praying manner and said, "Itadakimasu." Once they finished saying that, they began to dig in, waiting for no one, and enjoying their time together at the shop, with Naruto not realizing the big mistake he had just made. A few hours later, Kuoh had well fallen into the darkness of the night. There was no people in sight on the streets as everyone had already gotten home by then. However, that wasn't the same for Naruto and Pyrrha as they had just flashed in front of the entrance of Pyrrha's house. After they had their meal, as it took longer than they originally thought. They had been over there drinking at Yamazaki's shop until late in the night. Naruto had no problem in holding his liquor as he had Kurama, but hoo. Yeah baby. Jeet me back ke heek to my behiked. We lll party all night, if you know heek know what I mean. Hoo ha ha ha. The same cannot be said for Pyrrha as she was now completely wasted. Naruto already had a tough time to make her get up and exit her drinking spree voluntarily or forcefully ended it by teleporting out of there by hurling in his shop. Good thing he footed the bill by keeping the money on the table and teleported right away along with her, as she might have made a mess out of Yamazaki's ramen shop. At the present they were in front of Pyrrha's apartment. He then made a wry smile and said, "Come on, Pyrrha, we are almost there." Naruto. Come on. Let's have a few mooter cubes of Sayayaki. Naruto made an exasperated face as he thought, man. Making her drink was a bad choice. For you, that is. Ha 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 ha, said Shukaku. Naruto replied with a tinge of annoyance, "What's so funny?" "Oh, nothing. Just your sorry ass situation right now is tickling our funny bones," said Kurama with a grin on his face. Naruto replied, "I'll deal with you guys later." He was then finally able to bring her to her bed and made her lay down. He said, "Now that we have you in bed, it's time for you to go to sleep, alright? I'll call you once you wake up." But Pyrrha stopped him and cried like a little child, "Nuru. I don't want nap. I want heek to drink." Naruto made a difficult face, but he remembered something he once watched on TV. He then spoke to her like she was a 2-year-old, "Oh, then do you want the principal to give you a lecture for not arriving to your work on time? Do you want the students to know that you are a bad teacher?" Pyrrha's face turned into a pout and gave a dull sounding, "Nuru." Naruto replied, "See. I always knew that you were a good girl. Who's a little princess? You are. Oh, you are." Pyrrha laughed and said, "Yay. I'll go to sleep then." Naruto elicited a cheer on the inside and was about to leave when a hand grabbed him. He saw that Pyrrha was looking at him expectantly and immediately asked, "What? Are you not going to sleep yet?" Pyrrha had frowned as she said, "But I can't sleep unless I am naked. Help me change." Naruto maintained a normal expression on the outside, but internally he screamed, Pffft ha 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 ha. I can't take this anymore, laughed the crazy Tanuki, ha 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 ha. Ha ha. You boy are in serious trouble if she remembers any of this, ha 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 ha, laughed the usually stoic Isabu. Ha 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 ha. I hope your balls doesn't fly out your pants from all the frustration, brat. Ha 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 ha, laughed Kurama. Shut the fuck up, assholes. I am trying to deal a situation over here. How the hell am I going to explain this shit to her next morning, yelled Naruto beats us. You were the one that made the promise. Ha 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 ha. Now pay the price or, better yet, enjoy, said Kurama as the rest of the tailed beasts cut off the connection, leaving Naruto to cuss at them like crazy. Though Pira on the outside hasn't given up on Naruto undressing her. She shouted, "Undress me! Undress me!" Naruto made an exasperated face as if he was crying his tears out without even shedding it. He then sighed and thought, one way in, one way out, Naruto. You should have listened to her warning back then. You just didn't, did you? Now you have to pay the consequence. Naruto replied, alright then. Pira then got up, all wobbly with the effects of the drinking still present on her body. Naruto closed his eyes as he removed her blouse. He then tried to make his way to her skirt, but when he touched her, he felt something soft on her body. He was not a clueless idiot as he could figure out what it was. Naruto thought, oh shit. Wrong place. Definitely wrong place. Lower. He, stop, you shouldn't took it, not yet. Since she was not of the right mind, Naruto ignored her and then went lower until he could feel the hem of her skirt. He then pulled it down gently and slowly until it came off, right off her legs. Once that was done, he said, all right? Are you satisfied? Can you go to sleep this way? Pira replied, no. You still haven't taken out my bra or panties yet. Hashtag $$ and %*. Naruto cussed out unspeakable words and then proceeded to slowly touch her body. He asked, how the hell should I unhook it? Pira replied, from heek the firmament. He could only cry out at the cruelty of this world. He then proceeded to touch the same place once again and searched for a hook. This search was not unfelt by Pira as she let out a few laughs and moans, ha ha ha. That tick hikle, no, not there. Naruto became red as he was finally able to unhook the bra. He thought, now for the panties. He went downward to reach for the panties, and once he did that, he slowly removed it, just like the skirt, off her legs and onto his hands, before he threw it on the floor. He then turned and said, there. I undressed you, now, go to sleep. Alright. Nighty night. Naruto then got up from the bed and was about to leave the room when his back was caught by a pair of hands. His body was immediately turned by this pair of muscular hands as his face was stuffed into a pair of soft things. We. Sleep with me. Naruto was now suffocating as he wailed around with his hands. He tried to get off her grip without hurting her, but Pira's grip was really strong. The more he struggled, the tighter her grip became. Bye-bye, don't be surug. Naruto thought, fuck. This drunk chick will kill me if I don't get out of here soon. Think fast, Naruto. Think. I refused to be killed by a bunch of boobs. That's Issei's fantasy, not mine. Then a thought occurred to him. It was a bit extreme, but he had no choice. He immediately used his free hand, reached behind her neck and immediately chopped her. She was knocked out instantaneously. Her grip became loose and Naruto finally broke out of her fierce hug and gasped for air. Unfortunately, this also meant that he had now set his eyes upon her naked glory as well. But after the mess of feeling her glory, seeing it didn't bother him anymore. He took the chance to tuck her into bed properly before looking at her with a wry smile. Damn, I am really going to have a hard time explaining this tomorrow. He flashed out the apartment and went back to his own one. He plunged into his bed like a tired man after a long day's work. As he lay on his bed, he thought, the boss's not gonna like this. However, his face morphed into a sly grin as he thought, meh, who cares? That guy just made me do the busy work while he went away to have fun with Yasaka. Let him deal with the consequences. Kurama and the other tailed beasts who remained a silent spectator to the Naruto clone's antics could only sigh. Kurama spoke out, when will the idiot learn that they are one and the same? Jayuki was the first one to respond, I bet 2 taels worth of my chakra saying never. Me too, said Shikaku. Shut up, Shikaku. You only have 1 tail, yelled Son Goku. Wanna fight me, you stinking ape, yelled Shikaku as the situation once again evolved into a big fight. Kurama sighed as he decided to stay out of this fight and closed his eyes. However, he suddenly opened them back as he soon felt a presence. Something unusual was taking place in a distance. Madatabi, who noticed that, immediately asked, "What is it, Kurama? Do you sense something?" Kurama narrowed his eyes but then snorted and went back to sleep. Nothing. It must have just been my imagination. Madatabi replied, "Alright then." Aokigahara, Japan. Moonlight shone brightly in the eerie forest Aokigahara. Whispers ran, as the cold wind blew in the night. However, that didn't stop the nature from flowing within. The forest was filled with life despite being the place where humans came to end their own. A big black box appeared in the depth of the forest with white runic lines covering its entity. As it appeared, it created a circle of darkness around it, and as this circle became bigger, the life within it faded away. The trees became darker and the insects and other wildlife dropped down, dead and cold, and soon they turned to dust. A teleportation circle appeared at the location. 3 men appeared and observed. Of them, 2 of them had silver hair, while the last one was completely immersed in darkness. It was Zetsu along with 2 others. Their expectant eyes in the beginning soon turned to disappointment when the black box soon exploded after a while. "Another failure," muttered Zetsu. "Yes. But we are much closer, now. All we need is a better source of nature energy," replied the man with the braided silver hair. He appeared in his early 20s and had gray eyes. He wore a silver robe with a fashionable butler-like look. "That's the only positive outcome from this experiment, Euclid," replied the other silver-haired man. But he looked much older than his counterpart and his color was much darker. Said man also had hazel eyes and a beard to fashion his face. He was dressed in the same robes as Surtsk's, although his robes were silver like the color of his hair. "We are running out of time. The sooner we succeed with this, the better." The middle-aged man then laughed out loud. He said, My, are you really that scared of the pretending devils and their newfound ally? What can a mere extra from your world do?" Zetsu scowled in response as he said, "That mere extra is more than enough to fight my mother at her current condition. If we are to have a full assurance of achieving our goals, it's best if we act soon, Rizvame." The man identified as Rizvame then gave a maniacal grin and asked, "Then are you suggesting that we move on to Plan B?" Zetsu replied with an ugly grin of his own, "We start Plan B within a month." Rizvame was puzzled and asked, "What's within a month?" Euclid was the one to reply to his question. "The 3 factions are holding a peace conference with the other pantheons to discuss the Chaos Brigade, milord." Rizvame could fit the pieces of the puzzle very well as he then laughed and said, "Ahh. Zetsu. You magnificent thing you. Causing trouble at home while the parents are away. I love it." Zetsu chuckled eerily as he slowly immersed back into the ground, silently leaving a laughing Rizvame and his silent servant behind in the suicide forest of Japan. "Soon, mother, soon, your time will come." Where am I?" Naruto found himself to be stranded in an unknown place. He looked around and found himself surrounded by only one thing. Darkness. Where the hell am I? Kurama? Guys? Answer me, dammit. Naruto was confused. He did his best not to panic and try to remember what he did last, but sadly he couldn't. Soon he began to hear a soft ringing sound in his ears. He slowly turned around to find a dim light in the distance. What is that? He was like a moth to a flame, naturally attracted towards the dim light. He moved closer and closer and the soft ringing sound became much louder. He saw that it was a wisp of white light. It was chiming loudly but not enough to deafen him. He stepped forward and then touched the light, but immediately he was thrown into a loop of images came rushing into his mind. He saw those images and recognized them. It was his past. From the moment he was born to his childhood, preteen, teen, adult and much beyond. It was a buttload of information. The images seemed to never end. He then saw numerous other possibilities to what could have been if there was a change in one place. Pain. He was in deep pain as his brain couldn't process the millions of images that entered it simultaneously. However, he pushed on, gritting his teeth. As the images started to increase, his past was no longer the subject of their focus. He started seeing people, ones that he never met before. A brown-haired lady with a green outfit, a white-haired man with 12 devil wings who seemed to resemble Volley, a blonde kid wielding a huge broadsword, a dark-skinned man with black hair and a blue shirt. Then he looked at a calm and frozen lake surrounded by a lush forest. A huge boulder that has a small crack in it. A golden palace covered in gemstones within a city made of silver. Thousands of dragons flying around a place filled with dim lights that seemed to emanate from gemstones. Finally he saw the image of two people, one was whom he was familiar. A healthy Kagaya wearing an obi with a man shrouded in darkness kneeling before him. He concentrated on that image but it stayed for a second before it got replaced by a new image. His mind was bursting at the seams as it could no longer take all the information that seemed to never end. His body was taking the toll as it started jerking slightly. He shouted and screamed into the abyss, H. The images suddenly stopped as Naruto huffed and puffed with weariness. His mind had taken a huge toll and he was relieved that it wasn't broken. He then saw that there were tattooed chains on his right arm that began to break one by one, however it soon stopped with only 3 chains remaining. A burning sensation was felt on his hand as he turned his palm around to find the chains to be blocking a small spiral. What the hell is going on? He saw someone in the distance but his vision started to blur and faded into darkness due to exhaustion. However he still retained his sense of hearing and could hear a deep and guttural voice, I see, only the 3 chains of death remains. You have done well Uzumaki. We will be expecting you soon enough. Gasps, Hyu. Naruto woke up and aggressively got up from his futon. His entire body wreathed with sweat as it relapsed from the exhaustion caused by a nightmare. Naruto thought, what the fuck was that? What kid? Asked Kurama. Naruto looked at Kurama and said, you're here. Kurama looked bewildered and replied, yeah, where else am I supposed to be? Naruto thought, just a dream eh? Kurama narrowed his eyes and said, what are you not telling me, Naruto? Naruto dismissed the talk and said, nothing. Just a weird dream. Kurama wanted to ask the details of the dream but he decided against it. Naruto then moved to get out of his futon when he felt something grab him and push him back to the futon. He then lifted the blanket of his futon to find both Yasaka and Tsubasa sleeping by his left and right sides, each having their legs over his waist one above the other. However that didn't stop there as each of them had detected the loss of body heat and immediately pulled him a little closer to themselves, or more like pushed themselves towards him, using something like a body pillow. Their breasts touching his shoulders and faces on his hair. Naruto noted his situation and then yelled in his mind, when did they get here? They sneaked in while you were sleeping. And what the hell were you doing? Aren't you supposed to warn me when I'm sleeping? Oh yeah. I forgot. What? And? What do you mean and? Aren't you going to give me a good reason? Dash. You know what? Just fuck it. Give me an idea to get out of this mess. Knowing these two and the tropes that harem anime usually take, I know that whatever that's going to happen next will not be good. So you admit that you are a harem protagonist. Just because I know that the situations are similar doesn't mean they are the same. Don't go equating me with one of those stupid, indecisive harem protagonists. Kurama replied, no, instead you are just an indecisive and lucky old fool who is really popular with the ladies. The old pervert will be so proud of his godson right now. Naruto replied, I'm not hearing any assistance Kurama. Kurama smirked and said, I'm sorry Naruto but this is just too fun for me to watch. Besides I can't help you out here. This is no time to joke Kurama. Help me out here my dude. Kurama. Damn you rabbit-eared asshole. You got me into this mess, take responsibility damn it. However his cries for help fell on deaf ears as the fox had cut off his connection with the blonde. Naruto tried to move around but unfortunately couldn't do so as the ladies around him were stuck to him like glue. Even more unfortunate is the fact that his struggling made it even more worse as his face was now stuffed in between Yasaka's and Tsubasa's breasts, front and back. It was every pervert's dream, little or big, even though he didn't want to be part of it. Deja vu, fuck. Don't screw with me. Get out Naruto. You know what's going to come next dude. History is repeating itself. Many men, and women, will kill to be in a situation like this. To them it's paradise. But not for Naruto. No, for him it was more like hell. After all, he couldn't breathe due to their suffocation. Fuck. There it is. I can't breathe. Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf did not pass through the many trials of his life just to get squeezed to death by breasts. Why is this happening to me? Repeatedly. He started squirming around in the futon like a worm. His palms were sweaty, he's weak, arms are heavy, the vomi dash. I mean his face became blue due to the lack of sufficient air. His mind was filled with cusses as his torture continued. Now is the time I wish I could just fuss die outta here. Skyrim. Why aren't your shouts available in real life? Luckily for him, his squirming around had woken up both the blonde and black-haired yokai. They were moaning from the way he was moving, in an almost sexual and tantalizing manner. "Oh Naruto, please stop." "Naya, don't stop Naru, it's still morning, we can go all day." As soon as they said that, each of them opened their eyes and looked at one another. They then looked below to find a mop of blonde hair sticking out in between their breasts. Once they became aware, they immediately let go of Naruto and took some distance between themselves. Gasps ha, HAAA. Finally. Freedom, fresh air. However, his trouble senses were tingling. It was at that precise moment that Naruto knew, he gone fucked it up. Oh fuck. It's happening, isn't it? Thought Naruto with a wry smile. He found that the two women were glaring at each other with complete scorn as if each were the other's mortal enemy. Sparks flew from their eyes. Naruto's age-old wisdom told him that he should run like the wind from that place to not get involved in the upcoming storm. However, his naive heart still wanted to try and defuse the situation. "Good morning," said Naruto, greeting the two yokai with a smile. "Good morning," said both Tsubasa and Yasaka with a smile, with their previous intent nowhere to be found. Phew, that was a close call. Almost thought they were going to, thought Naruto, but it was cut off as soon as he heard. "And may I ask, what are you doing here, Tsubasa?" "Or not?" thought Naruto with a mental sigh at his predicament. Looks like he celebrated a bit too prematurely. "I'm just sleeping with my dearest here. So why don't you go away? You're being a buzzkill," said Tsubasa, waving her hand as if shooing her away. "Your dearest? Since when did Naruto become your dearest? He's mine. So why don't you buzz off?" "Go find someone else," replied Yasaka with the same attitude. Naruto decided to go by his first idea and get the hell away from there. He didn't want to be caught up in the brewing storm. He tried to slowly sneak away from there but was too late. Before he could move, Yasaka grabbed his left arm and said, "Naruto, why don't you ask this hussy to leave us be? She's ruining our private time," cooed Yasaka. However, Tsubasa caught his left arm and said, "Naru, please tell this minx to leave and go do her duties. She doesn't know that she's not wanted here." "Stop grabbing him, you hussy. I will say the same to you, you minx." Each of them started pulling Naruto's arms towards each other like he was some sort of rag doll. He thought with, "Ah shit, here we go again." He who was once proclaimed as the ultimate fighting machine, a god amongst men, the seventh Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, was now a rag doll that was being roughed up by two women in love. What a complete and utter joke. Tensions were high during breakfast as the table was occupied with Tsubasa and Yasaka sitting opposite of each other, masking their emotions with complete coldness. It took a while, but Naruto finally found out that the two had finished fighting and are now in the cold and ignoring the other phase. Where was he in that time, you ask? He ran away the first opportune moment he found. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and Naruto didn't need to find out if it's true or not. Naruto thought with a sigh. Yasaka became a bit more aggressive ever since Tsubasa came back. It's like living with two predators right now. And I'm the prey. Well, they are competing over you, you know. Look who finally decided to speak. Asshole. You were the cause for the entire thing I faced this morning. And I am really proud of it. It was fun to watch it from here, you know. Ha 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 ha, mental sigh, fun. My limbs were being torn apart from my body, and that's fun to you. I'll show you fun, you fucking asshole. Well, you can try, but I wonder what will happen when these two find out that you have another woman on your waiting list. What other woman? Pira. No. That was just a one-time thing and it was a misunderstanding. We are just friends. Besides, that was not me, that was my fucking clone. No matter how much you argue, no matter how much you deny it, it's still your fault. After all, it's your clone. Naruto grunted mentally as he couldn't argue with that reasoning. He knew that his clone had gone and made things worse by almost initiating something he shouldn't have. When he got the information about what happened, his heart almost stopped beating. Sure, he knew that living two lives at once can make things difficult, but he never expected that it can cause such a dramatic change. Thus, Naruto decided that he won't be using the clones for a longer period henceforth to avoid situations like this. Speaking of the clone, I wonder what he's been up to today, thought Naruto. In Kuoh, electronic guitar playing Welcome to the Jungle. The electronic guitar was strumming in the background on Naruto's phone as he woke up from his sleep. Apparently annoyed as to why he had allowed music as his alarm. Then again, it was effective and served the purpose. It was the weekend and Naruto was taking it slow today. The alarm showed that it was 8:30 in the morning. He got up from his bed, yawned and put on his clothes. He made his bed and went out of the room to the main hall to find the devil peerage all having their breakfast. Or not. Oh sweet solitude. I almost forgot that the gang has already gone off to the underworld. After all, it's been 2 months ever since that night with Pira. Being reminded of that night was really stomach churning for him, as the next day was what would be the very definition of awkward. The redhead had nearly cut off his privates in embarrassment. Moving on. Exactly a month before, Rias had announced that she and the peerage will be leaving for the underworld for the summer. Flashback: Naruto had woken up that morning and did his morning rituals to find that the rest of the peerage were having their breakfast without him. Naruto looked at them and asked, "What? Are you guys so cold that you won't even invite me for breakfast?" Rias replied, "It's Saturday. We all know your golden rule on Saturday." Issei nodded and added, "No waking up before 8:30 am. Naruto smiled at that and said, "Well, good that you guys remember. So, what are your plans for the summer?" Rias then said, "Well, me and the club decided that we'll be leaving for the underworld today." Naruto whistled, "So you going back, huh?" Rias replied with a smile, "Yes." Naruto said, "Hope you guys have a good time over there. Safe travels." "What are you talking about? You are coming too, you know," said a voice. The peerage was surprised for a moment at the sudden arrival of a new voice, but one they all recognized. Soon the surprise faded away when they found out it was just Azazel. Naruto made a scowl and said, "Quit messing around, Azazel, I have stuff to do." Azazel replied, "I'm not kidding. Surtsk said to bring you along. He has already paid for your vacation." Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, "The conference isn't within a month. So what are you smoking?" Naruto understood that Azazel wasn't kidding but still couldn't figure out the purpose of the invite. Thus he took the direct approach and asked him about the purpose. Rias asked, "Conference?" Azazel was surprised at first but that faded away soon enough as he said, "How did you know?" Naruto smiled and told, "I have my sources." Azazel sighed and said, "Well, if you know that, then you should understand why we are inviting you now. Lucifer thought it would be best for you to familiarize with the underworld and also hire you for security. He and the Satans don't want anything that could jeopardize the safety of the VIPs. We could not afford to look weak." Rias interrupted, "I'm sorry, but what conference? What VIPs? Can you tell us exactly what's going on?" Naruto looked at Azazel and asked, "You haven't told them yet?" Azazel shook his head and then said to the peerage, "I'm sorry, but forget what you heard. It's classified information for now, but Surtsk will reveal the details to you soon enough." Rias nodded her head. While her curiosity was piqued, she knew her standing. Azazel then asked, "And what's your answer? Will you be joining us?" Naruto looked at him and shook his head, "I still refuse. Surtsk makes a good point, but I have some things to do here. I will join you on the day of the conference." Azazel nodded his head and said, "I'll deliver the message." Naruto then said, "However, like he said, we can't afford to be seen weak now. It will question our strength and the strength of our allies. So I'll send someone I know that can help you. Well, perfect timing. He's here." Naruto then made a hand signal and Itaki appeared out of thin air to the surprise of the peerage. Naruto then said, "I suppose you haven't been formally introduced, have you? This Itaki? He's part of the same world I come from. He will be helping you from here on." Itaki sternly said, "Greetings." Azazel laughed and said, "Well, aren't you full of surprises? Though, this isn't as surprising as the things you showed me before though. Never mind, the name's Azazel. Glad to be working with you. It is good to meet you directly, Lord Governor General." Azazel looked at him and then said, "I thought I recognized you. You're Itaki Uchiha of the Uchiha Private Investigations, aren't you? The one that has been making strides in the country recently. Have read some of your work from my men. Brilliant detective skills. Thank you for the compliment. Now if you don't mind, I would like to go over some details," said Itachi. Azazel replied, "Very well." Once they were out of the room, the entire peerage started bombarding him with questions. "Dude, what the hell? I thought you were the only one who was an outsider," said Issei. Naruto laughed at the term Issei coined for him. "Outsider? What video game gave you that idea?" "But no, I never said I was." Rias then said, "I would never have guessed that the owner of the Uchiha Private Investigations was your subordinate." Naruto asked quizzically, "He's famous?" Rias replied, "Not on the newspapers, no. He's renowned within the circle of the rich and powerful. They say that the man can find you anything you want. He's been some amount of competition for the other devils working within the industry." Naruto gave a figurative sound, "Huh. Never knew that, I guess." Asia then added, "He looked scary." Akeno nodded her head and said, "Someone who fits the description of what he has achieved." Naruto laughed and said, "Him? Scary? Please. That boy was a plain old crybaby." Issei asked, "Boy?" The dude looked like he was in his 50s if not 60s. Naruto shrugged and said, "So? He is still a boy to me. Last I checked, he's still my grandchild." "What? Grandchild?" Naruto looked at them bewildered and asked, "Yeah? What's the big fuss about it?" Everyone was looking at him funnily. Issei lost it and finally pointed his finger at him and asked, "How old are you?" Naruto laughed and said, "Definitely older than all of you combined." Back to the present. Once they left, Naruto was free to do whatever he wanted in the mansion-like house. Issei's parents have already left the keys in his hands and had gone out on a 2-month-long vacation of their own, courtesy of Surtsk's. Once he had finished his bath and breakfast, Naruto dressed himself in some neat clothes and went out for a walk. He stopped by the city park and sat on a bench under a tree. The park was crowded and vigorous as life exuded from the place. The children playing in the ground and the people hanging out, talking, laughing and smiling while the small birds chirped from the trees and moved in through the crowds as the children chased them. Naruto smiled at the background and stared into the blue sky filled with white and puffy clouds when a voice entered in his ears, enjoying the view. He spoke while still staring at the clouds. "Yeah. I always loved this kind of atmosphere. Joyous, vigorous, loud, and yet peaceful and serene. I don't know about serenity, but it sure is loud. And crowded. Relax. No one will know you were here. I put a special seal under the bench to make sure that it is hidden from prying eyes. All they will see is me meditating," replied Naruto. "Whatever you say," said the voice, still not convinced. Naruto then asked, "So what have you got for me, Vala?" Vala then said, "You are right. They are planning on attacking the conference tomorrow. Apparently they plan on using the trickster god Loki to spearhead the thing." Naruto turned silent at that. He then said, "And have you been able to find out what I asked last time?" Vala shook his head, "No. I'm not sure who, but it is definitely not related to the hero faction or the old devil faction. They are definitely in the dark. That only leaves one other group. Nilreem, the magician faction. The leader of that group is hidden from the rest, but thanks to Offeyes I got to know who it was." Naruto asked, "Oh. Euclid. Euclid Lucifuge. You asked me if I knew anyone proficient in research and able to develop sacred gears, magic tools and the like, yeah? Then he's the one you're looking for. He's the butler and aide to Rizvame Lucifer. So if Euclid is involved in something, then it is highly likely that Rizvame is also behind this." Naruto replied, "I see. Keep an eye on Euclid. Oh, and one more thing." He then took out a Hyratian sealing tag from his pocket and handed it to Vala. He said, "If you find yourself in trouble, then throw this on the ground immediately. I'll be there as soon as possible." Vala nodded his head and then teleported away. All the while Naruto just sat there for a while before he disappeared in a yellow flash. In Aokigahara, Japan, Naruto reappeared in a lush green vegetation which had an eerie atmosphere. His sense of smell picked up a rotten odor and then found it was a corpse. A corpse of a human being that was hanging off a tree. Naruto looked at the sight and sighed at the loss of life. He thought, another one bites the dust. I really wonder if the authorities are doing their jobs. Well, not their faults, I guess. If people want to commit suicide no matter what, then they can't do anything about it. He then looked at the body and made a small prayer. I hope you find in death the peace you sought in life. Once he said that he walked away from the body as he was sure that the authorities will take care of it themselves. However, as he was walking away, A thought struck his mind. He turned back to the body and examined it deeply. Strange, dead for more than a week and yet there are no flies. Naruto decided to go into sage mode to further check it out. It was then he felt it, a rotten aura coming off the body. It was a dark and black energy. I see. So a small amount had gone and attached itself to the body, yeah? He must have committed suicide not long after my previous visit. That explains it. Naruto then made another prayer, forgive me for this but some things are necessary. He took out a scroll and a brush and immediately started writing something on the scroll. After a few minutes, he was done with the seal. He placed the dead body on the scroll and performed a hand seal, sealing jutsu, body seal. Once he said that, the body disappeared in smoke and there was a symbol for body in the center of the seal. Naruto closed it tight and sealed it shut. Once he was done, Naruto then looked around and saw that everything else was in place. The grass was healthily green and the wildlife around was brimming with life. He then thought back to the time he came here along with Itachi. Flashback, what happened here Itachi? Asked Naruto with a tone that said that he wasn't joking around. The place was black. Completely black and devoid with life. Itachi, who was beside him, shook his head and said, I don't know. I found out about this after a friend of mine who works with the police found this place like this. I thought that you may be able to make some sense of it. Naruto turned stern and immediately sat down in the place. He slowly gathered nature energy to enter into sage mode when he was suddenly hit with dark thoughts. Itachi saw that Naruto was frowning and sweating. He thought, he usually doesn't take this long to enter sage mode, what has happened? Once he was done, Naruto immediately opened his eyes and gasped for air. He cussed, son of a bitch. You felt that, didn't you guys? Someone's been messing with nature energy. Answered Kurama, twisted it, in fact, said Jayuki following it up. This is not good. Added Madatabi. Itachi asked, are you alright? Naruto spat out and said, no, I'm not alright. Whoever or whatever it was, tried gathering nature energy here. Itachi immediately formed a line of thought and asked, you think it's Zetsu? Naruto replied, possibly, considering that they need nature energy right now, and that too in large quantities. However, it seems that they have failed, seeing that instead of gathering it, they corrupted it. Itachi said, corrupted it. Naruto then explained to Itachi, nature energy is different from chakra or magic. While the latter are pure energies, nature energy comes in association with the will of nature. It is difficult to explain the concept, but assume that it is more of a living being rather than just energy. When you harness it, you are not only borrowing the energy but the will associated with it. Gathering it in large amounts is risky and dangerous as it is highly volatile, especially so as the collective will of all living things are mixed into it. Colliding wills can cause dysfunctional behavior and this results in the said corruption. Naruto then looked around and then found a spot on the grass that was slightly embedded in a square-like manner. Naruto then said, our friends here must have brought some kind of device or vessel that can gather the energy in large amounts. However, I guess they didn't factor in the will aspect of gathering from multiple sources and thus corrupted it by accident, resulting in this mess. Itachi thought, so a device that can gather nature energy? A sacred gear. Naruto replied, Po Azazel said that developing artificial sacred gi has somewhat become a trend now. Maybe Zetsu found someone who could do that, and is enlisting their services. The pair remained silent for a while before Itachi spoke, do you think they can achieve the result they aimed for? Naruto looked for a moment and thought, if they can find a large enough source, then it is possible. However, let's just hope that they don't. Itachi nodded his head and said, but I would like to tell you. This isn't the first place that faced this kind of problems. There were 2 others in and around the world as far as I could gather, but none had been as bad as this one. Naruto said, mark those locations and send them to me. We need to fix the situation right away. We can't let the corrupted energy to manifest a will. It will be more dangerous if so. Itachi nodded his head and said, right away. Itachi then detected the sadness within Naruto and decided to question it, you are unusually emotional today. What happened, Grandpa? Naruto looked at him with remorse and grief as he said, I know this place. I was here before. Purifying the energy of this place to make it a natural hotspot. Since society has declared this place as off limits to industrial activity, I thought it would be best if I could take advantage of it, and now look at it, any work that I made is destroyed beyond recognition. Itachi finally understood why Naruto was angry at them. After all, Each spot Naruto worked on was like a project, a life's work. It was almost like a child to him, and nothing is more painful than to see the death of one's child before him. Naruto sighed and said, at least they failed in gathering the energy. If they did, then there is no hope of restoring this place. You go on ahead, I might have to work here a little longer. Itachi nodded his head and then left the place, leaving Naruto to do his work all alone in solitude. Back to the present, Naruto then was able to somehow restore the places to their original conditions after a month of hard work. The thing about the corruption is that it is easily spread. So while the most severely affected area was the place that the experimental object was laid, the rest of the forest didn't go unscathed either. Thus it took an even longer time than usual. He came back to check up on this place to note its progress and found out that it was growing somewhat healthily. Though he didn't slack off and purified the energy of the place even further. Once he felt it was enough, he went back home. By the time he returned it was already dusk. He went back to his room and spent the rest of the time writing something in a scroll. Once he finished writing, he immediately sealed it up in a scroll and made a hand seal. The scroll poofed out of existence and disappeared into white smoke. He then took a short shower thinking of the day's events. Rizvame Lucifer, Euclid Lucifuge, 2 new players. However, something didn't fit the bill, Naruto thought. It's been a month since they attempted this fiasco, and Itachi says that there are no other places that have been hit from then until now. Have they already moved on? Kurama replied, possibly. The result of the experiment they did might have possibly shown them that taking from multiple sources is fruitless comparing to getting nature energy from a single large source. The will of such a source, while big, can be broken down quite easily, unlike the others. Naruto then asked, but the question is, where would they find this single large source? Madatabi answered that, this world has nature spirits and nature gods, don't they? I believe that they would be a pool of energy just like us, tailed beasts. You can even make them the analog of us in this world. Naruto replied, yes. But then again, if they make a move on them, won't it make the other factions alert? Then why would they consider this rude? He then stopped thinking for a moment and thought, unless. He immediately turned off the shower and dressed himself in his battle clothes. He thought with a victorious smile, I got you now, bitch. With that he flashed out of the place in a streak of yellow. What if Naruto was in Highschool DXD readiness? Preparedness. One is never completely ready for the storm that comes. It is, and it has always been relative. There exists a probability that everything can go wrong. That everything can fuck up, but one can never know until the last moment how it happens. A storm's coming. Where? Where am I? I see, only the 3 chains of death remains. You have done well, Uzumaki. We will be expecting you soon enough. Rias then said, well, me and the club decided that we'll be leaving for the underworld today. Naruto whistled, so you going back, huh? Rias replied with a smile, yes. Naruto said, hope you guys have a good time over there. Safe travels. What are you talking about? You are coming too, you know, said a voice. Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, the conference isn't within a month. So what are you smoking? Naruto looked at him and shook his head, I still refuse. Surtsk makes a good point, but I have some things to do here. I will join you on the day of the conference. Azazel nodded his head and said, I'll deliver the message. Enjoying the view. He spoke while still staring at the clouds, yeah. I always loved this kind of atmosphere. Joyous, vigorous, loud, and yet peaceful and serene. I don't know about serenity, but it sure is loud. And crowded. Naruto turned silent at that. He then said, and have you been able to find out what I asked last time? Vala shook his head, no. I'm not sure who, but it is definitely not related to the hero faction or the old devil faction. They are definitely in the dark. That only leaves one other group. Nilreem, the magician faction. The leader of that group is hidden from the rest, but thanks to Offeyes I got to know who it was. Euclid. Euclid Lucifuge. You asked me if I knew anyone proficient in research and able to develop sacred gears, magic tools, and the like, yeah? Then he's the one you're looking for. He's the butler and aide to Rizvame Lucifer. So if Euclid is involved in something, then it is highly likely that Rizvame is also behind this. Strange, dead for more than a week and yet there are no flies. Sealing jutsu, body seal. Once he said that, the body disappeared in smoke and there was a symbol for body in the center of the seal. Naruto closed it tight and sealed it shut. What happened here, Atake? Asked Naruto with a tone that said that he wasn't joking around. Someone's been messing with nature energy. Answered Kurama, twisted it, in fact, said Jayuki following it up. This is not good. Added Madatabi. The pair remained silent for a while before Atake spoke. Do you think they can achieve the result they aimed for? Naruto looked for a moment and thought, if they can find a large enough source, then it is possible. However, let's just hope that they don't. Naruto thought, it's been months since they attempted this fiasco and Atake says that there are no other places that have been hit from then until now. Have they already moved on? Kurama replied, possibly. The result of the experiment they did might have possibly shown them that taking from multiple sources is fruitless comparing to getting nature energy from a single large source. The will of such a source, while big, can be broken down quite easily, unlike the others. Naruto then asked, but the question is, where would they find this single large source? Madatabi answered that this world has nature spirits and nature gods, don't they? I believe that they would be a pool of energy just like us, tailed beasts. You can even make them the analog of us in this world. Naruto replied, yes. But then again, if they make a move on them, won't it make the other factions alert? Then why would they consider this route? He then stopped thinking for a moment and thought, unless. I got you now, bitch, and each side better be prepared. Kyoto, Naruto was enjoying a pleasant evening by himself at the Arashiyama forest near Kyoto. He was sitting in a half-lotus position while meditating in a hidden spot within the thick and green bamboo grove. It was peaceful and serene, unlike the situation back at the palace. Ever since the competition between Yasaka and Tsubasa escalated to new heights, it has been one thing or the other for him. He didn't have the space to spend some quality time by himself. Don't get him wrong, while he did love the attention he was getting, it did turn out to be a bit more smothering than he originally thought. Thus this was kind of a getaway for him. However, it wasn't just a getaway, as he had a job to do. Let's just hope that this seal works. Kurama then said, you're worried about her, aren't you? Yes. If Zetsu is about to do what I think he is going to, then she's a potential target. Better safe than sorry, is it? Asked Madatabi. Naruto nodded his head with a hint of seriousness. It was then Kurama alerted him, we are not alone. Naruto then stood up, dusted himself, and turned back to find a black cat just staring right back at him. He smiled and said, you must be Kurika. The black cat then turned into a female Nikomata wearing a black obi with certain parts of her anatomy slightly more revealing. Nya, you're quite the perceptive one, aren't you? Naruto smiled at that and said, you aren't the first one to notice that. But I'm sure you didn't come here to exchange pleasantries, didn't you? You wouldn't have sneaked up on me if it were the case. Kurika then turned serious and said, stay away from my sister. Naruto calmly replied, and why should I do that? Kurika replied, because she doesn't need to be a part of whatever you are involved in. Naruto turned silent at that. He of all people agreed that she's right. Konako and the others are too weak to handle the threat he's facing. However, he wouldn't back down just yet. Why are you even bothered about her? Last I checked, you were the one that abandoned her after killing off your master. Naruto noticed a change in Kurika's demeanor at that sentence. She was angry, seething with impotent rage. However, he saw that she clenched her fists trying to bottle up her anger. Naruto knew that he hit a hard spot and thus decided to change the tone. I'm sorry. I may have been a bit too harsh with my words. I'm sure you had your reasons. Kurika then let her unclenched her fists as she released a sigh, filled with guilt and remorse. She said, no, it's not your fault. You spoke the truth. I did abandon her and leave her to the lion's den. Whatever my reasons may have been, I did break my bond as her sister. I have no right to intrude in her new life after I did what I did. She then turned stern as she said, however, it's different in your case. I need to do so to ensure her safety in all of this. Naruto remained silent as she spoke. Kurika saw that he gave no reply and then said, I don't know how strong you are, but I know that you are definitely stronger than I am. So I can only request you this. Please stay away from my sister. For her own good. She was about to leave when Naruto then spoke, I want to know what happened. Kurika looked back and asked, what? Naruto narrowed his eyes as he explained, I am not so easy to be fooled. The Kurika I see in front of me is different from the Kurika I heard in the tales. The one that the devils, including her own sister, is described as a heartless, cunning, crazy shrew that has gone insane due to the use of senjutsu, part of the reason said sister completely rejected the art. Kurika winced at that, but Naruto softened his glare and said, "But the Kurika I see before me, while cunning and crazy for sure, is not heartless. For a heartless person would not be worried about their little sister they abandoned earlier on. So tell me, Kurika, what happened? What caused you to kill your master and leave your sister behind?" Kurika turned silent. Her head was facing towards the ground the entire time. Naruto then saw her body trembling, as he started hearing chuckles. The chuckles turned into muffled laughs and the laughs were no longer muffled. It was Naruto's turn to become silent. Kurika continued to laugh while her face was hidden by the bangs of her hair. She slowly said, "Whatever I have done has always been and always be, to protect my sister. Even if I explained my story to you, Mr. Uzumaki, there is no use because you haven't seen it. You haven't seen them. Naruto then asked, "And what is that?" "The true nature of the devils." Naruto was stunned as soon as she said that, not by the words, but by her face. It was covered in tears. She was crying out her sorrow. She wasn't done. Not in the least, but don't worry. Soon you will find out about them. About their true faces. You think you know about them? Ha 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 ha, you will be surprised at how depraved some of them could be. She then turned to leave. Naruto didn't stop her from leaving this time but only added, "Your mother misses you. I don't know what went on between you two, but I can tell by the look on her face that she longs for her daughters." Kurika stopped. She didn't turn back this time and then said, "My mother is naive if she thinks that she can ever have her daughters back after the way she left us. I can forgive her for making me go through the things I did after she left us, but..." Kurika turned around and faced Naruto. She had a face filled with rage and anger as she said, "I can never forgive her for making Chiron go through what she did." Kurika then said, "I have said enough words as it is. I hope you consider my request, Mr. Uzumaki." As soon as she said that, Kurika disappeared as mist enveloped her figure. Naruto stood there contemplating the things he heard from her as the sun went down. Seems things are more complicated than I originally thought. From the way she expressed her opinions about the insect wings, believe the root cause must be her former master or somehow related to him, said Kurama. Naruto nodded his head and said, "I think so too." Kurama then asked, "So, do you believe her? Her claim about the devil's darker nature?" Naruto sighed and said, "I do. I know that depravity exists in all living beings, no matter how big or how small. The nature of their birth affects them to a larger extent, but that doesn't mean that the path they take be the same. Each being capable of thought has a different path laid in front of them. It is up to the individual to take the path that they deem fit, righteous or chaotic. This logic is the one that has been expressed to the humans a long time. While I wish we can apply the same logic to the devils, I don't think we can. The very crux of their being is completely different from humanity. So you do doubt them?" said Jayuki. Naruto shook his head and said, "That's where you are wrong. I don't doubt them. Doubt is a blessing when deciding on a path, but it becomes a curse if one has made the decision. I don't doubt the loyalty of those beside me. But while I can say that I don't doubt those devils like Rias and her group, I cannot say for sure about the larger part of their race. Their actions still cloud me." Kurama then said, "The little feline's judgment may have been clouded when she spoke, but there might be some truth in what she said. You may not have felt it, but the visit to the underworld wasn't pleasant for me. The place was filled with negative emotions of a variety from different beings, much more amplified from what I usually feel from you humans." Naruto frowned at that, but Kurama added, "But this is a conversation for another time. You have things to do, kid. Better get to it." Naruto remembered what Kurama said and then thought, "Yeah, it's almost time for the conference to begin. Let's hope that everything works out as planned." The tailed beasts nodded their heads as Naruto used the Hiration to disappear from the place. In the underworld, the peace conference, Issei was having a hard time negotiating with the ever-changing atmosphere within the hall where the party was currently taking place. He was dressed in formal attire, a tuxedo prepared for him by the Gremory household. He couldn't be underdressed for this event, after all, it was a social call for different pantheons and factions. He noticed that those beings came in all shapes and sizes. Some of them so buffed up that they would put the world's best bodybuilders to shame, while others so small and lanky he wondered if they were eating enough. However, the good news was that he was not alone. Kiba was dressed up for the occasion just like him, standing beside his best bro, Kuoh, in the peerage, giving him company. "Man, It's really difficult to be in this place. It's deja vu all over again, said Issei in a hushed voice, maintaining a straight face to not show any disrespect to the other guests. I can't disagree with that. Zenovia is looking like she's having fun talking with those Valkyries from the Norse faction. The boys then found Konako, Asia, and Akeno, walking towards them. All three of them were looking beautiful, with Akeno wearing a black one-piece dress that matched her eyes and hair, Konako wearing a light blue top and skirt, while last but not least Asia wearing her usual nun's clothing, which despite its simplicity suited her the most. Yufufu, you boys sure do look charming in those clothes, so much so that I could gobble you all up, said Akeno while maintaining a coy smile on her face. Issei smiled at the usual and flirty nature of Akeno. He pretty much got used to it by now, just like Kiba. He saw that Asia was getting jittery a bit due to the overbearing nature of the place. He asked, "You doing all right, Asia?" Asia, who was a bit nervous in the beginning, then slowly said, "Why yes, I didn't think that this place would be so crowded." Issei then grabbed hold of her hand and said, "It's gonna be alright. We will jet out of here soon enough, okay?" Asia gave a quiet squeak at the sudden act of intimacy taken by her secret, yet not so secret crush. A rosy red hue colored on her face soon enough, and she took the effort to hide her embarrassment by looking downwards to the cold hard floor. She slowly gave a nod and said, "Okay." Akeno was getting jealous of the interaction between Asia and Issei. However, that jealousy was hidden underneath her coy face. Issei then noticed that something felt off about Konako and decided to ask, "Is everything alright, Konako?" Konako gave an uneasy nod and said, "Yeah." Issei noticed that she was distracted by something but chose to let it go, thinking that he was just overthinking things. Well, look at you, Issei. Putting the moves on Asia so smoothly, can't believe that a pervert like you ever had it in you. But be careful, you're making Akeno here a bit jealous, said a playful voice that entered their hearing range. Gah. Issei immediately let go of Asia's hand, much to her displeasure and embarrassment. They immediately turned to find a grinning Naruto wearing waiter's uniform. "Master. What the hell? Why do you always have to sneak up on us like that? And why the hell are you dressed like that?" complained Issei. "Shush. Do you want to blow my cover away just like that?" "Honestly, Issei, I thought I taught you better than to commit the same mistake twice," said Naruto in a reprimanding manner. Issei was about to retort but just ended with a sigh, knowing Naruto's personality. He then asked, "Why have you dressed up like a waiter, again? Didn't you get an official invite for the party?" Naruto gave a foxy smile and said, "Yeah, while I did get an invite, it wasn't official. You see, Surtsk has made the nature of myself and Itaki a secret from the other devils for now to prevent any chaos that might cause due to it. So I'm once again pretending to be a waiter." Akeno smiled and said, "I don't see why Issei is complaining though, you look rather sexy in that outfit." Naruto puffed up in fake pride as he raised his shoulders and snorted, "Who the hell do you think you're talking to? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I can pull off any outfit I want." He then smiled and said, "Alright then, see you later." But as he moved away, he turned back and gave a serious look as he said, "Oh, and I forgot to tell you, there's gonna be an attack soon enough. So stick together." As soon as he said that, all the peerage members became alert. Konako's eyes especially so, as she realized something. She then slowly started to sneak away as Kiba asked, "What do you mean dash?" Naruto cut him off and said, "You'll know soon enough. Just relax and enjoy the party. Don't look as if you're on guard. Don't want to spook them yet." Rias then joined the group and asked, "Hey guys. So what's going on? Why the serious look?" Akeno then informed her about what was going on. Rias, who heard that, went into alert immediately. She nodded her head and said, "You guys stay put. I'll go talk to my brother about this. By the way, where are Issei and Konako?" The group finally noticed the missing presence of their two friends. Kiba said, "They were here just moments ago." Rias looked serious, but she then said, "Never mind. Issei has my emergency contact magic. If they encounter any danger, I'm sure he'll communicate it." The group nodded their heads as they prepared themselves for the impending battle. Meanwhile, with Naruto, he was performing his duties as a waiter up to the T while being aware of his surroundings. He was collecting gossip here and there. Who knew if the juicy information he might get be useful in the future? As he was doing that, he glanced upon a silvery white-haired buxom beauty with aqua-colored eyes enter the hall along with an old man wearing a monocle. Naruto noticed that the beauty was wearing formal attire and stood like a bodyguard beside the old man. He then saw a pair of familiar faces entering after them. It was Zeus, wearing a white toga with golden linings and a golden wreath made of leaves befitting his title as the king of gods, with the red-headed Pyrrha waiting beside him while wearing a traditional bronze Greek armor. That's Lord Odin. It seems that the Lords Satans have invited the complete Norse faction to this party, said one of the devil guests. And that's Lord Zeus. Look at his domineering appearance. Worthy of a king. It looks like they included the Greek faction too, said the guest beside him. Naruto smiled knowing that the two important guests have arrived at the party. He then looked around. Now that the guests of honor have arrived, it should happen at any moment now. Where's our loose cannon? Naruto wasn't just snooping around like a waiter just for gathering gossip. He was searching for Loki while also noting down any suspicious individuals that looked like they were about to make a move. He made Kurama reach out his senses throughout and find out the people with the most negative intentions within the hall. As soon as he did that, he would silently signal Ataki who was watching him, who in turn passed the information on to Azazel. Azazel then has them monitored in secret. While Naruto believed that he could perform this easily with the help of shadow clones, Azazel stopped him from doing so and asked that he do it in turn, to prove the weight of the three factions and increase the trust of the other pantheons to battle the Chaos Brigade. So far, the mechanism he employed put more than 30 people under watch. It seems that the trickster god is not here, said Kurama. No, he's definitely here. Itaka did say that one of his abilities is to disguise himself. You think he's one of the marked 30? Asked Shikaku. Yes, said Naruto. He then noticed that Surtz was up on stage and was going to speak. Good evening, my lords and ladies. The underworld welcomes your presence in these halls as we thoroughly discuss the issue at hand. For months now. As he was giving the big speech, Naruto looked around and saw that all the 30 marked targets were remaining calm as they became battle ready. Naruto thought, so, who's going to make the first move? Among the 30 targets that he marked were a bunch of people ranging from different factions to different social positions within each one. Naruto looked at them all. However, one stood out from the rest. He was a devil servant, a waiter just like him that was making weird movements with his hand. The man who was making his moves had his eyes on the target. His eyes blazed with masked hatred raging to come out. His hands were about to complete the action when he smirked and ready to fire the spell when he surprisingly felt something sharp on the back of his neck. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Make a move and your jugular would be cut off. Naruto kept a kunai at the back of his neck with the intent to pierce it. The man stopped his actions and slightly turned his head to look back. He was surprised at how he was caught that quickly, but his expression of a surprise then faded away as it turned into a smirk. He looked at Naruto and said, too late. Boom ga. A magic circle appeared in the middle of the party hall, triggering an explosion near an unsuspecting Odin and Zeus. The thundering explosion echoed throughout the entire underworld. Smoke covered the area and part of the hall was in shambles. Damn it. He must have been a decoy. The smoke covered the entire place as panic erupted in the halls. What's going on? An attack. Is everyone alright? The smoke cleared away as Naruto then saw that Odin and Zeus were unharmed. In front of them was a light blue-haired man with two bangs in front of him. He had a blue jewel on his forehead and yellow earrings. Loki, said the old man while dusting himself off. TCH. I knew it wouldn't be easy to take you down that easy, old dog, said Loki with a hint of annoyance. The old man didn't say or ask anything. He was rather calm despite coming out of the explosion and looking at the youth before him with narrowed eyes. Meanwhile, the guards for the three factions immediately responded by engaging the 30 marked people. Loki, who saw that, scowled in annoyance. Useless. Surrender, Lord Loki. You will quietly leave this place to face judgment in Asgard, said the silver-haired aide. Silence your tongue, woman. I have no business with you. It's him that I want. Don't blame me for not warning you then, said the silver-haired woman and rapidly closed in on Loki. However, Loki dodged the attack and flew back before creating two gigantic magic circles. That doesn't look good, stated Zeus, who was unperturbed at the chaotic set of events that was going on right now. In fact, he looked rather amused at it. Pyrrha, however, didn't have the same trace of amusement that her father had and stood in front of him to perform her duty as his bodyguard. Then it happened. A huge figure came walking out of one of the magic circles with a menacing growl. It was a big gray wolf. It's Fenrir. And from the other circle came another being. This one gave hissing sounds as it slithered out. Its body was huge as it occupied the space present. And that's Hormungandr. Are you really intending to start Ragnarok now? Asked the silver-haired bodyguard. Naruto, who was watching the entire scene, didn't make a move, but he frowned while clenching his fists. This is not the time to reveal yourself, Naruto. Not to an audience this big. The big one hasn't arrived yet. Control your emotions. Chastised Kurama. Naruto slowly let go of his fists and said, "You're right. The plan is working so far. Once we reveal ourselves, he'll know that we took the bait." Loki gave a maniacal laugh and said, "Ragnarok will begin now. And it will begin with your life, brother. Prepare to die." The two beasts moved in to attack the gods in front of them when a wall of ice suddenly erupted between them. "I'm sorry for coming in late. But Magical Girl Leviathan is at your service," said Sirafal, who jumped in between. The three faction leaders finally made their move. Azazel said, "Surrender, Loki. You are outnumbered." Loki smirked and said, "Who said that I didn't have any backup?" As soon as he said that, hundreds of magic circles emerged with brigades of magicians appearing in the sky. Kuoh's brigade. Who was the traitor that allowed them here? Naruto was stunned at this development, but not for long. He thought, but how? I thought we got rid of all the ones that could have made a gateway. Kaya. No. Asia. Naruto immediately turned to see a fighting Asia being grabbed hold of by a creepy young devil wearing expensive clothing. He had dark green hair and squinted eyes, with a creepy smile on his face. Kiba was down, presumably from a sneak attack, and shouted out her name. He had black hair and a creepy aura on him. Naruto thought, "It's him. He wasn't here before." "Let me go," cried Asia. "Don't resist, dear. Soon you would be mine. That red dragon doesn't deserve you." "Only I and I alone," said Diodora. Akeno and Rias were in a battle-ready stance. Rias shouted, "Let go of my servant at once." "Do that and I'll make sure that your death will be less painful," commanded Rias. Diodora gave a creepy smile and said, "I don't think so, Gremory." He immediately teleported out of there with Asia in his arms, leaving a few of his maidservant/peerage in his place to fight Rias and her group. "Coward," shouted Rias. Rias moved in to engage Diodora's maids, but someone already beat them to it. Naruto took care of them instantly, knocking them all out. "Master." Naruto gave Rias a Hiraishin Kunao and said, "No time to talk. You should be able to track Asia with the devil piece power she has. Find her and bring her back safely. Throw the Kunao at the ground if you meet any trouble. Now go." Rias and Akeno nodded their heads as Kiba was given some Phoenix tears that they had been gifted by Ravel. Rias then shouted, "Where the hell is Issei and Konako?" With Issei, dragon shotgun. Things had gotten heated up pretty quickly with Issei and Konako. Issei had been sneakily following up on her as soon as she left the party hall, only to find her meeting her sister, the one that Rias had told him about the day before when he found out about Konako's true nature. They had met up with Kurika, who had lured her sister away from the rest of the group, and she forced her into coming along with her, to exit the Gremory group. Konako resisted. And thus the situation devolved into a fight with Konako and Issei on one side, Kurika and Baikao on the other. Things were going pretty smoothly for a fight, sort of. Ard, goddammit. Stop moving around. Ha ha ha. Try hitting me, red dragon. You can't, can you? You suck, taunted Baikao/shitty monkey. With Kurika and Konako, on the other hand, it was a bit more serious. Kurika had the upper hand, but Konako was holding out on her own very well. "I see that you have finally accepted your true nature, Chiron. It's a good thing that you have grown." Konako didn't say anything. She silently attacked her sister. Kurika dodged the attacks and cast illusions of herself to disorient Konako. Konako didn't fall for them and shouted, "Parlor tricks. Oof, that hurt, Chiron. You are insulting our legacy." Konako snorted and then attacked further. However, Kurika did the same thing like before and didn't make a move. Konako believed that she had enough. She started to gather senjutsu energy from the surroundings. Kurika noticed this and turned serious, but she didn't show it on her face. A feeling of pride erupted in her heart, knowing that her sister has finally accepted her lineage, if not her. However, that pride was hidden by the smirk she showed her while saying, "So you can use senjutsu now? You really have grown up a lot." Konako replied, "No thanks to you." She then pounced on Kurika more aggressively than before. Kurika took an active turn in dodging her attacks, this time as unlike before. If she didn't take this seriously, then she might have to go back with more than a few broken bones. Both sides fought each other till exhaustion. The pair of yokai retreated simultaneously and created some distance in between. Kurika had a face of pain. Some of the attacks Konako made had gone through and may have broken a few ribs of hers. She then said, "That was a good fight. You're strong now." Konako wasn't doing well either. She panted and gasped in exhaustion from the fight. Silence prevailed between them, masked by the shouting and yelling of the fight going on beside them. However, they didn't hear those noises as each of their senses are more concentrated on the opponent in front of them. Kuriko was the one to break the silence. She asked, "Tell me, Konako. Do you trust the ones you surround yourself with? Will you stay with them no matter what happens?" The younger Nikomata was stunned at the way her sister addressed her. Her surprise elicited a response to the question subconsciously, "Yes." The older Nikomata stared at her and sighed. She thought, "Just like I thought, seems it's no use. I can only protect her from the shadows." Kurika then turned towards Baikao and said, "We are leaving, Baikao. I got what I came for." Baikao playfully asked, "What? Already?" Kurika responded with a short, "Yes. Oh, that sucks. And we were just getting into the good part. Anyway, the boss lady has commanded." Later, Red Lizard. "Come back here, asshole." As they were about to leave with Kurika using her Yujitsu, Konako yelled, "Wait." Kurika turned back to face her sister with a face devoid of emotions, just like her sister's. Konako got even more surprised but didn't waver before asking, "Why?" Kurika didn't say anything and allowed her blood-related sister to continue. "Why come back after all this time? Why now?" Kurika turned away without answering, but Konako then heard something that confused her even more. "I never left." Silence. Complete and utter silence enveloped the area until Issei got a beeper in his pocket. He found out that it was Rias calling him and he attended it. "Issei, where the hell are you? Are you alright?" "Hey President. I am with Konako here and you would not believe dash." However, Rias cut him off and said, "There's no time for that. Ask Konako to set up a teleportation circle immediately." There was an attack at the party and Asia was kidnapped by Diodora in the confusion. "What? I'm gonna tear that bastard apart. Come here fast. We are going to go save her," said Rias with urgency unhidden. "We are coming over immediately." With Naruto, the battle was ongoing between the various groups. The appearance of the Chaos Brigade magicians didn't help settle it sooner. However, Naruto still didn't make a move. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity. Naruto saw that while Fenrir and the Midgard Serpent were doing a lot of damage and causing havoc, they were outnumbered 100:1, and thus exhaustion was an inevitability. We are having the upper hand now. Whatever card they have left, they will unleash it. He then saw the face of Loki's face filled with rage and anger. The scowl and the hint of desperation in his eyes. He immediately brought out something from his pockets. Naruto spotted it and recognized it immediately. It was the same seal that Kateria Leviathan used. Reanimations. As soon as he thought that, 3 coffins emerged off the ground. The coffins then slowly opened up to reveal 3 individuals, one of which he recognized. All 3 of them were Cloud Shinobi, with 2 having similar appearances. The first one was a woman in her 20s, having long blonde hair and a lithe and slender body. The second one had silvery white long hair and a beast-like appearance. The other was the same as the previous one with only his hair color being gold. Yujitone, and the other 2 I don't recognize. Those 2 are the Gold and Silver brothers. Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Said Kurama with a frown. You look like you have a history with them. Kurama nodded and said, not a pleasant one. The 3 faction leaders knew who they were from the weird appearances they had and the purple eyes. Surtsk said, purple eyes, they are the reanimations that Mr. Naruto told us about. Like the ones we met before. Azazel nodded his head and replied, yeah. Naruto noticed that the 3 were not moving. He thought, that's strange. They are not moving. And Loki isn't giving any commands. What is he waiting for? But that question was soon answered when a magic circle much larger than the previous ones appeared in the sky. It was much larger than anything. An object came out of it. It was a foot. But the foot itself was around 10 meters high. Then out came a being that might have been the largest humanoid being he might have ever seen. Standing at a height of 150 meters, the giant gave a loud thundering roar as the ground he stepped on cracked underneath his weight as lava flowed from it. The breath he gave was icy and cold, creating gusty winds. 2 horns adorning his face which had purple orbs. The sign of a reanimation. Odin, who had been calm the entire time, started trembling. Loki, who saw that, laughed and said, "So how is it, brother?" "My big surprise." "It's not possible, how?" The silver-haired woman beside him asked Odin, "Lord Odin, who or what is that?" For the first time in her life, Roswise had seen Odin become serious, with a terrified expression. He was a pervert, a carefree person. She knew his history but could hardly believe that he was the man in the tales that she heard in Asgard. However, she understood that he was strong, stronger than most beings, and had never seen him scared. Scared for his life. Xerxes asked, "Lord Odin, we ask you again. What is this thing?" However, Odin ignored them and looked at the giant in all his splendor as he muttered, "Emir, fear. Dread. Terror, a feeling born in every living thing. Every intelligent living being has a fear. Those who are fearless are either fools or ignorant idiots or both. It didn't matter in the end. And unfortunately for the faction armies, they are going to face this fear." He smiled and said, "You must be Kurika. Nya, you're quite the perceptive one, aren't you?" She was about to leave when Naruto then spoke, "I want to know what happened." Kurika looked back and asked, "What?" Kurika continued to laugh while her face was hidden by the bangs of her hair. She slowly said, "Whatever I have done has always been and always be, to protect my sister. Even if I explained my story to you, Mr. Uzumaki, there is no use because you haven't seen it. You haven't seen them. Naruto then asked, "And what is that?" "The true nature of the devils. Man, it's really difficult to be in this place. It's deja vu all over again. Well, look at you, Issei. Putting the moves on Asia so smoothly, can't believe that a pervert like you ever had it in you. But be careful, you're making Akeno here a bit jealous," said a playful voice that entered their hearing range. "You guys stay put. I'll go talk to my brother about this. By the way, where are Issei and Konako?" asked Rias. "That's Lord Odin. It seems that the Lord Satans have invited the complete Norse faction to this party," said one of the devil guests. "And that's Lord Zeus. Look at his domineering appearance. Worthy of a king. It looks like they included the Greek faction too," said the guest beside him. A magic circle appeared in the middle of the party hall, triggering an explosion near an unsuspecting Odin and Zeus. The thundering explosion echoed throughout the entire underworld. Smoke covered the area and part of the hall was in shambles. Loki gave a maniacal laugh and said, "Ragnarok will begin now. And it will begin with your life, brother. Prepare to die. Kaya. No. Asia. Don't resist, dear. Soon you would be mine. That red dragon doesn't deserve you." "Only I and I alone," said Diodora, "Ha ha ha. Try hitting me, red dragon. You can't, can you? You suck," taunted by Cow. "Shitty monkey." With Kurika and Konako, on the other hand, it was a bit more serious. Kurika had the upper hand but Konako was holding out on her own very well. "Why?" Kurika didn't say anything and allowed her blood-related sister to continue. "Why come back after all this time? Why now?" Kurika turned away without answering but Konako then heard something that confused her even more. "I never left." Reanimations. Naruto noticed that the 3 were not moving. He thought, "That's strange. They are not moving. So how is it, brother?" "My big surprise." "It's not possible, how?" Xerxes asked, "Lord Odin, we ask you again. What is this thing?" However, Odin ignored them and looked at the giant in all his splendor as he muttered, "Emir, and they will face it in form of Emir." Underworld. The peace conference, the party hall turned battlefield, was filled with silence. Everyone looked at the terrifying and awe-inducing giant father, the first giant that is said to have ever existed. Orgelmer, the primordial giant forged from the ice of Nilfheim and the raging fires of Muspelheim. Loki, the crazy maniac who began all this, said, "Ha ha ha ha. How is my surprise? Now Ragnarok is finally started. Go. All of you. Kill them. Kill them all." The silence was broken, as war cries were given out by both sides as they rushed into battle. The 4 reanimations started moving in towards killing everything that blocked their path. Yujito and the Gold and Silver brothers moved faster than most devils, targeting their vitals and killing them instantly. However, their march was nothing compared to the giant forefather. His charge crushed everything in his path. It didn't matter who they were, no matter the race, no matter whether they were his foes or allies, all died equally under the foot of this behemoth. The faction leaders who saw this frowned. Amazing. What a terrifying being. Look at the power radiating from it, said Michael. How was Loki able to resurrect Ymir? Asked Azazel, with his doubts were mirrored by the Satans as well. Odin then replied, I don't know how he did it, but several months ago, a secure space-time vault containing some of Ymir's bones was infiltrated and stolen. We have been searching the felons for a while now, but now I'm sure that Loki must be responsible for it. Odin then narrowed his eyes and added, though this Ymir is incomplete. He's not the same one I and my brothers had slain. He's weaker somehow. Zeus, who was calm the entire time, stated, leave the small talk for later. We have an enemy in front of us that our soldiers can't handle. We need our forces to retreat. All the leaders agreed with Zeus. Odin then added, Thunder here is right. We need to deal with him ourselves, but I am not young anymore, time has drained my strength more than you know. I ask all of you to help me deal with him. Azazel then added, looks like we have our work cut for us. I and Michael will take care of ordering our troops. You all try and hold back that giant until we do so. Gabriel and the angels will make a barrier for us to hold the big guy back. The leaders present nodded their heads. They all knew the plan and thus worked it out. In the battlefield, Ymir was indomitable. His charge shook the realms as his breath froze the soldiers solid. His hands swept the battlefield and made it empty. Soldiers were flying away from the natural calamity known as the giant forefather, as none of their attacks even scratched him. He was about to use his hands to sweep again when a large lightning bolt fell and electrocuted him. The sky turned dark, clouds forming after the lightning, as thunder boomed within the once purple now black skies. The giant was stunned for a moment, but no damage was visible on his skin. He then looked at the source of the lightning and found it to be Zeus, covered in blue lightning with a bolt in his hand. The giant charged towards Zeus and tried to punch him, but his attack was blocked by Falbium, who used the power of his abnormal physical strength to counteract the punch and bear the brunt of his attack. Not so fast, you big oaf. Ymir growled, but his attention was then grabbed by an attack targeted at his left shoulder. It was a huge ray of light. The ray of light blinded those nearby for a second or two, however, once it died down, they saw that a large spear was embedded on his shoulder. Ymir looked at the cause when an old man in golden armor came up to him and said, it has been a while, Orgelmer the giant. The current giant may have been imperfect, and his mind may not be the most solid thing in the world right now, but he recognized the old man's face. It was the one who killed him. His own descendant. 00000000000 odd Dienen, yelled Ymir, giving a war cry, removing the spear from his shoulder and throwing it away. Gungnir returned to its owner's hands automatically. If Ymir was not angered before, then now he was. Truly. His rage had taken over him as the four started exchanging fearsome blows with each other. Loki, who was behind, scowled and then said to his two sons, what are you two waiting for? Help him. Fenrir and Hormungandr listened to their father's command and then charged in to help Ymir. However, the ground suddenly turned murky and dragged them in, trapping their bodies in the earth. Simmer down, you two have caused enough trouble as it is, said Ajuka, who used his Kanakara formula. The two beasts growled and hissed as they tried to move out. However, before they could do that, they heard a yell. Ice Shell. The two beasts were encased in ice as soon as they heard that, freezing them completely. They were not able to resist the attack as exhaustion had finally caught up to them. Be nice little beasties and stay frozen like that, okay, said Sirafal with her playful manner. However, the two beasts weren't frozen for long as they broke out of the ice and soon attacked the two Satans with all their might. Loki moved in to help them, however a wave of chaotic red blaze blocked his path. You are not going anywhere, said Xerxes and engaged Loki. Loki's Hulk expression still existed on his head, but it slowly changed into a smirk. Tell that to them. Xerxes went alert at that and looked behind, but it was too late. A blazing blue fire covered his senses as he was attacked from behind. He was taken by surprise and it landed a hit on him. It wasn't serious, but there were still some burn marks on his body. Not a second later though, he saw that the two brothers charged with a sword and staff in hand. Xerxes made multiple balls of destruction in his hands and threw them at the feral twins. The twins were caught up in the attack. However, they disappeared as soon as the balls touched them. What? He noticed a jab coming from the side and his senses picked up an attack from above and one from behind. His quick thinking made it easy for him to cover his entire body in the power of destruction, like a shell surrounding him. It allowed the attacks from the two reanimations to be blocked as their bodies and the weapons they used all turned into nothing. Once they noticed that their attack had failed, all three of them retreated. Surtsk noticed that the two feral twins had lost their hands from the attack they just made, but it was slowly regenerating back. How did they escape my senses there? Unless... He turned behind to find a smirking Loki. Surtsk narrowed down the reason and thought, I see. He used an illusion. Surtsk narrowed his eyes as he saw that the three men fighting against the giant could not hold out any longer. He decided no reason to extend this. I need to go all out. The magic power oozing from Surtsk started increasing. His body was slowly covered up in a shell of his power. He was red, covered in chaotic energy that destroyed anything it touched. However, it didn't stop there. The power formed sparks of destruction in his entire surroundings, making him fly above an empty crater that used to be the ground he stood on. Loki saw this and thought with an inborn fear, what is this? What is this power? The trickster god knew his limits. He knew when he was outclassed by the devil before him. He understood that Lucifer was no longer holding back and he would have to face dire consequences if he got caught. Thus he quickly made a teleportation array trying to escape. But it was futile. Surtsk caught him before he activated the portal. Loki thought, what speed? No. Resist. The reanimations came about and tried to help free Loki under command, but they couldn't get near him due to Surtsk's destructive nature. Loki was in pain. Surtsk's body was real close to him. As a god, his body had some resistance to the power of destruction, but even he couldn't hold out for long. Surtsk then cast a high-powered magic spell to seal Loki in another dimension after weakening him. As soon as he did that, the three reanimations lost their momentum and came to a sudden halt. They slowly became aware of their surroundings as they asked, Where are we? Asked a disgruntled Yujito holding her head. Does this place look familiar to you, brother? Asked Jinkaku while frowning. No, it doesn't. But it looks like we have been reanimated again, said Kinkaku. Surtsk deactivated his cloak after Loki was sealed. He noticed that the three were aware of their surroundings and were about to speak to them, but then noticed that the giant who was rampaging was starting to become more powerful. Loki's control must have held him back all this time. With that gone, he narrowed his eyes and then saw that Ajuka and Sirafal were done with their side of the battle. He gestured to them as they nodded their heads. All three of them had the same thoughts as each other. Surtsk then turned his attention towards the three reanimations and said, I have no time to explain what is going on, but your help would be appreciated. As you can see, that large giant over there is being a menace and it needs to be stopped. The three reanimations looked at him with queer eyes, trying to discern the nature of his request. Yujito then said, very well, if it would give me some explanations regarding my current situation. Kinkaku asked, what do you say, brother? It has been a while since we had a good battle, isn't it? Kinkaku gave a feral grin and replied, yes, it has, brother. Let's go wild. Kinkaku gave an evil grin of his own and said, well said. The three then moved to engage the giant. They joined Falbium and some of the other forces to battle against the menacing giant and the army of magicians besides him. Meanwhile, Surtsk and the Satans moved towards Odin and Zeus, who seemed to be injured. Resting behind in the far back inside the barrier Gabriel and some of the angels had helped create, away from the ruckus at the front line but not too far away. At the rear of the battlefield, Arg, my back! Groaned Odin, as he held his hand near his spine hoping to find some sort of relief. A normal person would be groaning in pain at the bleeding shoulder he had, but his back held a higher priority apparently. Rosswise was there beside him, tending to his injuries. Zeus was no better. The two were exhausted. The Satans looked at them and found themselves flabbergasted. Surtsk looked at Ymir and noticed that there were no serious wounds on his body, even after all this time. Is he really that strong? Even the combined powers of yours, Zeus, and Falbium weren't able to put him down. Odin shook his head and said, no. Ymir is not the same. Look at him closely and tell me what you find. The leaders present all closed in their eyes on the giant currently rampaging around. It was then they noticed a different feeling in the air. It was like suffocating from within. He's absorbing the magic power from the surroundings, yelled Sirafal. Zeus nodded his head and said, he's been doing that ever since the beginning, but right now it has accelerated. That explains the reason for his healing. Whined Azazel as he understood how difficult it was to deal with this enemy. Surtsk looked frustrated at this turn of events. He said, this is bad. If he absorbs the magic power from the surroundings at this rate, then all life would cease to exist. We need to stop him as soon as possible. Ajuka, wishing to be the voice of reason, then said, but how? We can't seal a being that powerful. We don't have formula for that right now. Surtskx put out his frustration and asked, what the hell are we supposed to do then? Ajuka stated calmly, evacuate. As soon as he said that, all present leaders turned silent. Surtskx looked at Ajuka like he was talking to a loon. He asked in a calm tone, but his anger was evident to any who had heard him, are you listening to yourself? Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds? Ajuka remained unfazed as he said, I understand how ridiculous it sounds, Surtskx. I'm well aware. But realize that the longer you delay the evacuation, the more you endanger the lives of our people. Our forces are exhausted and their morale is low. They cannot hold out for long, not like this. We can cut off the part of this space, like how we do for the raiding games, and temporarily combine all our magic to hold the giant off while we work on a seal to deal with him permanently. All the leaders who heard the solution understood what Ajuka was trying to say. Surtskx then said, which means that we need to abandon some of our forces to give us time to escape. Ajuka nodded and said, a sacrifice for the greater good. That giant cannot be allowed to move away from here. We need to cut it off immediately. With the space cut off, the energy he gets will be depleted soon enough and thus will weaken him. Once he's weakened, it would be a much easier job to seal him permanently. Surtskx could see the logic in Ajuka's plan, and so did every other faction ruler. However, it was still a hard decision for them to take since it involved the lives of many people. Though they knew one thing for sure. They won't be leaving back for home without delivering news to widows that their husbands had fallen, to sons and daughters that their fathers and mothers have left them, and it saddened them that they had to deliver this news. A lot of lives had been taken on this day. If they could save the lives of many others by sacrificing a few, then even if they were called bastards and traitors in the future, their conscience will be clear. Surtskx breathed in and slowly let out before closing his eyes and thinking hard. He then asked with a firm conviction as his eyes remained closed, how confident are you in creating a sealing formula to seal it permanently? Ajuka took a moment and closed his eyes. He then opened them a few moments later and said, 9 out of 10 times, I'm confident that the seal will work. I only more time. Surtskx opened his eyes as soon as he heard that and said, all right. We will go by your plan, Ajuka. Tell our forces to evacuate. Women and the injured first. And who will stay behind? Asked Sirafal with a firm expression, unlike her usual playful one. All leaders turned silent. Every one among them had someone or something they had in life that they can't let go. It varied, but all were equally important. I'll go. Everyone turned around and found the ever-silent lieutenant of Azazel, Barakil. He then added, I will give you some time to evacuate. If this plan can save my brethren, then I believe you. Azazel said, Barakil. Barakil then said, tell my daughter that I love her. Azazel noted the seriousness in Barakil's voice and thus nodded his head in a serious manner. He said, it shall be done. I'll go too, said Graphia. What? No. Graphia, you can't do this. You have Milikas to take care of, said Surtskx with wide eyes as he heard that her wife was about to sacrifice herself. Graphia looked at her loving husband. Her usually cold and icy personality softened as she then spoke in a soft tone, this is for the sake of the underworld. We need someone to hold them back. The Satans are not an option as the underworld needs them. I am the only one capable enough and expendable enough to take this role. Milikas will understand. He's a strong boy and I can go with a sense of relief that he has a father that will always have his back. But you are not expendable to me. You are my assistant. What happened to your vow of taking care? Frantically asked Surtskx, but was shushed by Graphia with a finger on his lips. She then added, I know that this is hard for you, my love, but this is the only way. Lucifer can take care of himself and he can find a better assistant than I am. As your queen, it is my duty to serve you and your household as long as you deem fit, and I am doing that duty as we speak. Making the hard choices for you. As your wife. I can only hope that my dear husband and his family can find it in their hearts to forgive me for leaving them. I can only hope that he can take care of our child with all the love, care, and affection he can get. Surtskx saw the unfazed and unwavering determination as she said this. She was doing her duty as she said, and nothing could stop her from doing that. His eyes welled up tears, but he held them back as he gave a huge sigh. Graphia then asked, do I have your permission to act, Lord Lucifer? Surtskx nodded and said in a steely voice, permission granted. The others who were by their sides didn't interrupt the two from having their moments, as they understood that this was a tough decision for them. Azazel then added, "All right. We all know the plan. Time to execute it." The leaders nodded their heads. Grafia then shared a soft kiss with Surtsks. Surtsks evidently was not done. He added, "You will not die. You will return back to me. Back to our home. Back to Milikas. Back to mother, father, and Rias." Grafia gave a soft smile and then nodded her head. She said, "I will try, my love." She then disappeared along with Barukil, who were teleported to the front line. Surtsks then added, "Ajuka." "Yes, Surtsks," responded Ajuka. Surtsks looked at him with a stoic face, but his anger was not concealed in his words. "Pray that your plan works. If not, I don't know what I'll do to you." Ajuka didn't respond to that open threat and remained silent. He knew that his friend was going through a myriad of emotions right now, and his current state was highly volatile. Unknown to Surtsks, Ajuka was thinking the same thing. "I pray it does, my friend. I only pray it does. For all our sakes." With Falbium at the front line, Falbium had been fighting against the giant from the beginning till the end without any breaks. He had a scowl painted on his face, with sweat flowing down through it as he looked at the behemoth that was his opponent. It's been an hour already and the giant showed no sign of damage on him. It was as if he hadn't even broken a sweat. However, that's not the reason he was frustrated right now. He had the decision that the others had come to, and he was not pleased. Falbium was a soldier, a military man, and like every military personnel, every soldier is like a brother or a sister to him. Abandoning his soldiers in the line of duty is the most shameful thing for a commander, which did not mean to say that he didn't understand why they are doing it. Falbium understood it as the most logical option they had to go on, and thus cooperated with the other Satans. However, even in the darkest of situations, he saw a bright light. "At least those 3 undead can help us keep the giant off while we evacuate the others. More can be saved, so now do to them." Yes. The 3 reanimations were helpful for him as they were inexhaustible and highly durable. However, a gust of wind flew towards his face and he was caught unaware. He looked down to avoid the dust, and that's when something caught his eye. It was a black line filled with letters. What is this? It looks like the kanji characters from the Japanese language. The line went a long way from his foot and further away into the horizon. He knew that this was highly unusual, but his mind was currently busy with something else. "No. Concentrate, Falbium. You have bigger concerns right now." A soldier came and reported, "Sir. All the rear forces have evacuated just as planned. Requesting further orders." He saw that Grafia and Barukil joined along with the reanimations and then nodded to the soldier in front and gave him his orders. "Good work, soldier. Get away from here and take as many as you can. This space is going to be sealed off soon." The soldier nodded his head and then gave a salute as he carried out his orders. Falbium then looked at the 5 fighting the giant one last time before turning his back and commanded, "Fall back. All of you fall back now." To the barrier, with Grafia at the front line. Grafia was not having the best time right now. She was fighting against an inexhaustible and uncontrolled fighting machine that is taking a toll on her body. The same could be said about the others who were fighting beside her. They had been working together and coordinated their attacks to make them more effective. She handled the defense while the 3 reanimations and the fallen lieutenant handled the offense. They were perfectly timing their attacks and taunted Amir into attacking them while buying enough time for the other forces to retreat. Barukil then said, "We need to weaken the giant as much as we can. Aim at his weak spots. This way, the others will be able to take care of him that much easier." Yujito said, "I don't know what your end goal is, but since you have a plan to end it, I'll merely follow it and uphold my end of the bargain." Kinkaku sported a feral grin and added, "If it means we are fighting this beast even longer, then sure." Kinkaku gave a feral grin of his own and Grafia saw something unusual happen. A red cloak enveloped his body and his power seemed to magnify even more. Kinkaku followed Jinake-ku in the transformation as they both looked the same. They soon both started attacking the beast with their newly revealed powers. They delivered a flurry of attacks to the giant, with each blow being a hard one that obviously did some damage to Amir as they saw some burn marks on his skin. A tailed beast's chakra was really corrosive to anything, and Amir was no exception to this rule, but the burn, if left alone, easily healed in less than a minute. Fire style, 100 mouse bombs. 100 lightning strike. Yujito cast long-range fire-based attacks at places where the 2 brothers attacked. They concentrated their attacks on one spot to be more effective. Meanwhile, Barukil used his light spears and thunder magic to disorient the giant for their attacks to get through better. Emir's attention was grabbed by their combined attacks as he charged towards them. He used his hands to try and grab them, but Grafia wouldn't let it be. Ice wall. Like the name, a huge wall of ice erupted and blocked the path of the hand. However, it was merely meant to delay the hand, as she knew that the wall will not hold. But all they needed was a millisecond to get away. And so they did. Emir saw that they escaped his physical attacks and thus made magical ones instead. He made a huge breath attack that froze anything and everything in his path. Grafia noticed this as they were flying away. She then said, "Barukil. Barrier." Barukil nodded his head, and both Fallen and Devil made a magical barrier to withstand the cold breath attack. The attack lasted for a whole minute. Their entire surroundings were covered in ice and fog. Their visibility was poor and they couldn't see where Emir was. It had gone silent. They all felt a bad feeling about that, since silence during the middle of a battle didn't signify anything good. "Stay on guard," said Barukil. "Now where is the son of a bitch?" wondered Kinkaku. "Probably left with his tail tucked beneath his legs because he couldn't beat us, the amazing gold and silver brothers." "Ha ha ha ha," joked Ginkaku. Grafia ignored the narcissistic joke and looked at where Emir could have gone. She inclined downwards towards the icy floor and saw an unusual reflection. It was a big shadowy appearance in the... Her mind worked out where Emir was and shouted, "Above." However, the warning came too late, as a falling Emir touched the ground and caused an impact on the ground which shattered the ground for a kilometer radius and caused strong winds to blow and blast away the group of 5. Smoke arose and filled the areas as Grafia coughed hard when the dust entered her lungs. Cough cough. She then opened her eyes to find that she was there along with a heavily injured Barukil. They had somehow survived the impact because of the barrier they had set up, or they would have been smashed to smithereens. She found out that the reanimations were nowhere to be found. However, that was not her concern right now. She moved towards Barukil and helped him get up. Cough cough. "Are you alright?" asked Grafia. "Why yeah, I am fine, arg, for the most part," said Barukil while holding his waist. Grafia said, "You are injured." "Arg, just a few broken ribs, ha," said Barukil while holding his waist in pain. Grafia leaned over and lent him a shoulder to support him stand. He then said, "As humiliating as it is for a man to lean on a woman's shoulder like this, you have my thanks." "You're welcome," said Grafia as she gave support to the fallen angel. Grafia then noticed that the barrier had been set up and sighed in relief. They have done their duties. All left for them to do was survive. Grafia then added, "We have done enough. The barrier has been set up. Let's find a place to hide and recover while the others find a way to seal this thing permanently." Barukil nodded his head and said, "Why yeah. I have this pocket dimensi dash." However, his words were cut off when both of them heard heavy breathing and a cold wind flowing through their bodies. The two's worst fears were realized when they saw where the wind came from. Emir, standing there in all of his glory while breathing heavily. Grafia could have sworn she saw an evil smile on that face when he found them. His closed mouth was spewing wisps of flames, making Grafia figure out his next move. She then said, "So this is it for us, eh?" Barukil then added thoughtfully, "I think so, Lady Lucifer." Grafia unusually smiled and said, "I prefer to go by Lucifuge. However, I think after the battle we had you are more than qualified to call me by my first name, Mr. Barukil." Barukil, who heard that, laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 ha. I thank you for granting me that honor. It has been a pleasure to fight alongside you, Miss Grafia." Grafia returned that smile and said, "The same, Mr. Barukil." The two addressed each other knowing that they were going to die. It was a friendship born out of camaraderie, a friendship born at what could be the last moment of their lives. They knew that it was the end of the road for them. They could do nothing but just sit there and wait for the breath attack to fall on them. They thus accepted the hand that fate had given them and chose to face it bravely. After all their duties were over, it was left to the others to make sure that their sacrifice was not in vain. Barukil then added with a somber tone, "It seems I won't be able to see her again after all." Grafia didn't say anything and just closed her eyes. Her life flashed before her eyes, as she saw the decisions she made with regards to herself and others. She remembered her old family, her father, her mother, and her little brother. She remembered the war and then the man who changed her entire life. She thought, "I don't think I can keep my promise, Sirtsks, farewell, my love." and the last thing she felt was an infernal heat before her consciousness went dark. Ajuka already made preparations to cut off the space by using the formula he devised for the raiding games. The leaders took their positions, to supply the magic to the subspace. They saw that most of the soldiers have retreated to safety, and thus all of them knew that this was a perfect time. Now, all of you, pour you magic, yelled Ajuka, giving the leaders the go command. And they listened. A great barrier popped up with a myriad of dark colors and bright star-like lights embedded on it. The barrier moved into a shape like a dome before it covered the entire area. Once it did, the colors disappeared and everything in that part disappeared. The morale of the troops was slowly increasing as they saw that the barrier was working. They gave a loud cheer that the plan was a success and that they were alive. Surtsks and the others remained in position, constantly supplying magic. A few magic recording devices were left within to monitor the situation inside. Ajuka nodded his head and said, "Good, the spatial barrier is working. We need it to be maintained for 2 hours before I come up with the solution." Surtsks yelled, "Then get to it fast. We don't have all the time in the world right now." Ajuka nodded his head and started working on the ceiling formula. It was then Surtsks saw what happened via the camera feed. He shouted, "No. Graphia." His emotions were boiling right now, but Ajuka's cold and freezing tone became the voice of reason. "Enough, Surtsks. Your magic is going out of control and it will destabilize the barrier at this rate. Control your emotions or everything Graphia did will be in vain. I know your anger and understand your sorrow, but now is not the time." Surtsks snapped back to reality at that, but his mind was still preoccupied with the apparent death of his wife. However, Ajuka made sense. He thus grit his teeth and prayed that his wife was safe, even though he knew that it was unlikely. Falbium, who had come out earlier along with the last line of troops, then gave further orders: "Tend to the injured. Those of you who can still fight, protect the ones maintaining the barrier from the stragglers. We cannot let them fall under no conditions. This battle is far from over." The army listened to the orders and thus formed a protective circle around the leaders who supplied the magic. The magical camera still running in the air, showing the thunderous roar of Emir. He had gone berserk. He was not conscious, but that didn't mean that he didn't notice the changes. He felt a dip in the surroundings and started smashing things around with no purpose or reason, like a rage-filled beast. All of his so-called allies were possibly killed off in the crossfire. The ones outside watched the ongoing destruction with fear at the power of this so-called natural calamity. However, the giant soon stopped. He stopped moving completely and closed his eyes. All watched with keen interest, wondering what the giant was going to do next. The rulers were not an exception. "What is he up to?" thought Ajuka. The giant remained motionless for a few moments and continued to absorb magic power. Dark clouds formed underneath him as the winds became stronger than ever. Surtsks noted the change and his expression turned ghastly. His absorbing rate has accelerated. The giant opened his eyes terrifyingly as the purple orbs glowed unnaturally. The audience didn't know what came next as the video feed was cut off. Silence. Terrifying silence filled the battlefield as they all watched the static grains on the screen with dreadful eyes. Thump! Everyone shuddered at the noise. It was loud and sudden, catching everyone off guard. "What is that noise?" thought Ajuka. However, the noise was heard for a second time. Thump! Ajuka concentrated and his sharp eyes noticed something that made him mortified. His face went pale as he confirmed his suspicions. It was a crack in the spatial barrier. The thumping noise was heard for the third time, and it was even louder. And right after that, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth time, with each interval much less than the last. Thump! 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 Ajuka yelled, "Everyone get away, I." Thump! Boom! However, it was too late as the last thump was heard, which broke the barrier completely. The shattering of the barrier created an explosion where the soldiers near the barrier were thrown away by the recoil. Wind and gust flew out, taking up the dirt as they passed. The faction rulers/leaders got caught in the blast as they were thrown kilometers away from their original spot. While they remained unharmed due to their tough constitution and means, the soldiers protecting them were not the same. There were more than a few fatalities. Cough! Cough! Surtsks coughed from the dust that entered his lungs due to the explosion. Once he did that, he saw the entire battlefield was covered in a thick smoke of dust. He checked nearby to see if the soldiers protecting him were alive. "Are you all right?" asked Surtsks to a soldier who was coughing nearby. "Cough! Cough! I am fine, Lord Lucifer. It was just a bit unexpected after all," said the soldier. Confusion and mayhem fell across the ranks as they all confirmed the position of the other soldier saw something and pointed his fingers in a trembling manner. I am possible. How could this be? Surtsk saw where he was pointing. He then saw the sight that terrified the very soul out of him. The smoke soon settled and all the others saw the same sight as he did, in silence. Amir was standing strong, holding his ground and breathing heavily but slowly in a frightening manner. His body had no wounds, no scratch, no signs of damage. He showed no signs of exhaustion as he continued to absorb the energy from his surroundings. Odin, who knew the opponent best, sighed, I thought that this would happen. After all, a revived primordial is something else. A terrified Sirafal gave a despairing tone as she thought, monster. She was not the only one, as the others had the exact mindset and they were not wrong. He was a monster. An undying one. Amir gave a thunderous roar and charged once again. The army was exhausted and so were the leaders. I have already expended too much energy holding the barrier, I can't go on any longer, thought Surtsk. He saw that Amir was charging towards him first. Surtsk smiled wryly and thought, so I'm the first one to go at. He then looked back at the other soldiers who had fear etched in their eyes. He knew that this was the end of the line for him as all the other thoughts from his brain disappeared. There was no time for them to teleport out of there and thus they could only wait for their ends. He didn't close his eyes, but rather kept them open, looking at the giant standing in front of him. Surtsk smiled unusually at the pathetic situation he found himself in as he waited for the final blow. The end of Surtsk's gramarye at loss, however, that didn't happen when a giant nine-tailed fox much larger than Amir rushed in from the side and grabbed Amir by the neck while having only a hair's breadth of the distance between them. Surtsk stood stunned as his body softened and his hair disheveled due to the wind that blew from the fox's charge. His eyes could see the event before him but his mind could comprehend only one thing, and it was a single syllable: huh. Everyone and everything has a weakness. This is a universal truth. Nothing in this world is completely perfect. Even superheroes who are made from fiction. Superman's weakness to kryptonite, Iron Man's ego complex, Thor, and his pride. Like I said, nothing in this world is perfect. And mistakes arise due to these weaknesses, where there is always a price to pay. Sometimes mild and sometimes fatal. Unfortunate for Zetsu, Naruto just found out something he shouldn't have due to his weakness, due to the fact that he was too hasty in his preparations. Orgelmer, the primordial giant forged from the cold ice of Nilfheim and the raging fires of Muspelheim. Loki, the crazy maniac who began all this, said, ha 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 ha. How is my surprise? Now Ragnarok is finally started. Go. All of you. Kill them. Kill them all. Amazing. What a terrifying being. Look at the power radiating from it, said Michael. It has been a while. Orgelmer the giant. 0000000000000 Dienen, yelled Amir, giving a war cry, removing the spear from his shoulder and throwing it away. Gungnir returned back to its owner's hands automatically. Is he really that strong? Even the combined powers of yours, Lord Zeus and Falbium, wasn't able to put him down. Odin nodded his head but narrowed his eyes and said, quite, but it looks like he isn't taking that well. Odin was not wrong as Amir looked pissed. His heavy breathing stopped as he roared. With Naruto, the thunderous roar shook the skies and was heard by all. Naruto looked on with a frown as he noticed the skyrocketing energy he felt from the giant. I have a bad feeling about this. Kurama nodded, agreeing to Naruto's statement, and said, he's preparing something. Get ready. This guy is one tough motherfucker. Will Naruto win or lose against this rotten behemoth? Find out in the next episode of Drag Dash, said Shukaku. Shut up, Sandrat. No one wants to hear your random-ass commentary, added Kurama, being annoyed at Shukaku for stating the obvious. What was that, you carpet rug? Screamed Shukaku. Kurama shouted, you heard me, rodent. Even if we forget the fact that you ripped off the entire thing from an anime that these humans created, the timing was way off mark. You make a set excuse of a commentator. Fuck you, rabbit ears. My timing was perfect, yelled Shukaku. No it was not, replied Kurama. Yes it was. No yes. No aw man, it would be good we had some popcorn for moment like these. This is much better than battle, added Kome, looking at the argument like it was a soap opera. Agreed, said Son Goku while laughing. Naruto, who was hearing all this banter, grew a tick mark on his forehead. He then said, nay, shouted, my dear big friends. If your pleasant senses aren't aware of the situation in front of us, let me just remind you. We are fighting a giant reanimated pain in the ass of a giant right now who's up to something. So unless you don't have anything useful for me, shut up. Now is not the time for your comedy bits, yelled Naruto, frustrated at the tailed beasts for having a banter at the middle of a hostile situation. We wouldn't be having this conversation right now, if we weren't bored. Do you realize how boring it is to just watch while Rabbit Ears here gets all the action, whined Shukaku. He would be using your power more often if you weren't batshit crazy about destroying things, complained Kurama. Oh, shut the hell up. Like you were also not crazy about fighting before Naruto helped you out, you narcissistic emo wannabe, said Shukaku, insulting his brother. What was that, you rodent? Said Kurama, getting in face to face with Shukaku. You wanna fight, fuzzbutt? Said Shukaku, not yielding to the fox's glare. Oh, I am going to fight, alright. And I'm going to beat your dirty ass back to the dirt where you belong, you crazy rat. Shut up, both of you. Or I'll be the one to beat both your asses. While his inner self was in a comedic turmoil with the hot-blooded tailed beasts, the outer self was moving towards Ymir while preparing a large tailed beast bomb like before. He didn't want to give Ymir a chance to perform whatever technique that he was about to do. However, it was then he noticed something. Under Ymir's arms, some slimy stuff came about. Naruto thought, what is that? It looks familiar somehow. Like those things. However, he didn't need to complete the sentence as his suspicions were confirmed soon enough. Naruto saw the white slimy stuff taking form and another white humanoid giant with horns created. This giant was much smaller in size comparatively, looking about 50 or so meters in length. Yep. It's the Fourth Great War all over again. Can somebody just tell me what is up with gigantic creatures and creating monster-like minions? Fucking deja vu. However, Naruto reckoned that from the energy coming off of it was much larger than the ultimate class devils taking refuge in the hill. With Surtsks, what are those things that Ymir had created? Asked Surtsks with a note of seriousness. Odin narrowed his eyes and said, giants. It seems that the body still retained some of the intelligence that the owner left behind. Azazel asked with confusion evident in his voice, what do you mean? Odin then said, like I stated before, this Ymir is not complete. By now, you already noticed that there is no trace of intelligence in his eyes, but I believe it would be more apt to say its eyes. All you can see in him is just an empty shell, a husk. Whatever method that Loki had used to revive Ymir put only consideration towards the body and not the soul. I doubt he could anyway, for me and my brothers had destroyed it completely during our battle against him. However, it seems that the body has retained some of the instincts of its previous owner, allowing it to use the primordial energy it converted from the magic in its surroundings for its well-renowned use, and that is creation. Said Rosswise, completing Odin's sentence. Odin nodded his head and continued, but, an imperfect being cannot yield a perfect being. The giant it has created is based on the remnant instincts it had and is not complete. The Ymir, in addition to the body, also parted the potential to develop a soul to the being, which was based on his own soul. The humans term it as multiple fission these days, but unlike in that case, there is no complete cloning involved. As he said that, Odin saw that Ymir created a few more giants in less than a few seconds while he moved about dodging the fox's attacks. He then noticed that there were more than 1,000 giants now, swarming around the fox construct, preventing him from reaching the greater giant. Odin then noticed something about Ymir and exclaimed, son of a bitch. Now I get it. He's buying time in order to get back the magic he lost. He's trying to recover back while his minions tire his opponent out. Falbium frowned and said, this is bad. Surtsks, I hope your friend knows what he's doing. If the giant continues to consume the magic in the surroundings, then at this rate, the entire land will die from magical exhaustion. The middle-class soldiers are already feeling their magic being drained away. We need to act soon and put a stop to this. Surtsks didn't say anything and just stood silently. His mind was turmoil at the recent developments, but his faith in Naruto's character didn't waver. He thought, I only hope you know what you are doing. It was then they all noticed something. What the dash? Shouted Azazel. Odin asked with surprise, wait, where did the fox go? Who is that blonde man in its place? But the man made a symbol with his fingers and a cloud of white smoke appeared. Once the smoke disappeared, Rosswise pointed out her fingers and said, look. The human just multiplied himself by 9. There are 9 others now. Everyone was bewildered at the sudden development, and this didn't exclude our Lucifer. Just what are you up to now? However, his and the others' questions were soon answered when they saw the spectacle before them. The giant army was rushing at the 9 men when they disappeared. In their place now stood 9 unique beasts with different number of tails along with the 9-tailed fox that was fighting until now, behind a single blonde-haired man. He then gave a command, "Go wild." Heck yeah. With Naruto a few moments earlier, things were getting serious as Naruto understood what was going on. Kurama warned, "This is bad, kid. The giant is trying to recover what was lost. We need to put a stop to this soon or all our efforts will bring us back to square one. I don't know you have noticed but I don't have the patience in me to do the battle all over again in the same weak fashion we did until now." Naruto agreed, "I understand. It's time we put a stop to this once and for all and I just thought of something." Kurama grew curious and asked, "Oh?" Naruto grinned and said, "Hey Shukaku. You said you were bored sitting on your ass all day long, right?" Shukaku, who noticed the situation that was going on, started grinning madly as he somehow knew what Naruto was about to say next. "Oh hell yeah. Let me out and wreck those white dolls," shouted Shukaku with excitement not unhidden from his voice. "Hey. How come he gets in on the fun? I want to battle too," said Son Goku. Odin added and said, "The behemoth is about to fall soon. Without having the time to get the energy it requires, it's going to change its tactics soon enough." With the tailed beasts were on an all-round rampage as they destroyed everything and made Amir fall back to a corner. Shukaku landed more than a few blows on the giant along with his tailed brethren. Amir soon abandoned his original plan and moved in to attack the other beasts. Naruto, who had his eyes closed, then thought, "Everything is going according to plan, now on to the final phase. Pull him in, guys." Amir then charged towards Shukaku and delivered a punch towards him. Shukaku blocked the punch with his sand shield that erupted in front. Though the impact could not be negated completely as Shukaku was blown away for a few meters. The giant roared and spouted a breath of flames. Isabu helped out by negating the attack by spouting a large amount of water to douse the flames. The dousing called upon a steam explosion due to it. However, it was not finished as Kuoh came in and rammed the giant, sending him flying off to another mountain, crashing against it. The wave of attack didn't stop as a lightning bolt cracked and fell down on him from the sky, electrifying his body. Amir was now truly pissed. He then moved in to attack Kuoh, who had charged once again. This time, he stopped her charge, catching her by the horns and then threw her away to the east hill. The refugees were exclaiming, "Look out." However, the worst didn't happen as Kuoh disappeared and Naruto took her place. The clone told, "Alright Kuoh, that is all you can get for now. The boss is about to execute the plan soon. Ah, and here I was having so much fun. Anyway, thank you for letting me feel my legs, Naruto. It was refreshing. That's alright. The others should be done too soon." Son Goku came in and attacked the giant with his lava fists, but his hands were caught by the giant, who didn't take any damage from the lava flowing through him. The giant then gave a body kick, throwing the other away. He too turned back into a clone that poofed into nothingness. The remaining tailed beasts then came together and each individual formed a tailed beast bomb in their mouths. The giant rushed in as the tailed beasts shouted, "Tailed beast bomb." The individual bombs fired at his limbs. This triggered an explosion near the giant's limbs, but that didn't stop him. The giant crashed into Madatabi and Shukaku, sending them both back to Naruto. He then proceeded a sudden flame attack at Saiken, doing the same process to her as well. The only ones who remained are Gyuki, Isabu and Kome. He then went forward towards Gyuki's neck, but he was suddenly attacked by a large purplish-black orb that sent him flying towards somewhere else. "That's enough, guys. Thanks for the help. We will take it from here," said Naruto, who was within the fox. "Whatever you say, boss man. Lucky number 7 out." "Alright Naruto. Oh come on. I just got here." All the tailed beasts except Kurama had left, leaving the original 2 combatants to be the only ones present. The giant was breathing heavily. He then moved in towards Kurama while giving a bellowing roar. Naruto then thought, "Closer. Closer." The giant approached with its thundering footsteps. "That's right. Closer. Just a little more." It was then both Naruto and the fox had the same impeccable timing. There Kurama yelled, "Use the seal now." Naruto immediately formed a hand seal, which was imitated by the fox construct. They pressed the seal on the floor and immediately chains of words emerged from the ground and restrained Amir. Amir seemed to be struggling, but the chains were resilient. The onlookers were surprised at this sudden turn of events. Xerxes looked at the giant closely and saw that its energy was being drained and the magic was returning back to the environment. "He's restoring the magic that Ymir took," said Ajuka with his eyes filled with excitement as he studied the seal. It was a work of art in his eyes. Ymir's struggle to be free continued, but soon it got drained more and more that it became more docile than before, as if all its energy had been sapped away from him. Naruto then performed another hand seal and yelled, "Sealing Jutsu, Great Tree Seal." As soon as he said that, Ymir's body slowly started turning into wood. He was unable to resist as his body completely turned into wood and then into a grand tree of the same size. Some charms were placed on the tree along with chains hooking it to the ground. Naruto turned back to his original form and then said, "Yeah. That's done. Guess the preparations were worth it, huh brat? Yeah. The remaining energy within the body can go to the land, hopefully restoring what was taken away from it." The spectators who saw that from the sidelines said, "Is it finally over?" "Yes. Yes it is. The giant turned into a tree." "Did we win?" "Yes. We won." All the allied forces cheered at the victory they had here. Everyone was happy. After all, who couldn't be if they get to see another day? Naruto looked at the cheerful atmosphere and remained silent. He then saw Xerxes arrive along with the other leaders with grim faces. "Whoa, these guys never do catch a break, do they?" Xerxes came first and said, "You have a lot of explaining to do." Naruto gave a wily smile and said, "Oh, I will. But before that, how long are you going to watch from the shadows, Zetsu?" The leaders turned their heads to look in the same direction as Naruto and found a black humanoid figure emerge from the ground with scowl on its face. Xerxes and Sirafal recognized the person and frowned. "We meet again, Naruto Uzumaki. Though I would say that I don't appreciate doing so." "Don't worry. The feeling's mutual." Zetsu looked at Naruto for a while before he gave a hardened glare. "I see that you have already found out about our scheme. It seems that Cronus has failed in securing our target." Naruto gave a grin and said, "Oh, that he has, all right." Zetsu's scowl intensified as he said, "Well played, Uzumaki. Well played. You always were a hindrance to our plans. Nevertheless, enjoy your victories while you can, because despite all your efforts, we will succeed in the end. We'll see about that. Now why don't you scurry off back to your mommy?" "Mama's boy," said Naruto, still maintaining his playful grin, and provoked his enemy with a devil-may-care attitude. He didn't even bother capturing Zetsu as he knew that it will yield no results for now. Zetsu was their only lead on Kaguya and he will soon lead him to her. Following him or capturing will only be useless for now. Zetsu didn't say anything as he slowly moved back into the earth, in the exact same fashion as he appeared. Naruto then turned to look at the leaders while pouting and said, I know. We need to have a talk, right? I'm ready to speak freely, so why don't you guys lose the interrogator's look? I'm not gonna to hide anything, geez. Can't give me a damn break, can you? You must be wondering why there is no philosophical start this time, right? That's cause I am lazy. Wait, what was the point of writing the monologue? Man, I keep forgetting stuff. Can someone never mind, I got it. It's to remind you guys about the events up to date, right? Okay then, let's see. Actors ready? Is the cameraman ready? Okay. Roll the cameras. Scene 27, take 2, on action. Enjoying the show? How are you here if you are over there fighting dash, that my friend is with the help of my trusty old technique called the Shadow Clone Jutsu. I'm the clone though. The real one is fighting the giant right now. Explained Naruto, knowing what Xerxes was asking. Xerxes seethed with rage and said, if you were here a few moments earlier, then you could have saved a lot more lives. If you had come earlier, then Graphia could have so dash. Naruto interrupted him and said, Graphia is alive. Kurama then added, remember the plan, Naruto. We need to weaken him before we move on to the next phase. Naruto said, yeah. Working on it. But we need to be careful and keep the damage to the surroundings to a minimum, which means that we can't fire high-powered tailed beast bombs continually. He's preparing something. Get ready. Odin then noticed something about Ymir and exclaimed, son of a bitch. Now I get it. He's buying time in order to get back the magic he lost. He's trying to recover back while his minions tire his opponent out. What the dash? Shouted Azazel. Odin asked with surprise, wait, where did the fox go? Who is that blonde man in its place? In their place now stood 9 unique beasts with different numbers of tails, along with the 9-tailed fox that was fighting until now, behind a single blonde-haired man. He then gave a command, "Go wild." Ha 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 ha. That boy sure knows how to put on a show, I'll give him that at least, laughed Odin. But, Lord Odin, look at them, they are taking this too lightly, reprimanded Ross Wise. Surtsks replied, on the contrary, I think they are taking it easy because the others are doing the work for them. Even the weakest one has reserves matching up to that of a low ultimate class devil. However, the skills it possesses allow it to battle against mid-ultimate class devils on equal grounds. The power of each one is multiplied by the next, and the eight-tailed one is levels higher than my own. The giant is unable to heal itself properly right now since the beasts are destroying the giants and making their way towards it. Kurama yelled, "Use the seal now." Naruto immediately formed a hand seal, which was imitated by the fox construct. They pressed the seal on the floor and immediately chains of words emerged from the ground and restrained Ymir. "He's restoring the magic that Ymir took," said Ajuka with his eyes filled with excitement as he studied the seal. It was a work of art in his eyes. Ymir's struggle to be free continued but soon got drained more and more that it became more docile than before, as if all its energy had been sapped away from him. Naruto then performed another hand seal and yelled, "Sealing Jutsu, Great Tree Seal." Naruto turned back to his original form and then said, "Yeah, that's done." "Did we win?" "Yes. We won." "How long are you going to watch from the shadows, Zetsu?" The leaders turned their heads to look in the same direction as Naruto and found a black humanoid figure emerge from the ground with scowl on its face. Surtsks and Sirafal recognized the person and frowned. "We meet again, Naruto Uzumaki. Though I would say that I don't appreciate doing so." "Don't worry. The feeling's mutual. We'll see about that. Now why don't you scurry off back to your mommy?" "Mama's boy," said Naruto, still maintaining his playful grin, and provoked his enemy with a devil-may-care attitude. He didn't even bother capturing Zetsu as he knew that it will yield no results for now. Zetsu was their only lead on Kagaya and he will soon lead him to her. Following him or capturing will only be useless for now. I know. We need to have a talk, right? I'm ready to speak freely, so why don't you guys lose the interrogator's look? I'm not gonna hide anything, geez. Can't give me a damn break, can you? Did you get that? Nice. Now, moving on to the next shot. No, Naruto. You won't have a sex scene in this chapter. That's for later. Put your dick back in your pants, let's keep this SFW. Sheesh, you really are such a horn dog outside of the cameras, aren't you? Hey. You. Who the $K are you? Dante. Do we have a Dante here? What story are you from? The Night in Shinwa. The set for that is in the next studio. Who let him in here? Get the fuck out of here before I bust yo ass up. Now that that's been dealt with, let's get to the shot, yes? Okay, roll cameras. Scene 28, take 1, on to action. Lo, and behold is the tale of the great monkey of the West, the great and omnipotent great sage equaling heaven. Tang Sanzen had been patient with this impudent disciple of Highschool. What in the world? You. Give me that script, what the hell is this nonsense? This has absolutely no relation to the goddamn story. What? The author is just bored and wants to mess with his readers. Tell him to write the goddamn story just like any professional author would. What? What are you looking at? I'm the author. Roll cameras. Scene 28, take 2, and action. Underworld. 2 hours prior to the sealing, Naruto observed the massive behemoth that appeared in the sky via a gigantic magic circle that Loki used. Look at the size of that thing. This world is really filled with many wonders. Kurama snorted and said, "This is no time to be admiring our enemies, Naruto. I must say though, that being doesn't feel like any of the previous reanimations you fought with before. I don't sense any chakra from it but a different kind of energy." Naruto sighed and said, "It seems our adversaries have found a way to create reanimations without the use of chakra. Things are bound to be more troublesome in the future." Gyuki then added, "But first we need to take care of this one. We can worry about the future later." Naruto replied, "True. Let's seal him before he causes any lasting damage." As Naruto was preparing to move towards the giant, Kurama stopped him and said, "You might want to stop and take a look at something before you decide to charge into the battlefield." Naruto halted his actions and looked at Kurama, who had creased brows. His expression had Naruto worried, who then asked him, "Problem?" Kurama replied, "Look at the giant closely, Naruto, and tell me what you see." Naruto did as he was told and then said, "What am I supposed to be seeing here?" Kurama shook his head and said, "Enter Sage Mode and then observe again." Naruto entered Sage Mode and then noticed the apparent problem in front of his eyes. He said, "The giant is absorbing the magic from the surroundings and converting it into its own type of energy." Kurama replied, "Its absorption rate is slow but it's growing. If it goes at this rate, then it might suck this place dry before this battle comes to an end. Sealing him off wouldn't return what was lost, not to mention, I doubt your ordinary seals would hold him for long." Naruto frowned and then sighed. He said, "Seems we need to prepare a bigger seal for him." "That's for sure." Naruto looked at the ongoing battle between the opposing forces. He saw that the All-Father and the God King of the Greeks were holding well on their own against the giant Forefather. He then saw that Xerxes and the others were also engaged with the other forces and were able to fight on equal grounds with their enemies. Kurama added, "The giant is docile. It's still going easy on them. You have the time to develop the seal while they continue to divert its attention. Our best plan of action is for you to lay low and prepare the seal. You cannot afford to make any more shadow clones. The ones you have created are doing well in dealing with the melee forces. Right now, we need to conserve our energies as much as possible lest another surprise is sprung upon us." Naruto knew what Kurama was trying to imply. He sighed and then said, "All right. We will go by your plan. Now the problem comes onto the action of sealing itself. No seal I create within the time frame could hold him back permanently nor return what was lost. Therefore the only option is to weaken his being by draining the energy he has and then sealing him off. But the question is how?" Kurama smirked and said, "That part is simple. The giant has already given the solution for us." Naruto gave a bewildered before a spark lit up in his brain. He caught on to what Kurama was saying and then observed the giant a bit more. He then smiled as he had found the solution he was looking for. Kurama verified his theory by stating, "The giant has specialized cells in its skin that converts the magic energy into its own kind of energy. All you need to do is dash reverse the process and bingo, we have our answer. Gotta give it to Atake, every technique has its weakness alright." Naruto then clapped his palm in a show of excitement. He then shouted, "Alright. Time to get to work. Remember to disperse Shadow Clone to keep your main body updated." "Right. Though I wonder how the boss is doing right now. In another place, you ever feel like you were doing something really important, and you kind of did something that screwed the thing in a whole new level, allowing you to go into your pessimistic delusions of one repeated thought in many forms which is, oh damn. Well, if you haven't are actually in that phase right now, then know that you aren't alone because our blonde-headed, former, knucklehead ninja was in the same state as you are." "I fucked up big, didn't I?" asked Naruto with a wry smile as he faced not one not two but three beings and none of them looked friendly. "Honestly, you could have handled that better." Naruto sighed and thought back to the time when he entered the plane of Tartarus for the second time. Flashback: Naruto had entered the wasteland known as Tartarus for the second time. However, his entry into the prison plane was more or less illegal as he didn't have the time or the luxury to ask the Greek faction for permission. He understood that it would have been easy for him to ask Hades directly since he would know where Gaia is. He didn't want to let the information leak due to possible spies within the court. Hades was one of the three most powerful gods of the Greek faction and it was highly possible that his movements are being noted. His goal right now was to locate a certain someone that was holed up deep within the regions of the prison plane. He had been here for days but he knew that barely a few dozen hours would have passed in the main world. He traversed deep within Tartarus, while making sure to cover his tracks in order to not spook the enemy. And then, soon enough, he neared his target. He approached a cave under a mountain that was larger than the sky itself. He entered the cave and navigated through the paths. It was a literal maze, filled with many monsters along the way. However, he was able to move through without disturbing them. The tunnels became hotter and hotter as he pushed through. Naruto felt like he was literally being cooked alive from the heat. However, he managed to pull through as he got some of Sun's chakra to manage with the heat. He saw a light at the end of one of the tunnels. He neared it and saw that it was a huge gaping hole to the sky and below was a raging pool of lava. Naruto figured out that he must be near the bottom of an active volcano and the heat must have been due to the lava. However, his attention was soon occupied by something else. It was a giant ball held by something like chains, in the middle of the volcano. Naruto looked at it and murmured, "Well, that wasn't what I was expecting." "Not everything is as we expect, kid." "That true." Naruto looked at the spherical existence in the middle. He was able to note down that the ball had a rocky texture to it, having cracks here and there that ran deep on the surface. There was some green growing in between. The green didn't look like it was affected by the scorching heat that sought to turn it into ashes. However, it wasn't only there, as there were a bunch of trees that were growing on the wall despite the harsh conditions, just like the green on the rock. It looked picturesque to Naruto. Seeing the contrast of a deep shade of green with a fiery glow of red. Naruto whistled and thought, so, that's Gaia, eh? Kurama nodded his head as he replied, think so. The natural energy that comes off that is off the cha, but I believe she's still in her dormant state. Let's wait. We don't need to alert her of our presence. Let sleeping dogs lie. Let's wait for our targets to arrive. We can, however, as he was saying that, he felt the earthen sphere tremble. Naruto knew that something was up as the cracks in the ball deepened. It was then he heard a voice, my champion. You have come. It was an unearthly voice, mixed with both beauty and awe. A voice that sounded pleasant like that of a kind and caring mother. Naruto knew who this voice belonged to. He sighed and laughed a wry smile as he said, well, so much for subtlety. Kurama snorted and told him, you never were one for stealth. Aye, that's true, added Shukaku. Oh, shut it both of you. Kurama, how is it that she can send messages across my mind? Did she enter my mind without my or your awareness? Kurama replied, those messages of hers are merely one-sided. If I sensed any other presence in your mind that tried to take control of you, I would have known. Naruto added, that's a relief. The voice spoke once again as she said, why are you hesitating, my child? Come here. I'm not going to hurt you. Naruto then saw that a tree sprouted from the tunnel exit towards the rock, which started to crumble. The rock started shattering and soon a light came from the interior. The light blinded everything else, and as soon as it faded away, Naruto spotted a young woman at the center being tied down by the chains, some even going into her body. Naruto used the pathway built for him and approached the lady. The lady still had her eyes closed, as if still sleeping without being aware of anything that went on around her, but Naruto knew better. He heard a voice in her head, my apologies, but as you can see, I'm not in a condition to receive any guests. I can only communicate with you by sending mental messages to you. Naruto shook his head as he replied, please do not be sorry. I don't mind such things. Gia replied with a chirpier voice, glad you think so, my champion. Naruto stated, there it is again, why are you calling me, your champion? Gaia replied, as a matter of fact, I have been trapped here, in this wretched prison that my children had created for me. I slept for millennia as the pain caused by my descendants and the wretched beings that live on this world, continued to ache my very heart and soul. Then, there was a small relief, a relief you brought forth when you tried to do whatever you could to heal my wounds, to restore what is left. The relief you brought forth awakened me, intrigued me. I watched as you continued to help, and it was then I knew, that you are my champion. Naruto may be old now, but even he knew the courtesy to blush when someone complimented him. He smiled in joy as he said, thank you. I just do whatever I can, actually. Gaia said in a motherly way, that you do. They remained silent for a while before Gaia spoke once again, tell me, what brings you here? Have you come to free me from these clutches? Naruto frowned as he said, I'm afraid I'm here on other matters. Gaia's voice turned downtrodden as she added, oh I see. Naruto looked at her with an awkward gaze. He knew that she must have thought that he came here for her or something by those lines. He gazed at the woman, studying her features more clearly. She had a tanned complexion resembling the earth, while her head was adorned with green hair like those of leaves but scented with the smell of freshly plucked jasmine. Her body, one might consider her figure to be motherly, as her breasts, while not the largest, were still up in the top 10. However, what appalled him most was her choice of clothing, or the utter lack of it. Still, he had seen stranger things, and a lady in the nude isn't going to make him lose his composure in this situation. Gaia then asked, you still haven't replied as to why you are here. Naruto thought, you think we should tell her, Kurama? Kurama replied, it's best we do. She's their target. If we do as she says, then we may gain a valuable ally. Naruto nodded his head as he then spoke to Gaia, a few of my enemies have targeted you, Lady Gaia. They wish to extract your energy for their own gain. If they do so, then there is a possibility that you would die. Naruto heard a voice of contempt as he heard, some fools dare to try to take away this one's energy. What gall! They can try, but they will die before they can. Naruto smiled wryly before saying, I'm afraid they can. They are not as simple as you may think. Kuoh looked at Naruto urging him to go on. Naruto did and explained why they required her. She listened to him and remained silent until he finished his piece. Once Naruto finished, she spoke, so you are saying that they require this one's energy so that they can use it to revive some beast of theirs, and the only reason they may be after me is because it is easier for them to take the energy from one large host rather than multiple ones. Naruto nodded and said, that's the gist of it, yes. There are only two options for them to use. It's either you or Yggdrasil, the world tree of the Norse faction. However, Yggdrasil is under tight watch since it is the fulcrum of different dimensions in the Norse. So you believe they will target me, yes? Naruto nodded his head. Kuoh then took a moment to contemplate as she then added, very well then, I shall help you, but first I shall require some assistance from you first. Naruto asked, what is it, my lady? Kuoh replied, I wish for you to free me. If you do so, then I shall take part in whatever plans you have to defeat our foes. Naruto thought, well, we did enlist her help, might as well go all the way. Why do I get a bad feeling about this, muttered Kurama. Naruto asked, what should I do? Kuoh replied, each of these chains has a seal on them to where they are bound. If you can destroy those seals, then I shall become free. Naruto nodded his head and started to look for the seals. He found them almost immediately and soon began to break them, one by one until the last one. A plan had occurred to him at that moment as he smirked. He said, Lady Kuoh, I won't be breaking the last seal, not for now. Why? I have a plan. Sometime later, two figures came by Kuoh's rest. Both were cloaked from head to toe, so one couldn't discern their body features except the fact that they were rather large. One of the figures spoke out, so this is where she is imprisoned at? It seems the Olympians have made sure that she doesn't escape. The other figure went forwards towards Kuoh and said in a low, guttural voice, I have come, Kuoh. Kuoh was able to recognize who he was almost instantaneously, Cronus. It has been a while, mother. It has. And I see you brought Atlas with you. The now named Atlas spoke, it has been a while, Lady Kuoh. I see you have been doing well. Kuoh retorted, if by well you mean, locked away in this forsaken place for helping my children, then yes. Atlas laughed and said, well, you should have expected them to turn on you from the beginning. Cronus cut in as he said, enough. We are not here to debate the past. We have other things to tend to. Kuoh asked, so tell me then, what has brought you here, my son? What reason is there for you to visit this esteemed self? We intend to free you. Kuoh asked in a scrutinizing tone, is that so? Pray tell, why? Cronus replied, we intend to free you and get your help in raising Olympus to the ground. Kuoh added, and in doing so, you take back control from the Olympians. Cronus nodded and said, join me. Kuoh looked at him with a calculative look and said, all right then. Free me, my son. Cronus looked at her with a crooked smile and added, but before I do that, I need a bit of your help. Kuoh asked, what is it? Cronus took out a veiled item and then replied, I need you to look into T-. But before he could show Kuoh the thing, there was an upgrowth from the ground that snatched the item from his hand. It was a small branch. He then looked at the branch going towards a blonde-haired man who had a scowl on his face. He looked at the veiled item and yelled, how did you come by this? Cronus looked at him and then grinned, Naruto Uzumaki. What an unpleasant surprise, we weren't expecting you here. Naruto looked agitated as he held the veiled item in his hand. He immediately brought a scroll and sealed the item into it. Cronus looked at the event with scowl as the item became out of his reach. However, he retained his calm and chuckled. Cronus looked at Kuoh and asked, I suppose this means that you already know of our plans then? He saw that Kuoh wasn't surprised at Naruto's interruption and understood that it would only mean that she knew about his presence from the beginning. Thus he could only make the assumption that Kuoh was already aware of everything. Kuoh said, I'll not give you a single drop of my power. I see. A shame. He sighed and then said to Atlas, I believe that it's time for Plan B. Naruto looked at him with narrowed eyes and thought, Plan B. He then heard Cronus say, but first, we need to take care of the nuisance. Naruto immediately disappeared in a flash, avoiding a huge boulder that crashed into his spot just a millisecond later. Already on it, said Atlas, whose one arm was extended over. His cloak was removed to show a hulking figure, all filled with muscle from head to toe, wearing a white toga and old brown slippers. He had a thick bushy brown beard to go along with his hair, while his eyes shone a golden hue with black irises. Cronus smiled and looked at Kuoh as he moved towards her body. He said, "Too bad. You chose the wrong side." Roots immediately started sprouting at where he stood and grabbed hold of his being. Cronus was not impeded by the outgrowth and ripped it off his being by just using his raw strength. He slowly moved towards Kuoh and stood in front of her as he said, "Is that the best you can do?" Kuoh, who had lowered her head before, didn't reply to Cronus. Cronus looked at her subservient attitude while still being held on by the chains and smiled evilly. He raised his hand to slap her, in order to assert his dominance over her even more, as if what he had already done before was not satisfactory. But as he moved in to slap her, he found his arm to be caught before he could do that. He looked at what was grabbing hold of him, and it was a hand. Not just any hand, it was Kuoh's. It was still attached to the shackles of the chains, making Cronus blank as he didn't understand how she was able to move. It was at that moment Kuoh's eyes, which had been closed until now, had finally opened to reveal a pair of black orbs, deep as the abyss itself. She looked frostily at Cronus and gave a chilling smile. Cronus, who saw that expression on her face, could have only one line of thought: "Oh shit." He immediately flew off to one of the walls and embedded himself onto it as Kuoh punched him in the gut. She dusted her knuckles and stretched her shoulders, making a popping noise as she said, "I'm still your mother, boy. Show some manners." Cronus, who had embedded himself to the wall, scowled as he said, "How are you able to move? Aren't you supposed to be dash?" He was able to connect the dots as he saw the chains that were holding her off were all torn off the walls save one, meaning that all the other seals were already broken except this last one. He growled lightly as he muttered, "The fucking nuisance made this even more complicated." Meanwhile, Naruto was off playing with the Titan of Endurance as he blocked the attacks the Titan had sent him while standing on a large platform of wood he had made. Naruto looked at him and said, "Come on. Is that the best you can do? I thought you were supposed to be strong to be called the Titan of Endurance." However, Atlas only gritted his teeth and scowled in annoyance at Naruto's words. He didn't even bother responding to Naruto's taunts. Kurama, who was inside Naruto, then added, "Why are you dragging this out, kid? We can just finish this right here, right now, and be on our merry way." As much as Kurama liked to play with his food, he didn't see the point of doing it now. However, Naruto responded to his question, "I just want to give a bit of payback for all the trouble they had me go through. Besides, I want to see what they are truly capable of. Don't you too?" Kurama snorted, but he was in agreement with Naruto's reasoning. Atlas, who had been on the attack until now, gave up as he changed his strategy. Naruto saw that he was slowly switching to a defensive mode. Naruto played along and started to attack the Titan. The Titan had been observing his opponent slowly. He grinned and added, "You're not a bad opponent." Naruto grinned back and said, "I aim to please." Atlas gave a malicious grin before he added, "Then let's pick up the pace, shall we?" It was at that time, Naruto felt a punch to the side of his gut, throwing him off a few dozen meters. He was able to regain his balance quickly, but he was then once again put into a defensive mode as he blocked attacks from Atlas, but his blocking was not as effective. He thought, when did he dash? However, Naruto was not given enough time to think as Atlas had given a kick to his front, throwing him away once again. Naruto was pushed back once again, and this time he landed on the walls, leaving some cracks on them. He spat some blood as he thought, fuck, his blows sure are hard. However, his regeneration pulled up and healed his wounds quickly. Naruto looked at him and thought, that was not a coincidence. Kurama added, no it's not. His moves were calculated. Contrary to his title and size, we are up against someone who plays smart. Figures. He is known for being a god of mathematics, said Naruto as his memory brushed up an old account of the Titan he had read when he had first arrived to this world. Atlas added a taunt, where was your spunk from earlier? Naruto clapped and replied, well, I'm impressed, you finally managed to land 2 blows on me. Well done. Bravo. Atlas scowled as he then snorted and said, you are testing my patience, mortal, but I would say, you are rather interesting. Let's see how long you can stay that way. Atlas then charged forward towards Naruto and tried to land a punch on him, but Naruto dodged and countered his attack. Atlas blocked the attack and then continued to move on the defensive as Naruto attacked. Atlas soon saw an opening in Naruto's defense and pushed to strike, but to his surprise, Naruto feinted and immediately countered his attack, giving a roundhouse kick to Atlas, launching him to one of the walls. Cough, cough, not bad, said the Titan. Naruto replied, "That wasn't within your range of calculations, wasn't it?" The Titan didn't reply back but merely gave a grin. Naruto saw his expression and discerned, he's enjoying it. Another one of those battle junkies. Yeah. They are a little too annoying to deal with. Atlas said, "Alright, that's enough of a warm-up, so how about we get to the main event? My blood's boiling for some action." Naruto looked at him and gave a grin of his own and said, "You're on." Meanwhile with Cronus looked at Guya and thought, this is getting nowhere. He and Guya had been locking horns until now and it was a draw. Each one had been passionately fighting the other, giving it their all, hurling physical attacks and using spells to damage the other. However, it was futile as no side seemed to dominate the other. Cronus thought, we're wasting time here. Every second is precious. Cronus knew that he was in deep trouble as soon as he became aware of Guya's seal being removed. As he fought Guya, he was slowly conjuring up a plan in his mind. He then looked at Atlas and Naruto fight, and his sights then moved on to Guya. It seems Atlas is holding the mortal back. Now's my chance. He then saw that Guya had made a move against him as he saw three tree-like beings grown off from the ground. The beings charged as soon as they sprouted off and attacked him with their growing branch-like hands. Cronus had used his sickle to cut off the branches that seemed to attack him and then jumped from the place he stood on. Guya took this moment to try and bring Cronus back to the ground by sending off branches to grab and drag him down, but Cronus had cut all of them. As Guya then prepared to launch another attack at him, she felt something in her back. A sharp and painful feeling emanated from it. She turned behind to see Cronus, who had embedded a knife into her back as he gave a sickening grin while holding her body. He said, "I'm sorry, but I have to end this quickly. I had not wanted to use this power since I didn't want to let the Olympians know yet, but I guess things change." He then took out the black box and placed it near her body as it started to absorb her energy. Guya could find herself being weakened slowly. Guya wanted to get away from there but could not release from Cronus's hold. If it were under normal circumstances, she would have blown him away easily, but the last seal was still holding her back. Thus she couldn't do anything. All she could utter was a cry to her only ally in this scuffle. "Help me." Meanwhile with Naruto, wood-style, wooden wall. Naruto created a wall to block an attack from the Titan of Endurance. He then quickly moved away from the place when a resounding boom was heard as the Titan's fist came through the wood, shattering the wood. His body was colored red as he exuded a white-like aura from his body. Naruto immediately threw a bunch of kunao containing Hyration seals at his target while preparing a Rasengan in his hand. The Titan dodged the kunao, but Naruto teleported in time to hit the Titan with the Rasengan at the back. The Titan was launched from the force of the attack as he went ahead and embedded himself in the walls again. However, he pulled himself out of it and Naruto found that he was nearly unharmed from the attack. He could hardly find a few scratches where the Rasengan had hit him. Naruto thought, his body's a lot tougher now. Kurama looked at the Titan and gave out his analysis. He used his magic to strengthen his body to extreme degrees, I believe. However, it seems like he's not running out of steam anytime soon. Naruto grinned and thought, not like we are doing so too. Atlas and Naruto continued to exchange blows with vigor. Neither side dominating the other. However, Naruto took any opportunity he got to incessantly taunt and insult his opponent. Though the Titan just ignored his taunts and attacked him at his own pace. It was then Naruto heard the sudden cry. "Help!" He recognized the voice and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the source. He saw that Guya had been held down by Cronus. "Damn! What should I do, Kurama?" Kurama said, "The seal is absorbing most of her energy through the chains. You need to remove the last seal holding her down, fast. If we do that, we may give her a fighting chance." Naruto nodded and quickly made his way towards the last seal. Cronus, who had been watching them, also noticed this and said, "Stop him. Don't let him break the seal." Atlas blocked Naruto's path and said, "Well, you heard him, can't let you go any further." Naruto looked at him and said, "Sorry, but you can't stop me." He then charged forward towards Atlas. Atlas sighed and said, "A direct approach? Foolish." However, to his surprise, Naruto immediately made a cross seal, creating a likely image of himself as he yelled, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." Now 10 clones charged towards Atlas. However, he stood guard blocking their path, not flinching at the multiplied sight of his enemies. 5 of them attacked simultaneously. He was able to hold off their attacks and block them off, and in the process, he was able to burst of 3 clones. The smoke of the popped clones covered his eyes for a second, but it was then replaced by a sight of a rays non coming through and hitting him right in the face. He was knocked off a few steps. He heard, "Is that all the endurance you have? Here I thought you would be a tougher cookie for holding up the sky. Why don't you go back to doing that simple task then? Seems so easy that no wonder they gave a useless bum like you to do it." The Titan stopped in his tracks. He shuddered as he slowly felt rage overcome him. The mortal had been incessantly insulting him. He can ignore those petty insults that he had given him before. But in no condition would he be insulted for the suffering he had gone through during his imprisonment. It was a burden that enraged his very being. The rage didn't stop as the Titan now aggressively started attacking the Naruto clones. He moved faster than he did before, popping off all clones one by one until only one remained. The one clone charged forward and exchanged a few blows with the Titan. However, Atlas was able to catch him off guard and gave an attack to his knees that disabled his footing. Naruto fell face front heading towards the lava. However, he immediately weaved a bunch of hand seals and yelled, "Wood style, great tree jutsu." A tree emerged from the side of the wall horizontally, breaking his fall. He fell face front onto the tree, losing the pigmentation on his eyes. Atlas soon flew towards him, following after him. He stood on top of Naruto and lifted him up by the neck via a chokehold. He said, "Not so cocky now, eh? You're going to pay for your words now, punk." Naruto just gave a tired smile as he said, "Say that to him." He then pointed in a direction as he popped into a cloud of smoke. Atlas looked surprised and turned his head immediately to find that the real one had already started breaking the seal. Cronus yelled, "Why are you standing there gaping? Get him. Quickly. Before he breaks the seal." Atlas yelled, "Right." Naruto was slowly breaking the last seal on Gaia. This one was a bit tougher and more complex than the ones before. He thought, come on. Where's the Nexus? Hurry kid. He's coming. Yeah. I got it. He immediately yelled, "Here goes nothing," and broke the seal by making a hand seal. And to the last seal broke off with a white light spreading near it, unlike the other seals. Nothing. Not a sound was heard from any of the beings present over there. It was not only the living ones, even the molten hot lava that made sizzling sounds before had gone off silent. Naruto asked, "What happened? Did something go wrong?" "I don't know kid," said Kurama, looking equally confused. Everything was silent now. Cronus had moved away from Gaia, pulling out the knife he had embedded in her. Atlas joined him and stood alongside him. Cronus held the black box in his hands, inspected it, and said, "Come, let's leave. We have what we came for." Atlas nodded his head and soon they started preparing a teleportation circle. Kurama warned, "They are leaving. Stop them Naruto." But as soon as Naruto was about to make a move, several branches appeared from the ground as quickly as possible and pierced their bodies. They weren't able to resist even a single bit. Gaia, who had been silent until now, got up and moved her hands to remove the last chain holding her back. She then said with a deep unearthly voice, "I'm free." Naruto looked on, but he was soon blinded by a flash of green light. Naruto held his arms in front of his eyes to block the light. However, once he felt that it was safe to open his eyes, he opened them to see a gigantic body standing in front of him. It was huge. Huge as the volcanic mountain that they were battling at. The body was made of earth and stone, filled with trees here and there. He was some kind of ant in front of her. Though his attention was soon occupied by the two other titans. He felt fear from them. However, he saw that Cronus was more intent on grabbing hold of the black box that had been dropped off nearby. Gaia lowered herself and saw them. She then looked at the black box and touched it. The box broke instantly as she touched it, releasing all the power it had, instantly absorbing what had been taken from her. She then looked at Atlas and Cronus, immediately using her hands to blast them off, breaking the volcano that held her in the process. They were launched off and fell far from the mountain, back into the plains. Naruto thought, well, that was anticlimactic. I thought that those two would put up more of a fight, though. True. Anyway, the box is destroyed and Gaia can take care of herself now. So I believe our job is done here. Yeah. Naruto then saw that Gaia approach him. She lowered her head and said, I thank you for saving me, my champion. You have my gratitude. Naruto shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. I had my own agenda with them. Gaia shook her head and said, you are a mortal who has shown exemplary behavior ever since you arrived here. At first, I thought I shall only let you aside due to your kind and loyal nature, but now you have proved that you are worthy for something more. Naruto had a bad feeling as he asked, I'm sorry, but what do you mean by spared? And what do you mean by worthy? Gaia then said, spared from my cleansing. Those who I have birthed from my loins, and those who have birthed from my children's loins have disappointed me greatly. They destroy the forests, the animals, the others who live along with them for their own greed. All they did was take, and take, giving nothing in return. No. It is time they answered for what they have done. There are those that have helped my being, by preserving and protecting what is left, but alas they must perish too. It is already too late. The only way for the planet to prosper again is for them to die. Only then, can they corrupt no more. The only consolation I can give those poor souls is a quick death. And then, life shall start anew. Free of those beings who would hurt me. Filled with only those with pure hearts and souls. She then looked at Naruto and said with a fervent gaze, and you shall be their guide, the prophet who shall lead them, to nurture them to prosperity. You, who have shown me kindness and integrity, will be the one who shall provide the seeds of tomorrow. It will be from our loins that the beings of the new world will arrive at this world. So tell me, Naruto Uzumaki, will you join me on this quest to save this world? Naruto, who had been hearing what Gaia said without interrupting, could not respond to her and only ask his longtime friend, Kurama? Is she dash? Congratulations kid, you just got a crazy primordial chick who apparently wants to destroy the world. Lusting for your balls dash. It was then a rumbling noise was heard as Naruto saw two other giant figures emerge in the distance. However, these two were not as tall as Gaia, barely reaching the level of her waist. I am going to kill you Naruto Uzumaki, yelled the now giant Atlas. Cronus gave a huge bellowing roar as he looked in Naruto's direction with his cold golden eyes. And also got two other titans out for your blood. Yeah, I said it many times before but I'll still say it anyway. Fate is really a bitch to you. Chaos, the embodiment of disorder, destruction, the cause of madness and mayhem. However, it is also the cause of change. There is no life without a few chaotic movements. Whether the results of chaos are good or bad, is up to the threads of fate. Once again, why should I utter this? Well, let me refresh your memory. Naruto observed the massive behemoth that appeared in the sky via a gigantic magic circle that Loki used. Look at the size of that thing. This world is filled with many wonders. Kurama snorted and said, this is no time to be admiring our enemies, Naruto. I must say though, that being doesn't feel like any of the previous reanimations you fought with before. I don't sense any chakra from it but a different kind of energy. The giant has specialized cells in its skin that converts the magic energy into its kind of energy. All you need to do is dash reverse the process and bingo, we have our answer. Gotta give it to Atake, every technique has its weakness alright. Naruto then clapped his palm in a show of excitement. He then shouted, alright. Time to get to work. I fucked up big, didn't I? Asked Naruto with a wry smile as he faced not one not two but three beings and none of them looked friendly. Honestly, you could have handled that better. My champion. You have come. It was an unearthly voice, mixed with both beauty and awe. A voice that sounded pleasant like that of a kind and caring mother. Naruto knew who this voice belonged to. He sighed and laughed a wry smile as he said, well, so much for subtlety. Naruto asked, what is it, my lady? Gaia replied, I wish for you to free me. If you do so, then I shall take part in whatever plans you have to defeat our foes. Naruto thought, well, we did enlist her help, might as well go all the way. So this is where she is imprisoned at? It seems the Olympians have made sure that she doesn't escape. The other figure went forwards towards Gaia and said in a low, guttural voice, I have come, Gaia. Gaia was able to recognize who he was almost instantaneously, Cronus. It has been a while, mother. It has. And I see you brought Atlas with you. They are leaving. Stop them Naruto. But as soon as Naruto was about to make a move, several branches appeared from the ground as quickly as possible and pierced their bodies. They weren't able to resist even a single bit. Gaia, who had been silent until now, got up and moved her hands to remove the last chain holding her back. She then said with a deep unearthly voice, I'm free. So tell me, Naruto Uzumaki, will you join me on this quest to save this world? Naruto, who had been hearing what Gaia said without interrupting, could not respond to her and only ask his longtime friend, Kurama? Is she dash? Congratulations kid, you just got a crazy primordial chick who wants to destroy the world, lusting for your balls dash. It was then a rumbling noise was heard as Naruto saw two other giant figures emerge in the distance. However, these two were not as tall as Gaia, barely reaching the level of her waist. I am going to kill you, Naruto Uzumaki, yelled the now giant Atlas. Cronus gave a huge bellowing roar as he looked in Naruto's direction with his cold golden eyes. And also got two other titans out for your blood. Yeah, I said it many times before but I'll still say it anyway. Fate is a bitch to you, because things will only begin to get more chaotic from here on. Underworld, the entire underworld was in mayhem as the peace conference came under attack. Not to mention the fact, the threat that Ymir, the forefather giant, posed remained at large. While everyone was nervously battling their lives away. A pair of blonde-headed men were just seated on a set of chairs on opposite ends while looking at a board in between. Checkmate, said one of them as he moved a piece on the board. Yeah. One more round, said the other while frustrated. The first one smirked and said, get ready to lose, again. The other snorted, don't get so cocky, you just won because of the error I did by accident. Yeah, whine all you want but it still doesn't change the fact that you lost. Emma gets you this time. Well, you guessed it. The two blonde heads were nothing but two Naruto clones playing chess in the middle of the battlefield. Though another voice interrupted them, seriously. You guys couldn't have picked a better time to play. If you're free enough to fool around, then come and help me finish this seal. The one who shouted at them was another Naruto clone. This was the original one or the first clone that was dispatched to the underworld who was now currently working on the seal for Ymir. The two Naruto clones looked at their pseudo-creator and looked at each other before shrugging their shoulders and said, well, we are on standby right now, and it isn't like we aren't busy you know. We are actually making sure that any stray doesn't wander over here while you finish making the seal. But could you do it in a way that would be less annoying? You're getting on my nerves man. The two Naruto clones grinned and said, nope. The original Naruto clone looked at them flabbergasted as he then said, you guys realize that we are in a battle right? How can you be so carefree? You tell us. We may be different but we are essentially still part of you, right? Naruto yelled, I never fool around in a serious situation, especially during a battle that would mean the life and death of others. Kurama snorted and said, yeah, keep talking kid. We believe you. The hell is that supposed to mean? Naruto however ended the retort as he sighed and said, forget it, arguing with you guys is a waste of time. We still have much to do. As he spoke, a clone appeared in a flash of yellow and said, you can say that. The devils have begun to close off this area. The original clone asked with a raised eyebrow, what do you mean? Surtsks and the others have already taken care of the troublemakers, only the giant remains. They deem him too troublesome to deal with immediately since he's sapping the energy of the realm. They wish to close him off to tire him out before dealing with him. Evacuations are already underway. Jyoki said from within, this is good. If the area is clear of them, then it would be easier for us to do our job. Madatabi added, but the question is, can whatever they are doing be able to hold it back? Naruto shook his head, this doesn't change much. We still stick to the original plan. All three of you can help the three factions retreat. Take care of any hostiles that come your way. Meanwhile, I'll be finishing up the seal. The three clones nodded their heads as they all disappeared in a flash of yellow leaving the original Naruto clone alone as he worked on the seal. Kurama asked, so how's the progress? Naruto scowled as he said, I have analyzed the conversion mechanism of the giant and already structured the seal. However, the process of making a multi-layered seal on a large scale is quite cumbersome since we have to make sure that there is no internal conflict between the layers for stability, and also make sure that they are of the right parameters. If the seal is made to contain too little, then it won't hold, and if it's too big, then it won't meet the minimum requirements for activation. Kurama nodded his head and said, fair enough, but you need to remember that you're working on a time constraint here. Naruto nodded with a frown, I know, old friend. I am not made for combat situations, only for recon purposes with a little of each of the tailed beast's chakra. The original expected a surprise but not to the extent of that giant over there. Kurama said, exactly why you need to finish up fast. The original will take care of everything else. He already knows the plan. Naruto sighed and then went back to working on the seal while thinking, let's just hope that he takes care of everything over there in time. Meanwhile in Tartarus, well, fuck me in the ass, Kurama. I'm not interested, kid. I wasn't meaning in the literal sense. Arg, forget it, we got other matters to face. So tell me, what should I do with this? In front of Naruto were 3 giant beings roaring and slowly getting ready for battle. Kurama said, my advice? We beat the crap out of them. Naruto grinned and said, good advice. So, are you ready to roll then? Kurama just grinned as both he and Naruto got into sync mode. Shikaku, who was within, complained, why is it always him? Let me out too, whined Shikaku. Shut it, Sandrat. You'll get your chance, yelled Kurama. Naruto gave a wry smile as he faced the 3 large beings while being the nearly same size as them now. Gaia then said, well, what is your answer, my champion? Will you be the father of the new world? Naruto said, sorry, but I've grown to like this world, and I'm not interested in watching it burn. Neither by your hands or anyone else. Gaia frowned and said angrily, so be it. Then you shall perish like the rest. Gaia was the first one to make a move as she roared and hit her fists on the ground. The 9-tailed construct jumped and evaded a flurry of vegetation that sprung up from the ground. The 9-tailed fox construct then fired a few tailed beast bombs at the giant Earth Mother, each in succession. The hits were successful as they scraped a lot of Gaia's body. However, the giant mother didn't seem too bothered by the attack and continued to attack the fox construct in a variety of ways. She controlled the natural elements to level the playing field to her advantage. Although the fox construct didn't have any problems in playing her in her own game. Gaia used a wall of vegetation to pounce on Naruto. Wood and leaves made their way to him at high speeds. Naruto looked at it and yelled, you wanna play rough? Okay. Let's play rough. He then performed the hand signs before adding, say hello to my little flame. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Fire style was never his strong suit. It was more up to Sasuke's ally. However, with enough chakra, Naruto found out that he would be able to give out the same output, and that wasn't a problem for our blonde, since he had a never-ending reserve. Though he didn't like using it, it was an exception for the time being since there is an elemental advantage. Flames spewed out of his mouth like a flamethrower, and while Naruto knew that he had used a lot more chakra than he usually does, it was worth it. The flames were able to hold back the mass of vegetation that pounced on him, burning them down all to ash. Gaia growled and roared at the action as she then charged towards him once again. Naruto waited for the right opportunity as a raging Gaia charged toward him and delivered a jab. The fox construct dodged the attack and countered it by punching Gaia's gut, delivering significant damage to her shell body. However, Gaia looked unfazed as she attacked him again. The clash between the 2 giants went on as each exchanged blows with each other, but neither side seemed to be losing anything. Soon enough, Naruto found the opportunity to come out of close combat and took some range once again. He then observed his opponent with furrowed brows as he thought, this battle isn't going anywhere. She just gets back up after every attack, and regenerates what was lost almost immediately. Kurama nodded his head and asked, so what's your plan? Naruto took a moment to think about his next actions but immediately decided, let's play it by ear for now. We need to figure out what powers her if we wish to stop her. Fine. Though you're still in a race against time, kid. Remember that. There is one more giant primordial that requires your attention. I know, but there isn't much for us to go on right now. Meanwhile, both Cronus and Atlas watched the battle from the sidelines. Cronus, being the cunning personality he is, made a decision to stay his hand for the time being. Even though he had been raging within at the blonde's interference, he was still able to think clearly. He immediately calmed Atlas, who held an equal amount of hatred at the blonde if not more. The two made a strategic call to retreat to a distance and watch the battle on, and when the time came, they will be able to reap all the benefits. The two watched on as Cronus analyzed his opponent. The human is faring well against Mother. He sure is as impressive as the black one says. Though it seems like he's still holding back. However, a crooked smile formed on his stone-like face as he thought, it doesn't matter in the end. Once the two tire themselves out, we can move and wait what in Tartarus. Why is he moving over here? Cronus saw that Naruto was moving towards him while having a huge grin on his face. Naruto thought as he sneered, you two couldn't have possibly thought that you could fish in mudded waters with me around, did you? Fuck no. If I'm going down, then I'm taking you with me. Naruto dodged an attack from Gaia which made its way to the two titans. The two didn't have enough time to dodge it and thus could only block it off. Gaia saw that and finally made eye contact with Atlas and Cronus, remembering their presence. She roared, making Cronus scowl in annoyance. He could notice the annoying smirk on Naruto's face as she did that. Bastard! Cronus then craned his neck towards Atlas as the two nodded their heads and engaged Gaia in battle. It was now true clash of behemoths. The entirety of Tartarus quaked from the battle of the four giants. All of them exchanged blows with each other and the end result was a mixture of mass destruction and chaos. The inhabitants or the monsters who lived in the vicinity have either vacated the place with their tails between their legs or have been obliterated into smithereens. The battle had gone on for long enough before Naruto said, "This is going nowhere." He looked at the state of his opponent currently fighting against Atlas in front and noticed that she wasn't tired at all, while he had expended a considerable amount of his own chakra. Though it might not be that significant, it was still huge. Naruto scowled at his findings, thinking about what to do, but then a voice emerged from nearby, "There is no use fighting her directly." Naruto turned to his right and saw that Cronus was by his side, slowly getting up after being roughed up by Gaia. Mother is the earth personified. Fighting against her head-on is not the solution and only serves as a waste of energy. Our only option is to seal her. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows as he asked, "We?" Cronus growled and nodded his head, "As much as I hate to admit it, yes. We. I propose an alliance for the time being. Until Gaia is sealed. And what happens after that, said, a point could be later discussed." Naruto pondered on Cronus's proposal before turning to an old friend for a second opinion. "Kurama. Accept the deal, kid, but be careful, I don't trust him to play fair." "Me neither." Naruto then gestured his hand forward towards Cronus, "Shake on it." Cronus took a second or two to understand Naruto's actions before the two shook their hands. Naruto nodded and then asked, "What do you have in mind?" Cronus said, "Both you and Atlas can help distract Gaia while I restore the seal that held her. Keep her attention away from me. I'll give you the signal when it's ready. At the time, draw her in towards me." Naruto nodded his head and looked over. He saw that Gaia was dominating Atlas in the battle, and the Titan of Endurance was barely making a stand against the Earth Mother's strength. The two were engaged in a wrestling contest, where both were grappling against the other's body as they tried to push each other off, trying to get their opponent off balance. Gaia had begun to take the upper hand soon enough as she had begun to overpower Atlas. The Titan of Endurance, who had already calculated his defeat, was waiting for the inevitable. However, things didn't end the way he expected. Naruto had moved in at the right time, as the giant fox bit onto her neck from behind and grappled her limbs with its tails. Atlas was able to make eye contact with Naruto as the two nodded their heads in understanding. Atlas immediately used the opportunity to slip away from Gaia and then made a solid punch on her face, shattering the region. While the attack was not strong enough to leave any lasting damage, it did manage to daze her for a few seconds. Naruto took the chance to immediately move away from his opponent and began charging a tailed beast bomb, while Atlas prepared his own brand of magic. The Earth Mother had regained her senses and she was pissed. She immediately roared. However, even before she could place an attack on her enemies, she was met with the attacks of the two-tailed beast bomb. Slicing thrust. A huge black ball of destruction along with a wave of pure force made its way towards Gaia. They collided with her and exploded with a bang, before being engulfed in a cloud of smoke. A successful hit. It's not over yet. Naruto knew that that was not enough to take her down, and soon enough, as the smoke cleared away, the two temporary allies were able to spot a wall of vegetation covering the Earth Mother. The vegetation went out a second later, and the two could spot the rage on Gaia's face. She yelled, "I expected more from you, Naruto Uzumaki. You could have been by my side. You could have ruled the world as a king with me as your queen." Naruto looked at her with a quizzical expression as he looked inside for guidance. The fuck she on about now? Standard villain monologue, or in this case, the type who got dumped. "You were the chosen one, and all that crap. You should know, you watched anime, didn't you?" said Kurama. "Yeah, but this is not an anime. How can you be so sure?" "For all we know, we could be some little imp's imagination," said Shukaku. Naruto said, annoyed, "Don't buy into those bullshit conspiracy theories and speculations you find on the internet. Those are just nonsense people spew out to get some traction. Hey, you could never know. For all we know, we could be one of those characters in a third-rate story, or worse, fanfiction," joked Kome. "Naruto, now you're just fucking with me. But I'm more surprised how you guys are unusually in complete agreement with each other. The tailed beasts shrugged their shoulders as Gyuki replied, we don't know, guess we have seen way too many unusual things to just dismiss these theories completely. Meanwhile, Gaia jabbered on as she said, you could have had anyone you liked by your side as your concubine. Instead, you side with the likes of those that wish to harm this world, that wishes to see it destroyed with no chance for recovery. Naruto asked, translation. Kurama replied, she said, bastard. I gave you the chance to get a taste of my earthy ass and instead you chose to just leave me dry, you prude. Naruto said, that's a pretty crass way of putting things. Kurama shrugged his shoulders as he said, you said you wanted a translation, you got it. Naruto sighed and then said, look here lady, I already told you. I'm not interested in destroying the world with you, and least of all, procreating with your gigantic old ass. Oof, said all the tailed beasts at the same time. That was a sweet burn, said Shikaku. Yes, said Gyuki as he nodded his head. For once I agree with the sand rat, but are you sure you should have said that now, asked Kurama. Gaia roared in anger as Naruto calmly replied, we need to give as much time as Cronus needs and that involves having Gaia place her attention on us. So yes, there was no problem. Oh no, I wasn't saying that you were wrong, but rather, you could have distanced yourself a little further. What? Look out below. Just as Kurama warned, Naruto moved away from the place followed by giant roots emerging out of the ground. That was close. Could have warned a bit sooner, Kurama. We thought you would have noticed. Seems you made out just fine, though the same couldn't be said for your other friend, I suppose. Naruto noticed what Kurama was talking about and saw that Atlas had been bound by the roots. He wasn't unable to break free of it. Soon enough, Naruto then observed something that scared him for the first time in a long while. Are those roots? Yeah, it would be best if you take this a bit more seriously and avoid them. One would wonder, what manner of event could actually put them on alert. Though, why wouldn't they? After all, they just saw the Titan of Endurance actually be buried deep within the roots until Naruto couldn't spot him anymore. They couldn't even detect a life signature. Naruto immediately knew that that was the untimely end of the Titan of Endurance. Gaia declared in a cold and apathetic tone, I gave you life. I could take it away as well. The roots rose upwards and targeted Naruto, who prepared to dodge them. However, Kurama had a few words to share. Those roots seemed to suck out any form of energy and feed them to her. Whatever you do, don't let them touch you for long. Just keep whatever you're doing and let her be distracted. Naruto nodded his head and then continued to dodge the incoming attacks from Gaia. While he was able to avoid most of them, a few roots were still able to grab a hold of him, but Naruto quickly got rid of them. The battle went on for a while before Naruto thought, well, this is nice, running around and dodging a frenzied Primordial's attacks that could potentially kill us, all the while running on a timer. There's no use complaining. We can't use 6 paths mode to suppress Gaia since we don't know what the other Titan is planning. Oh gee, you think I didn't know that? Why do you think I'm running around in base mode? If you already knew, quit whining. Besides, I don't think we need to wait any longer. As soon as he said that, Naruto then saw an energy beam that was directly targeted at Gaia. He saw the direction of the attack and saw Cronus nodding his head. Meanwhile, Gaia was able to dodge the attack and saw that Cronus was the one who made the move. She roared as her roots started following after him. Naruto narrowed his eyes and thought, not good. We need to take the aggro off of him, kid. Naruto then immediately moved in, right after Gaia, and clashed against her. Gaia was momentarily distracted by the opponent that was in front of her, giving Cronus enough time to dodge Gaia's roots. The pair of Primordial and Tailed Beast battled in close quarters, as Naruto slowly brought their battle to where Cronus was. Almost there. You're close, kid. Get ready. Naruto then saw that they were in range. He then saw Cronus, who nodded his head and immediately performed the function. The seal was activated with both Gaia and Naruto at the center. Gaia was quick on the uptake and figured out what was going on. She roared and immediately tried to get out before the seal activated and took effect. Cronus, who noticed that, yelled, "Stop her, Uzumaki. She cannot get away." On it. The two giants battled as Gaia tried to get away from the place, but Naruto wouldn't allow her to leave. He caught her by the tails and held her down as the seal activated. Sealing chains erupted around her as they pierced her body. Her energy was collected and slowly distributed back to her surroundings. Why, moaned Gaia with her tone indicating deep hurt. Naruto sighed and didn't give her any verbal answer. Only silence. Naruto saw Gaia was about to be sealed and thought to himself, guess it's over. Although, even before he could finish that line of thought, he saw that some of the chains grabbed onto him too. They were rapidly draining away his chakra. Naruto went alert and saw that Cronus was giving an evil grin in the distance. Kurama warned, "Get away, kid." Gyuki said, "This bad?" The other tailed beasts thought the same as Gyuki while Naruto struggled to break free from the chains. Cronus laughed as he closed his eyes and yelled, "Guess you're just unlucky, Uzumaki. Don't blame me for doing this, but you have been too much of a hindrance. The seals will leave you enough power to sustain yourself, and send everything else back to the environment. Don't worry though, I'm sure that my mother will provide you good company. Our plan may have been completely foiled by your interference, but I could at least show some results with you gone. Fare thee well, Naruto Uzudeshu." Though when he opened them again, Cronus was utterly surprised by the thing he just saw. What is this trickery? He saw that Naruto was standing out in the distance, with his tailed beast mode deactivated and a wide grin on his face, while he was the one who was getting sealed in by the chains. "What did you do, Naruto Uzumaki?" Naruto didn't say anything and thought, "Flying Raijin Jutsu, body substitution, success. Your father's technique," said Gyuki. Naruto thought, "Yeah. It's the fourth and final variation. A combination of the Flying Raijin and the body substitution jutsu. Unlike the normal body substitution, which is limited by its range, I'm able to fly and substitute with anyone who possesses the marker within the range I could sense. I mastered it during our time in the spatial field made by Off-Eyes. Truly terrifying," said Madatabi as she thought of the possibilities. "But when did you mark him?" "Oh," asked Shukaku as he realized when it was. Naruto confirmed his hypothesis as he nodded and said, "Yeah, I marked him when I shook his hands. I knew that the guy was cooking something up when he asked for an alliance. So, I made it as a precaution. Who knew it would have actually been useful?" "So wait, you were just acting when you were struggling with the chains?" Naruto grinned, "I just wanted to have a little fun at his expense." The guy thought that he could outsmart this prankster king? No way. Naruto then heard a voice in the distance, "This isn't over, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto saw that Cronus was slowly being dominated by the chains he had activated. He smirked at the sight and said, "Don't blame me, Cronus. You got yourself into this mess all on your own. Now it's up to you to exit. Enjoy the rest of eternity with your mother, mama's boy," laughed Naruto when Kurama intervened. "All right, that's enough. If you have so forgotten, we have somewhere else to be right now." Naruto agreed to what Kurama said and added, "Yeah, I know. We have finished what we came for, so let's choose." However, another twist of events occurred as Naruto found everything to be frozen, including himself. "Wait, what? What is happening? I can't move. I'm frozen, Kurama." For the first time, Kurama sounded flustered as he said, I don't know, kid." Naruto then saw something that stunned his being. Cronus broke away from the chains as he growled, "I said." He then slowly approached Naruto with a dagger that laid near the ground. This isn't over. Meanwhile in the underworld, the clone Naruto was more or less finished with his mission. Although, things had changed drastically from before. Roar. The giant forefather Amir was roaring in the background as he battled against Graphia and Baruchil, or just literally thrashing them around. The clone could tell that the giant wasn't being serious at all as he played around with the pair of Fallen and Devil. Though the two weren't alone now, as they had 3 reanimations by their side assisting them. With the surroundings were a mess, filled with debris and craters. The area was mostly empty as all the remnants have been relocated and the stragglers have been taken care of. The clone was in sage mode as he watched on with a furrowed face as he looked at the ongoing scuffle. To his side was a kunai knife that had already been thrown on the ground. "Where is he? Seems like he's met with some trouble," said Kurama. "Whatever it is he's doing, he needs to do it fast. I'm on my last strands of chakra here and the giant has started to become more active, and I doubt the barrier would work like the devils expect it to." Naruto looked onto the weary and desperate conditions of Graphia and Baruchil, making a conflicted face. "I know what you're thinking, kid, but there is nothing you can do. The original may be able to sense and jump across dimensions, but he still needs the specialized Hiraishin Kunao for that. That is why he left you with it and gave you enough chakra to protect it. You are the beacon here, and you need to be present for him to jump." Naruto sighed and said, "I know, Kurama, I only wish I could reduce the casualties. Gyuki was the one to speak now as he said, there is only so much you could do, Naruto. They knew what they were getting into when they made their choices. Besides, they still have those three to assist them. Naruto nodded his head reluctantly. He then looked at the reanimations and thought, it's still surprising that those three haven't noticed us yet. Yujito must be losing her touch if she still hasn't detected me yet, thought Matatabi. Yeah. Although it works for us right now. We don't need to let them know of our presence here. It will work out just fine. Like his words, he could tell that the five were distracting the giant pretty well, even if they were only being played around with. Although things didn't last long in that fashion. Amir was getting more active by the second, and Naruto could feel that he was pissed. The breath attack he had made had turned things around completely. Naruto was not caught in the crossfire, but the dust made by the jump attack had made its way to him as well. Naruto predicted it beforehand and was able to avoid the dust entering his eyes. His vision was impaired for a few seconds as the mixture of mist and dust had covered everything up. However, Naruto was still in his sage mode and was able to sense the damage that the giant had caused in the last move. He was even able to sense the five others who had been separated, with two directly beneath the giant forefather. The three others were in different directions but were slowly regenerating from the injuries. The barrier had come into place as Naruto could see the purple divide. But they were not his concern for the moment as he saw that the giant forefather was seemingly about to deliver the final blow to the pair of Fallen and Devil. The blonde shinobi could tell that Amir was about to finish too, and was about to prepare a flame attack. The two opponents could barely stand after the last attack. Time had slowed down as Naruto was faced with a conundrum. He didn't want to interfere before as he knew that the two would survive the attacks, but now that the fatal blow was about to be delivered, he knew that he had to do something. But there were just not enough choices. He couldn't move in time to help them escape, not without the high ration which he had energy for only one more. Not enough to save them. Not to mention the fact that he had only one more high ration kunai in his hand since the last one was destroyed in the attack from before. What he held in his hand was the last specialized kunai knife. Should he throw the kunai, Naruto knew that if the original didn't appear, then both Graphia's and Baruchiel's lives will be lost. While the clone could make more kunai knives, he was sure that more lives would be lost in the time he did so. However, should he appear, then the lives of all could be saved. It was a difficult decision. To choose whether to act and risk everyone's lives, or just let them die. Naruto could see the hopeless look on Graphia and Baruchiel as they were about to meet their end. He sighed and then made a new clone, who then dispersed himself. The old clone looked at the kunai knife he had in hand and thought, Kurama. Kurama knew what Naruto wanted to say and sighed, I know what you're going to say, kid. Make it count. The Naruto clone nodded as he threw the kunai at the pair. Come on boss, you've always been a lucky bastard. It's about time for you to show up. The clone watched it as the kunai went flying and stuck onto the ground with Baruchiel and Graphia as the flame attack was launched. His gamble didn't go unrewarded. With Graphia closed her eyes as she had already accepted her fate. She waited for the inevitable flame to consume her and burn her flesh to ash and cinders. However, the moment didn't come. How long are you planning on posing like that? Graphia was startled as she quickly opened her eyes to find herself alive and well. She then looked at the front and saw a familiar blonde with a wide grin, while a confined and distant giant was rampaging in the background. Why you? Yo.